After waking up, I found a cold goddess from 1,000 years in the future lying beside me. After waking up, I found a woman from 1,000 years in the future beside me, and the room had mysteriously changed. When I opened the door, it led to the 21st century, but when she opened it, it led to the 31st century. Chapter 1. The Room's Strange Transformation. 5 a.m. East Sea, in a private villa by the seaside. A young couple was lying together, wrapped in each other's arms. Dingling. As the phone rang, the man, looking sleepy, picked it up and said impatiently, "Who is it? Calling so early, can't you let me sleep?" But soon, a woman's voice shouted from the other end of the line, "Qin Yang, I've arranged a blind date for you today. You must be there by 10 o'clock. Hearing this, Qin Yang sighed helplessly. "Mom, how many times do I have to say it? I don't want a blind date. I don't want to get married this early." "You don't want to get married? You're already over 20. What do you want to do if not get married?" His mother's voice came through with a tone of accusation. "Train in martial arts." Qin Yang replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, his mother's voice became even more irritable. Martial arts, all you care about is martial arts. Your cousin's son is already starting primary school, and you're still practicing martial arts? What is the point of all this martial arts stuff? Feeling a bit tired, Qin Yang didn't want to talk anymore, and even felt the urge to throw the phone away. But his mother's shouting continued. "Your father said it himself, you're already at the peak of the dark realm, and you've hit a bottleneck. No one in China can beat you anymore. Can't you slow down with the martial arts for a bit and deal with the whole relationship thing first? Then won't I still be no match for Dad?" Qin Yang's voice was filled with sleepiness, but also a bit of frustration. Yes, right now, he was not only the strongest among the younger generation, but even among the older generation, very few could match him. So what? He confidently went to challenge his father for a fight, and was slapped so hard that he couldn't even tell which way was up. Right now, he just wanted to train, improve himself, and get that slap back. As for marriage, forget it. He was only 18. He couldn't understand why his mother was pushing so hard. But his mother wasn't letting up. Is your dad your enemy or your father? And if you want to defeat him, can't you find someone and train at the same time? When am I going to hold my grandchild? Women only slow me down. Qin Yang muttered under his breath, already wishing to end the conversation. Slow you down? I'll have your father come over and deal with you. You're going today, whether you like it or not. If you don't go, I'll have your father drag you there. Mom, are you even being reasonable? Qin Yang felt frustrated. Just find a woman, and it'll be done. His mother continued to push. I've said it 1,000,000 times, I'm not interested in women. Qin Yang felt even more irritated and, not wanting to hear another word, hung up the phone. He wasn't doubting the truth of his mother's words, but frankly, he didn't care much about them either. His parents were traveling in Kyoto, and it would take them at least 3 more hours to get back. With those 3 hours, he would have already gotten up and disappeared for a run. If they really wanted to catch him, they'd have to be able to find him first. With that in mind, Qin Yang put his phone aside, then reached his hand under the blanket to rest it on the woman's smooth waist. Wait, woman? Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, shaking off the drowsiness. He quickly turned to look and saw a woman with delicate features, as if she had walked out of a painting, staring at him with furrowed brows. With a whoosh, Qin Yang jumped out of the bed, no longer concerned about his bare upper body. His face was filled with shock as he looked at the woman who was curled up under the covers, glaring at him. Who are you? The woman, still under the covers, spoke first. Her tone wasn't exactly angry, but there was a hint of confusion mixed with annoyance. This is what I should be asking you. Qin Yang was losing his mind. Just a second ago, he was telling his mom he wasn't interested in women, and the next moment, he was holding a woman in his bed. But where did this woman come from? Could he have slept with her all night without noticing? Impossible. Apart from his father, no one could approach him without him noticing. Could it be his mom? He didn't doubt his mother's mischievousness. With how cheeky she could very well have pulled off something like sneaking a girl into his bed without him realizing. But that theory was quickly dismissed. If that were the case, why would his mother have just called him to arrange a blind date? So, if it wasn't his mother, where did this woman come from? Did she fall from the sky? Qin Yang was too confused to think straight. Meanwhile, the woman didn't answer his question, but instead tilted her head and seemed to be pondering something. After a moment, the woman scanned the room with her eyes. When she saw the room, her expression froze. Qin Yang noticed her change in expression and immediately followed her gaze. Then, he was dumbfounded. What is going on? The room had completely transformed. It looked as though someone had split the entire room in half with a giant sword. One half was the luxurious decoration of his villa, while the other half had a more antique feel, with a soft and pink aesthetic, clearly designed for a woman. But Qin Yang couldn't care less about the design of the other half of the room. His mind was overwhelmed with one question. What happened here? The room fell into a tense silence. Can you leave for a moment? The woman spoke calmly, as if she didn't mind at all that they had just been in the same bed. As for Qin Yang, looking at the woman with her smooth, slender figure, he certainly didn't want to stay in the room any longer. Without saying a word, he quickly left. Once outside, everything seemed normal, though Qin Yang didn't think the bedroom was the only place that had changed. After all, the sword didn't strike the hallway. He headed downstairs. Hiss. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Qin Yang couldn't help but inhale sharply. The living room downstairs was unrecognizable. Like the upstairs bedroom, it was divided in two, with each side reflecting a completely different style of decoration. What shocked him even more was that a vase worth millions of dollars that had been in the living room was now standing there, but only half of it remained. Where was the other half? He didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care. At this point, all he wanted to know was, what had happened? He sat on a half-soft, half-wooden sofa, deep in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Qin Yang remembered something. He recalled a TV show with a similar scenario. But what was the name of that show again? Before he could think further, footsteps sounded from the stairway. Looking up, he saw the woman who had just been hiding under the blanket now coming down the stairs, wearing a green dress and walking barefoot. Chapter 2. 8,000 years later. Seeing the woman descend the stairs, even Qin Yang, who had no interest in women and was focused solely on martial arts, felt his breath catch in his throat. The blue dress fit her figure perfectly, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Paired with her exquisite and serene face, she gave off an aura of purity, as if she had emerged untainted from a lotus pond. Qin Yang had seen many women before. Back in school, due to his affluent background, outstanding looks, and years of martial arts training that gave him a well-built physique, countless girls had pursued him. He had seen his share of beautiful or charismatic women. But none of those women could compare to the one standing before him. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Qin Yang asked in confusion. However, the woman didn't respond. She simply walked barefoot, her eyes scanning the surroundings in amazement as she made her way down the stairs. When she reached Qin Yang's side, she chose a nearby spot to sit down, remaining silent as she gazed at him. She was staring at him, but Qin Yang was looking at her feet. It wasn't that Qin Yang had any particular foot fetish. He was more curious about the woman walking around barefoot. He wondered if the soles of her feet were as black as a sparrow's. What are you staring at? The woman finally broke the silence. Qin Yang, still fixated on her feet, didn't seem at all embarrassed. He replied with a serious tone. I'm thinking about what happened today. What did you think of? She asked. I think we might have traveled through time. Qin Yang blurted out his theory. Oh, the woman responded casually, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Qin Yang was stunned by her calmness. Huh? You're not at all surprised? You think I'm lying to you? The woman shook her head, saying nothing, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Qin Yang was even more perplexed by her demeanor now. He still couldn't figure out what kind of person she was. Nonetheless, he decided to continue with his theory. I feel like we're from different times. What year were you born? 2006, the woman answered. 2006. Qin Yang was taken aback. 2006. Which house has this kind of decor? He didn't believe her at all. The reason for his doubt was the other half of the room's decor. It looked ancient, but that didn't even do it justice. From the bedroom to the living room, the house didn't have a single modern appliance. It felt as if it had come straight from ancient times. Even if the decor were ancient, you'd expect at least one light bulb, right? If it were 1006, maybe, but 2006 was impossible. However, the woman's next answer made Qin Yang drop his suspicions. I'm from the year 3006. What about you? 3006. Qin Yang was stunned. But then he felt the weight of it. Was this woman from 1,000 years in the future? This room had somehow brought him together with a woman from the future? Qin Yang's mind went blank for a moment. I'm from 2006, 1,000 years earlier than your time. As soon as he said this, Qin Yang could see the woman's expression change. It was clear that she, too, was shocked by this revelation. But she didn't question the truth of Qin Yang's words. Neither of them thought this could be a prank. If someone had the ability to turn a house into something like this without them noticing, they'd have just gone ahead and done it without all the effort. As the woman sank into thought, the two of them fell into silence again. My name is Qin Yang. What is yours? Finally, it was Qin Yang who broke the silence. Ran Zhu, she answered. Ah. Qin Yang was at a loss for words, not sure how to continue. More silence followed. After a long while, Ran Zhu raised her head and looked at Qin Yang, asking, How did you know we're not from the same time? I've seen a similar scenario in a TV show. TV. Ran Zhu tilted her head, clearly confused. Qin Yang, seeing she didn't even know what a TV was momentarily speechless. However, he didn't want to waste time explaining what a TV was, so he simply said, Basically, it's like a dream I once had. Upon hearing this, Ran Zhu seemed a bit skeptical. But Qin Yang didn't mind her disbelief and continued. Basically, we're from different times. And that door, when you open it, leads to your world, while when I open it, it leads to mine. He gestured towards the door nearby. Hearing his words, Ran Zhu's surprise increased, but her expression soon returned to normal. She stood up and walked toward the door. What are you doing? Qin Yang asked in confusion. Going out, Ran Zhu replied curtly. And what about me? Qin Yang was completely confused. You open the door, don't you? That is your world, Ran Zhu responded, speaking more than usual. However, her words didn't make Qin Yang feel any better. What about this house? Qin Yang asked. I want to be coming back here, Ran Zhu said as she headed for the door. Qin Yang was frustrated. What is going on with this woman? They were from two completely different eras, yet she didn't even seem curious. Didn't she want to see what the world 1,000 years ago was like? His gaze fixed on Ran Zhu, and he realized something. She really wasn't curious at all. In her eyes, there was not a hint of faucet. It was as if she had no interest in the 21st century whatsoever. As Ran Zhu reached the door, Qin Yang sighed helplessly. Hey, take me to your world, will you? Huh? Ran Zhu stopped and looked at Qin Yang with suspicion. I want to see what the world is like 1,000 years from now, Qin Yang said, expressing his true thoughts. It's dangerous, Ran Zhu responded coldly. Dangerous? Qin Yang paused for a moment, then smiled and said, It's fine. He had an idea of what she meant by dangerous, judging from the room's decor. It was probably like the ancient times' constant warfare. Ran Zhu seemed about to speak but then remembered Qin Yang's conversation with his mother earlier. After thinking for a moment, she said nothing and simply pushed open the door and walked out. Hey, where are you going? Qin Yang quickly followed her. Meanwhile, in the year 3024, outside a villa in the East Sea, Liu Jie, only you would think of waiting outside like this. A young man, about 5 feet 9 inches tall and skinny as a monkey, stood across from Ran Zhu's villa, complimenting the man beside him. The man he was talking to, known as Liu Jie, had a slightly baby-faced appearance. Upon hearing the praise, he smiled and replied, Of course, Ran Zhu is so aloof. If I didn't use unconventional methods, how would I get close? Apparently, in his words, unconventional methods meant waiting outside a girl's house. Chapter 3. Misunderstanding. However, the skinny monkey-like guy continued to praise. Still, Liu Jie is really thoughtful. That girl, Ran Zhu, doesn't know how to reject people. When we follow her, we'll shamelessly ask to team up with her. She won't say anything, and when we're out hunting demon beasts, the atmosphere will definitely heat up, right? After all, Liu Jie, you'll win Ran Zhu, the most sought-after school beauty, who others have been chasing for so long with no results. You're really clever, Liu Jie. Hearing this, Liu Jie's smile grew even wider, because this was exactly what he had been thinking. Although Ran Zhu was cold and distant, she was the type of person who didn't know how to say no. Hunting demon beasts was inherently dangerous, and in dangerous situations, emotions naturally intensified. Many couples in this world had formed after going on a single team-up mission. As long as he could team up with Ran Zhu, getting her to like him would be much easier. At the thought of this, Liu Jie couldn't help but imagine Ran Zhu's perfect, cold face, snuggling up in his arms. His smile grew even wider, harder to suppress. However, just at that moment, they suddenly saw Ran Zhu's front door open. Liu Jie, she's here. The skinny, monkey-like guy said, waving Liu Jie to move forward. Liu Jie didn't need to be reminded. He almost stood up the moment the door opened. Then, he saw that figure he had been dreaming about standing at the door. But before he could say anything, he also noticed a completely unfamiliar face, looking anxious and saying, "Don't rush, I'm not done yet." Kin Yang was helpless. He didn't expect this woman to be so cold and run so fast. Of course, he wanted to see the world 1,000 years from now, but he still hadn't forgotten that his mom had called him earlier about a blind date. Even though he left and his mom wouldn't notice, she would surely come to his house. What if she saw the unusual state of the room? That would be a disaster. Upon hearing Kin Yang's words, Ranzu stopped in her tracks, her gaze turning suspicious as she seemed to be contemplating something. "Don't rush. Let me finish what I'm doing here, then I'll go with you. How about it? It'll be about 2 hours or so." Upon hearing this, Ranzu turned around to leave. Hey, no, not 2 hours, is half an hour okay? Ranzu's steps didn't stop. 10 minutes, 5 minutes. It can't be less than 5 minutes. At this point, Ranzu finally stopped walking. Kin Yang hurried forward and held up 5 fingers. "Just 5 minutes. Come back to the room with me, just 5 minutes." As he spoke, Kin Yang gently pulled Ranzu toward the room. Ranzu clearly understood that he wanted to report to his family, so she didn't resist. She allowed Kin Yang to pull her into the room. Their hands intertwined, and the 2 figures were clearly visible to the 2 men outside. The skinny, monkey-like guy turned toward Liu Jie with a distressed expression. "Liu Jie, shut up." I haven't said anything yet the skinny guy looked innocent. "I know what you're going to say." Liu Jie's expression turned grim. "I haven't finished yet. Half an hour. Just 5 minutes? Then they're holding hands and walking into the room? What could they be doing in there?" Although Liu Jie was only 18 and still had a youthful innocence, he knew the basics of what went on between men and women. He never expected that the girl he liked, who he was planning to pursue, had already been taken by someone else without him even getting a chance. And it seemed like they had known each other for a while. Otherwise, with Ranzu's personality, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to such an unreasonable request. "What now?" the skinny guy asked. Liu Jie snapped back to reality and gritted his teeth. Wait. Do we have to wait for them to finish?" The skinny guy looked shocked. At this point, they were already this far, and Liu Jie still hadn't given up? "Shut up," Liu Jie snapped. The skinny guy fell silent, but, seeing that Liu Jie had crouched down, he too squatted beside him. Neither of them spoke, they just silently stared at the door, watching. Meanwhile, inside the room. "Don't rush. My mom called earlier about a blind date. Even though she won't find me at your place, if she comes and sees the state of the room, she'll definitely get suspicious." As Kin Yang spoke, he pointed at the ceiling that looked like it had been chopped by a knife. Hearing this, Ranzu nodded but didn't say anything. Kin Yang then picked up his phone, preparing to call his mom, but just as he was about to dial, he hesitated. He looked at Ranzu, cautiously asking, "By the way, can you do me a favor?" "What is it?" Ranzu asked, puzzled. "Pretend to be my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Ranzu was silent, though the shock in her eyes was hard to hide. Kin Yang's request was somewhat bold. "We're from different worlds, right? I'll just visit your world to see what it's like. You just need to pretend once, and it's not like you need to do anything. This way, I'll feel more at ease when I go there with you, right?" After hearing this, Ranzu didn't immediately respond. She fell into thought. Kin Yang, seeing this, didn't rush her. He waited quietly. After what seemed like an eternity, Ranzu finally nodded. Seeing her nod, Kin Yang's face lit up. He quickly took out his phone and dialed his mom's number. As soon as it connected, his mom's furious voice came through. "Kin Yang, you dare hang up on me? I'm already on my way with your dad. You better clean your neck and wait at home for me." Hearing this, Kin Yang was speechless. He thought, as expected, but quickly said, "Why are you coming over? To see how I'm living with my girlfriend? What do you mean coming over? Don't you know about the blind date? I told you if you don't find a girlfriend." "Wait, what? Girlfriend?" "Yeah, my girlfriend's right here. I'll have her say something to you," Kin Yang said as he handed the phone to Ranzu. At first, Ranzu hesitated, but when she saw the urgency in Kin Yang's eyes, she softly said, "Hello, Auntie." On the other end, there was a brief silence, followed by a louder roar. "Turn off that voice changer. Do you think I don't know about this stuff? It's not a voice changer." Hearing this, Kin Yang almost exploded. He immediately raised his voice. Video call, video call. Chapter 4, The Magic World. Without further ado, Kin Yang immediately opened a video call with his mother. As soon as the call was connected, both Kin Yang and Ranzu appeared on the screen. Since they occupied the entire screen, The strange situation in the room was not visible in the video. Well, you really found her. A woman who appeared to be in her 20s but still exuded charm appeared on the video screen. Seeing this woman, Ranzu was slightly surprised. From her voice, she had expected Kin Young's mother to be one of those tough, loud types, but instead, she was a graceful and elegant woman who looked like she hadn't aged a day. That's obvious. Kin Young's tone was exactly like his mother's. What's your name, dear? Upon hearing Kin Young's mother's question, Ranzu quickly reacted and said, Ranzu. How long have you two known each other? Hearing this, Ranzu instinctively glanced at Kin Young, but he was staring at the screen, showing no signs of giving her any hints. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he knew his mother too well. If he gave any hints, his mother wouldn't believe him. She could even identify a voice changer. We've only just met recently, Ranzu replied, bracing herself. Ah, I see. Where are you from? Kin Young's mother continued her interrogation. Enough, Mom. Stop with the registration questions. I already said we just met. Kin Young was slightly annoyed. He had expected his mother to yell back, but to his surprise, she smiled apologetically. Ah, look at me. All right then, I won't disturb your little world. I've got something to talk to Kin Young about. Ranzu nodded in response but didn't leave. She stood there silently. Kin Young's mother, however, didn't seem to care. She turned directly to Kin Young and said, Since you've just met, take her out and have some fun. Get to know each other better. Yeah, we were planning to go out, but I was afraid you'd disturb us. Kin Young said, half joking. Of course not, you can relax. I won't disturb you. By the way, have you spent all the 3 million I gave you? If not, let me know, I'll transfer more. Seeing his mother act so sweet and cheerful, as if a different person, Kin Young knew it was because Ranzu was there. Yeah, it's enough, Kin Young replied. Good, I won't keep you. Bye now. Without another word, Kin Young ended the call. Is it okay now? Ranzu asked, her face expressionless as she looked at Kin Young. Yes. Now it's perfect. Kin Young laughed, letting out a sigh of relief. With his mom out of the picture, he could finally relax and explore the other world. The two of them then walked to the door. Ranzu reached out and opened it. Creak. The door opened, revealing the year 3024. Hey, Liu Jie, they're out. They're out. Hearing the door creak, the skinny guy jumped up immediately. But as soon as he stood up, he saw Liu Jie dart out like an arrow. At the door of the room, Kin Young asked, So, where are we going next? Having just arrived in this world, he was ready to follow Ranzu's lead. Before Ranzu could answer, an untimely voice rang out. Ranzu, this guy looks unfamiliar. Where is he from? Kin Young turned around and saw a man with a square face and a skinny, dog-like figure walking toward him. Standing at 1.85 meters tall and having a strong physique from years of training, Kin Young could tell this person resembled a skinny dog without hesitation. Ranzu didn't answer either the question about the next destination or the one about the man. Seeing Ranzu's behavior, Kin Young asked in confusion, What is going on? Is he your boyfriend? Upon hearing Kin Young's question, Liu Qing's expression softened a little. Although Liu Qing wasn't Ranzu's boyfriend, he had been infatuated with her for a long time. Anyone asking if he was her boyfriend would make him happy, even if they had just done something inappropriate in the room earlier. But then the image of the two of them in the room made Liu Qing's expression turn dark once again. Just as he was about to shout at Kin Young, he heard Ranzu speak calmly. He should be a classmate. Ranzu's tone was so calm, as if she had no recollection of the person in front of her. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart, particularly those two words, should be. But he also understood that Ranzu was telling the truth. There were so many people chasing after her in school, and he was never the most prominent one. It was not surprising if they were not familiar with each other. So, should I go for an awakening right now? Ranzu still ignored Liu Qing. Seeing how they were completely disregarding him, Liu Qing's face turned as dark as thunderclouds. He was about to speak when Kin Young looked back at him again. By the way, what level is that guy? Second tier, Fire Mage, Ranzu replied quietly. Aren't you unfamiliar with him? Kin Young asked, surprised. I can sense it, Ranzu answered. Oh, I see. Kin Young said, now understanding everything. So, this world was a magical one. No wonder Ranzu had said it was dangerous here. With magic, There must be terrifying beasts just like in those novels. Of course, an ordinary person coming to this world would be in danger. But now that Qin Yang understood everything, he wasn't frightened at all. In fact, he was more excited than ever. Chapter 5. A New Method. It is important to note that Qin Yang had already reached the peak of the Dark Realm. To advance further seemed nearly impossible, akin to climbing to the heavens. After all, at such a level, merely relying on physical training would be insufficient for a breakthrough. To make progress, one had to engage in long-term battles, pushing oneself beyond limits through combat. However, in the harmonious society of the 21st century, seeking out battles was hardly an easy feat. He had already challenged all the martial arts families, and their strength was several levels below his. As for his father, although Qin Yang could not defeat him, the gap between them was so wide that a breakthrough seemed exceptionally difficult. This magical world, however, seemed to present an opportunity for him to find a breakthrough. Even someone like him, a martial arts prodigy, would be thrilled by the prospect of crossing into a magical world. Let alone an ordinary person, such a scenario would excite them immensely. The more Qin Yang thought about it, the more his expression grew excited. As for Liu Qing, the thin monkey glanced at Qin Yang, then at Liu Qing. "Big brother, he really seems to be ignoring you," the thin monkey observed. "Shut up." "I'm just saying the truth, big brother." "I know, shut up," Liu Qing shouted. If the thin monkey weren't his lackey, Liu Qing would have loved to just deal with him. Didn't he see that he had just acted like a clown and got ignored by Qin Yang? Yet here the thin monkey was, adding fuel to the fire. Liu Qing didn't care about him and didn't want to look at him either. The thin monkey, still confused, looked at Liu Qing with a bewildered expression as if asking, "Huh? Did I say something wrong?" Liu Qing's face was a deep shade of anger, but he remained silent. Originally, he had come to invite Dai Zu to join him in a team to hunt magical beasts, but upon seeing Qin Yang, he felt betrayed. He wanted to teach Qin Yang a lesson, this guy who appeared out of nowhere and had stolen his goddess away. However, after the thin monkey caused a ruckus, Liu Qing couldn't muster the energy to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Feeling helpless, he approached Dai Zu and clarified his intention. "Dai Zu, I heard you're going to hunt magical beasts in the wilderness today. How about we team up?" Dai Zu glanced at Liu Qing, then turned her gaze away. "No need." Her tone was just as indifferent as it was when speaking to Qin Yang. Liu Qing, however, seemed to have already gotten used to this and forced a bitter smile. "Come on, I've been waiting here for a while. Also, I heard that Huang Rui is coming to trouble you. If we team up, it could save you a lot of trouble." Huang Rui. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Qin Yang felt a little curious, but before he could respond, Dai Zu remained cold as ever. "I said no need." "You." Liu Qing was speechless. Dai Zu then bypassed Liu Qing and walked directly toward the Villa's exit. Only Liu Qing, standing there with a bitter expression, was left behind. Qin Yang, seeing this, said nothing and followed Dai Zu out. Though their conversation had been brief, Qin Yang had gathered enough of the situation. It seemed that Huang Rui had some sort of grudge against Dai Zu, and Dai Zu likely didn't have much of a background. Liu Qing, therefore, was trying to use this opportunity to get closer to her. But Qin Yang didn't care. While Dai Zu was indeed beautiful, he wasn't the kind of person who would lose focus just because of a pretty girl. Right now, what mattered to him was awakening his magic ability. The two of them left, and only Liu Qing, with a forlorn expression, and the thin monkey, stood there. Liu Qing stared at the receding figures of Qin Yang and Dai Zu, and suddenly, the thin monkey approached him. Noticing this, Liu Qing's face immediately darkened. "Shut up. I haven't said anything yet." The thin monkey almost started crying. "I know what you're going to say." Liu Qing scolded him again. The thin monkey looked aggrieved and decided to remain silent. But seeing that Liu Qing stood there without moving, he couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Boss, what should we do next?" "Let's go, follow them." Liu Qing gritted his teeth. Follow them." The thin monkey looked stunned. Even though Dai Zu had made her refusal clear, why keep following them? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Huang Rui will definitely not give up. We'll follow them, and if Dai Zu needs help, I'll lend a hand. Upon hearing this, the thin monkey almost cried. "Boss, what are you hoping for?" "Okay, she might not have a partner, so it's understandable, but she already has one now. The guy is handsome too. Just look at them together, they're like a match made in heaven." Saying this, the thin monkey pointed toward the two figures that had not yet disappeared around the corner, completely oblivious to Liu Qing's furious expression. "Look at him, he's got a better body than you, and he's good looking. He's about the same height as Dai Zu too. They're a perfect match, big brother. With this situation, I don't even know how you're going to pursue her. As he spoke, the thin monkey seemed to realize something, and his voice grew softer, almost inaudible by the end. Turning to look, Liu Qing's face was a mixture of anger and fury. His hands were already gathering fire magic, ready to unleash his wrath. Yes. While Liu Qing had held back when he was with his goddess, now, facing his lackey, he wanted nothing more than to kill him. Seeing Liu Qing like this, the thin monkey quickly changed the subject, panic rising within him. Big brother, should we follow them now, or else they'll be out of sight? Hearing this, Liu Qing finally snapped out of his fury. Noticing that Qin Yang and Dai Zhu were about to disappear around the corner, he dropped the fire magic from his hands and shouted at the thin monkey, "Let us go." With that, Liu Qing ignored the thin monkey and rushed after them. The thin monkey, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he followed Liu Qing closely. On the other side, Qin Yang, following Dai Zhu, felt more and more excited. The gap between him and his father wasn't something that could be closed quickly. To surpass his father would take decades, at least. After all, rapid progress required practical combat experience. However, the 21st century was a peaceful era, and the martial arts families lacked the strength to offer the real combat experience he needed. His father was simply too strong, and fighting him would be meaningless. But now, it was different. Not only could he face magical beasts to improve his combat ability, but he could also awaken magic, gaining an entirely new way to grow stronger. At this moment, Qin Yang even imagined himself defeating his father. Lost in these thoughts, Qin Yang suddenly realized that they had reached the magic awakening location. "You go inside to awaken your magic. I'll wait here," Dai Zhu told Qin Yang and then stood at the door with a stern expression. Qin Yang, now somewhat accustomed to Dai Zhu's temperament, nodded silently without saying anything, then walked into the room. Chapter 6 Awakening. After entering the room, Qin Yang saw the scene in the room. In the center of the room, there is a chandelier. Through the weak light, you can see that there is a rectangular table under the chandelier. Inside the table, there is an old man standing there. When the old man noticed someone coming in, he spoke without looking up. "Are you here for magic awakening?" "Yes," Qin Yang replied. "Then let's start directly." The old man still didn't look up. "Here." Qin Yang was surprised. "There is only a table right now, nothing else. How can you awaken?" Hearing Qin Yang's words, the old man also looked up in surprise and looked at Qin Yang. "You don't know magic awakening? This is something that has been taught in textbooks since childhood. No matter whether it is the first time or the nth time to come here for awakening, the basic process must be familiar to everyone. After all, no one in this world does not want to become a magician. But the one who came today seemed to know nothing about magic. Of course I don't know." Qin Yang answered naturally, without any shame. Looking at Qin Yang's expression, the old man was speechless. "Let's register first." "Oh." Qin Yang nodded, and then came to the old man. When Qin Yang approached, the old man's voice sounded again. "First awakening, right?" "Yes." "How old?" the old man asked again. 20, Qin Yang answered. 20. Hearing this, the old man looked up again, picked up his reading glasses and looked at Qin Yang with a surprised face. "You first awakened when you were 20 years old." "Ah, are you asking about age?" "Oh, then 18. Qin Yang answered. The old man was also speechless for Qin Yang's answer, and then frowned and asked, "Why did you awaken so late?" The best awakening age for a normal person is 15 years old, and at the age of 18, a normal person is basically a first-level magician who can master magic proficiently. A genius can even reach the 3rd level. Awakening at the age of 18 is a bit late. Why so late? You can't say you just came here today, right? After thinking for a while, Qin Yang quickly answered, "I don't know." Then, the old man was speechless again, and then pointed to one of the small rooms in the room with an impatient look and said, "Go in directly, there is an awakening stone inside, just put your hand on it and wait for a while." For this inexplicable little guy, the old man didn't want to say a word. Seeing this, Qin Yang was also happy to be free, and followed the old man's instructions and entered a small room in the room. At the same time, outside the awakening room, Ranzu waited quietly, looking at the sky, wondering what she was thinking, but then, an inappropriate voice sounded in her ears. "Hey, isn't this our civilian school beauty? Why don't you go hunt monsters and stay here?" The sudden voice made Ranzu stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw a woman in a light yellow dress. There were 3 tall men behind her. When she saw this group of people, Ranzu withdrew her gaze with a bored look. This person was Huang Rui mentioned by Liu Qing. Huang Rui was about 1.6 meters tall, and she was a middle to upper level beauty in the entire East China Sea. However, standing in front of Ranzu, she looked a lot dimmer. Even the three men behind her couldn't help but focus their eyes on Ranzu. Huang Rui seemed to have noticed the gazes of the three men behind him. He was very unhappy, but he did not attack the people behind him. Instead, he continued to look at Ranzu and said, "What's wrong? You are so cool in school. You should have a lot of suitors. Why don't you just find a few people to team up with?" At this point, Huang Rui looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "Ah, are you worried that after finding someone, your goddess persona will not stand up?" Hearing this, Ranzu did not even turn her eyes, just standing there quietly. This calm and indifferent look made Huang Rui a little uncomfortable. You don't know why you pretend to be a cool goddess every day. It's disgusting to look at you. You don't know who you are pretending to be a white lotus for. Do you think that this way you can enter the perspective of the powerful children of Donghai and marry into a wealthy family in the future? Huang Rui's words were very unpleasant. Even the men behind him couldn't stand it anymore, and someone immediately spoke up. "Huang Rui, isn't that a bit too much?" "I am too much? Look at her, she's a white lotus." When Huang Rui heard that the person he brought was standing on Ranzu's side, he was furious. He scolded and pointed at Ranzu, who was standing there without saying anything. The men looked at each other, but didn't say anything. But everyone's face revealed a little helplessness. Is it okay for them to not say anything? But they also knew that Huang Rui was usually unhappy with Ranzu, and they came here to support Huang Rui today, so it was not good to continue speaking. However, they didn't speak, but Ranzu spoke up. "You came here today just to say this." Ranzu's tone was calm, and there was no sign of anger at all. However, such a tone made Huang Rui feel a little irritated. But thinking of the purpose of coming here today, Huang Rui's mood suddenly improved a lot, and he sneered. "I came here today because Master Lin wanted me to come and invite you to hunt monsters together and discuss tactics. Master Lin couldn't come because of something, so he asked me to call you." However, as soon as the voice fell, Ranzu said coldly, "No. No." As if he had known that Ranzu would answer like this, Huang Rui showed a treacherous smile on his face. "It's not up to you. To put it bluntly, your White Lotus personality is still very successful. Master Lin likes you, but you have to go today, whether you want to or not." As he said, Huang Rui waved to the boys behind him. The three men behind him immediately stepped forward and prepared to take Ranzu away by force. Seeing the three people coming, Ranzu frowned and subconsciously took a step back. However, just when the three were about to come to Ranzu, a scolding voice came from a distance. "What are you guys doing? Are you going to take me away by force if I don't agree?" As soon as these words came out, the three people stopped almost at the same time and looked at the source of the voice. Not only them, Huang Rui also looked at the person who spoke. Then two figures appeared in the side of the four people. When he saw the two people coming, Huang Rui sneered. "What? Liu Qing, do you want to be a hero to save the beauty?" The people who came were none other than Liu Qing and Shouho, who were squatting outside the door of Ranzu Villa before. Chapter 7 Gifted? In the room, Qin Yang had no idea what was happening outside. At this time, he was looking at his right hand with joy. "Have I awakened successfully?" In his right hand, there was a purple lightning making a crackling sound. This is thunder. Even though he knew this was a magical world, even though he knew he was awakening magic. But when he saw the lightning circling around his palm like a pet, Qin Yang's face was full of uncontrollable excitement. "If this happens to my father..." Qin Yang thought to himself, and even had a picture of a duel with his father in his mind. He attacked, his father blocked, and then he released a thunderbolt. The picture was so beautiful that Qin Yang laughed out loud as he thought about it. He squeezed hard with his right hand. The lightning in his hand suddenly disappeared. Qin Yang opened the door and walked out. The old man took off his glasses and looked at Qin Yang. "How is it? What did you awaken?" "Thunder system." Qin Yang was still immersed in the imagination of defeating his father. When he said this, he still had a smile on his face. The old man didn't feel strange when he saw this, and said immediately, "You're lucky. The thunder system is a powerful attack system whether in the early or late stages. This is your first awakening. Go back and control the magic well. When you can condense the magic in your palm and release it, you will be a real first-level magician." After the old man finished speaking, he thought Qin Yang would say something, but when he found that the other party didn't move at all, he immediately looked up. Then, he saw Qin Yang standing there. "What?" The old man frowned and was a little confused. Then he saw Qin Yang stretched out his right hand, and then a lightning appeared in his palm. The moment he saw the lightning, the old man's pupil shrank slightly, and his face was covered with a strong shock. You can release magic just after awakening? What kind of monster are you? Qin Yang was still at a loss. I don't know either. The old man couldn't help but walk out from behind the table and came to Qin Yang's side. He first circled around Qin Yang, and then came to Qin Yang, looking at the lightning in Qin Yang's hand and asked, "Is this the limit of your control?" Limit? What do you mean? Qin Yang was puzzled. So, you release your lightning system to the maximum, and then release it to that board for me to see. Qin Yang looked in the direction the old man pointed, and there was a wooden dummy there. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang did not hesitate, and directly cut off the lightning in his hand, and then began to condense a new lightning. Seeing Qin Yang cut off the lightning without saying a word, the old man's pupils suddenly bulged. But before he could say anything, a sound of breaking through the air came to his ears. Swoosh! Boom! Qin Yang controlled the lightning and threw it at the dummy with great precision, followed by an explosion. Qin Yang saw that the seemingly defenseless dummy stood there as if nothing had happened after experiencing a lightning strike. My, so weak. Weak. The old man blew his beard in anger. This magic stake can resist all elemental magic below the 3rd level. You, a young man who has just awakened, do you want to break it? Is that so? Qin Yang suddenly realized that this magic could not even break a wooden stake, but it turned out that there was a special routine. But what's wrong with you? The old man looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled look. How can you not only release magic after just awakening, but also take it back directly? And you don't need to guide magic when you release it. What do you mean? Qin Yang didn't quite understand what the old man said. The old man wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start. Wait a minute. The old man held his forehead, and after carefully organizing his thoughts, he looked at Qin Yang and said, "The normal awakening process is mainly to determine your own magic system." Well, Qin Yang didn't know what the old man wanted to express. The old man continued to talk to himself. Then you need to chant and guide, slowly get familiar with magic, and then you can release magic. After all, the human body is relatively fragile. If you release magic directly without getting familiar with it and chanting, it will cause great damage to the body. This is why magic needs to be awakened at the age of 15, because the body cannot withstand the impact of magic when you are too young. When you are familiar with it to a certain extent, the magic can be controlled freely. This is also a sign of entering the 2nd level, but you have just awakened. How can you achieve what only a 2nd-level magician can do? After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled look. Qin Yang half understood and said, "Maybe my body is strong enough to bear this." The old man frowned when he heard this. No reason. By the way, how old did you say you were? 20. I asked about age. The old man roared angrily. Oh, 18. Qin Yang didn't dare to be naughty anymore. The old man had white hair now, and if he continued to be naughty, he might be naughty. Hearing this, the old man also calmed down, then took a deep breath and continued. 18 years old, 3 years late. Although the physical strength is stronger than 15 years old, it is not much stronger. It is impossible to withstand the impact of magic when you first awaken. Hearing this, Qin Yang almost understood. It turns out that he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he also gave himself magic cheats. Of course, Qin Yang must not let the old man know about this kind of thing. After thinking about it, Qin Yang said casually, "Maybe I am gifted? Born with supernatural power." Born with supernatural power. The old man looked at Qin Yang half doubtfully. Maybe it is possible, but how strong is the body to reach this level when it first awakens? Qin Yang had no way to answer this. Well, try to hit me. The old man said to Qin Yang. Me? Hit you? Qin Yang widened his eyes, a little unbelievable. Well, try. The old man said firmly. But what if I beat you to death? Qin Yang was a little worried. Hearing this, the old man was furious. Who do you think you are, kid? Do you think I, an old man, have lived to an age and have been eating dry food? You want to kill. It's your ability to hurt me. Oh, is that so? Qin Yang was a little uneasy about the old man's words. Of course, hit me with all your strength. I want to see how strong your physical strength is. You can reach this level when you first awaken. If you have a clear concept of this, the whole magic world will take a big step forward. The old man said, getting a little excited. Then he looked at Qin Yang and said, Little guy, don't worry, hit me with all your strength. Qin Yang saw that the old man was so persistent, so he didn't refuse, and then said, "Then I try. Come on." The old man got ready. Qin Yang, on the other hand, withdrew his right foot slightly, then swung his legs into a bow step, and then the whole person jumped out like a meteor. Chapter 8. Take action. "Hey, old man, old man." Qin Yang looked at the old man who had fallen to the ground and was sweating profusely. He hurriedly put his finger in front of the old man's nose, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He's still alive. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Yang lifted the old man up again, and then put him on the chair behind the table, letting him sit there. Seeing the old man sitting steadily, as if he would not fall, Qin Yang said helplessly, "What kind of person is this? I thought he could withstand a lot of beatings, and he used all his strength, but he couldn't even withstand 30% of his strength." Qin Yang saw that the old man didn't know his background, so of course he didn't use all his strength. But he didn't expect the old man to lie down like this. But fortunately, nothing happened. If it were in the 21st century, you would have to squat in the orange if you beat someone to death. After the old man was settled, Qin Yang recalled what the old man said before. Obviously, he was a little different from other magicians, and it was very likely that all this was related to his martial arts training since childhood. It seems that after practicing martial arts, learning magic is also a disguised way of cheating. Qin Yang smiled and then planned to leave. Although he was still full of doubts in his heart, it didn't matter. Isn't Ranzu still outside? When we go to hunt monsters together, we can ask. Thinking, Qin Yang walked out of the magic awakening place. At the same time, outside the door, Liu Qing was gritting his teeth and looking at Huang Rui, who looked smug. Looking at Liu Qing like this, Huang Rui sneered. "Every day, you don't know what you are pretending to be here without any skills. Do you really think that a second-level fire system is so outstanding? You really think you are the big brother after taking a fool as your younger brother? Today, young Master Lin is looking for Ranzu. Why don't you try to stop her?" Looking at Huang Rui's arrogant look, Liu Qing wanted to go up and slap her hard. But he didn't dare. The reason was exactly the young Master Lin that Huang Rui had just mentioned. This young Master Lin transferred from Kyoto, specifically for Ranzu. It is said that his family has a great background in Kyoto. Apart from all these backgrounds, this young Master Lin is a third-level space-based expert. Rare, and third level. Those who have reached the third level in the third year of high school are simply rare, not to mention the rare system. He simply cannot afford to offend such an existence. So after hearing about young Master Lin, Liu Qing did not even dare to think of stopping him. The usually talkative skinny monkey on the side also rarely spoke, standing there in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. Looking at the two of them like this, Huang Rui sneered, and then walked towards Ranzu. When he walked in front of Ranzu, Huang Rui asked with a haughty look, "What do you think? Young Master Lin invites you. Do you want to go, or not?" Ranzu just looked at Huang Rui coldly, without saying anything, and then acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Seeing Ranzu like this, Huang Rui seemed to have known it for a long time, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face, but soon the smile disappeared without a trace, replaced by anger. "You are so shameless. You really think you are something. You ignored Lin Xiao's invitation, and you don't even know to find a mirror to look at yourself." While speaking, Huang Rui stretched out his right hand and rushed directly towards Ranzu. Seeing Huang Rui attacking without explanation, Liu Qing's expression tightened and wanted to step forward. But after thinking of what Huang Rui said just now, Liu Qing's expression tightened again. After struggling for a few times, he finally took back the foot that had stepped out. Aware of Liu Qing's actions, Huang Rui looked at Ranzu again, with a playful smile on her face. She had long disliked this Ranzu, especially his calm face no matter what happened. As if he didn't care about anything, his otherworldly appearance made all the other boys in the school fascinated by him. She was going to give Ranzu a hard slap to see if he would still be as aloof as he is now after being slapped. However, just as Huang Rui's palm was about to touch Ranzu's cheek, a broad and calloused hand reached out and grabbed Huang Rui's wrist. Snap! Who? The sudden scene made Huang Rui's face change. When she looked up, she saw a very handsome man holding her wrist high. This man was Qin Yang. Qin Yang had a perfect figure because of his long-term martial arts training. With his outstanding appearance, he stood out even among the male models. He appeared in front of Huang Rui at this time, directly attracting all of Huang Rui's attention. Looking at Qin Yang's face close at hand, Huang Rui even had a picture in his mind. Qin Yang pushed her against the wall, and then said to her in a magnetic voice, "Woman, you are playing with fire tilde tilde." Thinking of this, Huang Rui even forgot what she was doing now, and couldn't help closing her eyes. Then, Qin Yang's magnetic and slightly angry voice appeared in her ears. "Why don't you fight back?" Huang Rui suddenly opened her eyes and found that the man in front of her was not talking to her, but asking Ranzu. Seeing that the man she fell in love with at first sight was also standing up for Ranzu, Huang Rui's anger suddenly rose in her heart, and the whole person began to struggle constantly. Now she urgently wanted to slap Ranzu. Even before, she didn't have such a strong idea in her heart. At this time, she felt that Ranzu had taken her man away. However, no matter how hard she tried, the strong hand was not shaken at all. Before she could speak, Ranju's voice also sounded. Magic is prohibited in the city. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment after hearing Ranju's words. Obviously, he didn't know there was such a rule. After all, it was not mentioned in the magic novels in his previous life. But then, Qin Yang frowned. Why don't you hide? Magic can't be used. If 3 men can't beat a woman, then you can always run away if you can't beat her, right? Hide, then what? Ranzu finally set his eyes on Qin Yang. Hearing this, Qin Yang was stunned again. He understood what Ranzu meant in his eyes. You can dodge an attack, but what about the next one? Facing such a formation, even if you hide, you can't dodge many times. If you are not allowed to use magic, she is just a woman and can't beat the people in front of her. But Qin Yang soon came to his senses and looked at Ranzu and said earnestly, Hide, wait for me to come out. Then what? Ranzu still asked like this. However, this time, Qin Yang smiled, with a hint of arrogance in his smile. Then, after the words fell, Qin Yang exerted a little force with his right hand, and Huang Rui flew into the air. Then Qin Yang turned his body slightly to the left, twisting his waist and lifting his legs. Bang! Swoosh! Then Huang Rui flew backwards like a cannonball. Chapter 9 Help You Resist. Huang Rui never thought that she felt she was in love just now, and she was broken up the next second. The boy she fell in love with at first sight actually kicked her in the stomach. Then she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Then, boom! Smoke and dust rose. Everyone present was stunned. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw Huang Rui lying there like a dead dog, with his face almost covered with blood. Seeing Huang Rui's miserable state, everyone looked at Qin Yang in shock again, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ranzu was also surprised. She asked for the second time just now, and then she wanted to ask Qin Yang, what's the point of finding Qin Yang in this situation? But Qin Yang gave her the answer immediately. But such an answer really shocked her. She didn't want to hide because there were 2 boys on the opposite side, and there was no point in hiding, and she would be caught if she ran, so she simply ignored it. But this is a magical world after all, and boys are stronger than girls, but there are limits. Who would kick someone out like Qin Yang? Even if it was a monster, it would be like this, right? Qin Yang's brutal attack caused silence in the field. Everyone stared at Qin Yang in amazement. It was unknown how long it had been, and finally a voice sounded. Fuck, so awesome, boss. Luckily you didn't mess with this guy just now. The one who spoke was the skinny monkey who had been following Liu Qing. At this moment, Liu Qing was also very grateful. Just now, when he saw this man and Ranzu together, he did have the intention to take action. However, because the skinny monkey was too talkative, he finally forgot about it. So, it seems that he should thank the skinny monkey? Thinking of this, Liu Qing glanced at the skinny monkey beside him and shuddered. The skinny monkey seemed to have telepathy and spoke without turning his head. You're welcome, boss. Hiss. Liu Qing took a breath of cold air, but he didn't curse after all. He looked at the scene quietly, especially the 2 people who followed Huang Rui. He wanted to know how this matter would end next. He knew the 2 people who followed Huang Rui. They were Lin Xiao's lackeys. Lin Xiao is from Kyoto, and his background is very powerful. Qin Yang not only attacked Huang Rui, but also beat Huang Rui so hard, which is undoubtedly a slap in Lin Xiao's face. Will these 2 lackeys give up? You. Do you know that Huang Rui was called by Lin Xiao, and you dare to hit Lin Xiao's people? One of them pointed at Qin Yang and spoke tremblingly, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. However, facing this person's words, Qin Yang just sneered coldly. Lin Xiao. Turn around and look at Ranzu with a questioning face. Who is Lin Xiao? Qin Yang did not deliberately cover up his voice, so that everyone present could hear it. Everyone was speechless for a while. Originally thought that Qin Yang knew Lin Xiao's background, but was just not afraid. I didn't expect that he was a young man who didn't even know Lin Xiao. Ranzu, who knew Qin Yang's background, was not surprised at Qin Yang's doubts. She recovered from her initial shock and opened her mouth to say something, but the words didn't come out. Just when Qin Yang felt speechless, a voice came over. Boss, Lin Xiao is Lin Feng from our school. It is said that he came from Kyoto. He is a third-level space mage. Not only does he have a strong background, but he is also very powerful. Qin Yang turned his head and saw that it was Shouhu. Looking at this lackey who appeared at the door of Ranzu Villa at the beginning, Qin Yang did not omit much malice. Instead, he chuckled when he heard Shouhu's words. Heh, third-level space mage. Looking at Qin Yang's indifferent look, the two people who followed Huang Rui changed from being speechless to being cautious. Not to mention the background, the third-level space mage. Is it not taken seriously by this man? However, how could they know that Qin Yang's chuckle was because magic was not allowed in the city? If magic cannot be used, what's wrong with the third-level space mage? The ninth-level mage has to kowtow before leaving. Of course, Qin Yang also knew that according to the laws in the novel, if he really reached the ninth level, he would not be able to follow this rule of not using magic and let himself be beaten. But that was the ninth level. If this Lin Xiao really came, Qin Yang would make sure to let him know why the flowers were so red. After coming back to his senses, Qin Yang glanced at the two men who were watching him cautiously and said provocatively, "Are you going to stand up for that woman, or get out now?" The two men, who were already frightened by Qin Yang's attitude, dared not stay any longer. They immediately said that they would not fight anymore. Then, under the gaze of everyone, they came to Huang Rui, and then worked together to lift Huang Rui, who was already covered in blood, and then left with some effort. When the two left, only Ranzu, Qin Yang, Liu Qing and Shouhu were left in the field. In fact, you don't need to cause these unnecessary troubles for me. Ranzu, who didn't like to talk very much, spoke. Obviously, she didn't know how to refute Qin Yang's then. However, as soon as the words fell, Ranzu suddenly felt a pair of hands pressing on her shoulders. Then, Qin Yang lowered his head slightly and said to Ranzu solemnly, "Trouble. I just want to tell you that if you are bullied in school, you have to fight back, understand?" Ranzu wanted to speak, but Qin Yang did not give her the opportunity. If you don't resist, she won't resist, then it will encourage her arrogance. It can be said that she can slap you in front of so many people like now, because those people don't resist. Of course I know you can't resist now, so I'm helping you resist now. In other words, am I helping you? I'm helping those poor students who are bullied and have no power. Qin Yang became more and more excited as he spoke, and at the end he was even more righteous, with a spirit of if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Liu Qing watched Qin Yang's passionate speech from a distance, with mixed feelings in his heart. However, at this time, the skinny monkey who had run to Qin Yang had come back without knowing when, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, is he pretending to be cool?" "Shut up." Although Liu Qing was panicked, his voice was very low, for fear that Qin Yang would hear their conversation. Although they were stronger than Huang Rui, he felt that even the two of them could not withstand Qin Yang's kick without using magic. Wouldn't it be courting death to say this at this time? The skinny monkey didn't know why the boss got angry again, and stood there with a wronged look on his face without saying anything. As for Ranzu, after hearing Qin Yang's words, Ranzu seemed to be moved, and his expression was finally not as cold as before, but fell into a period of contemplation. After an unknown amount of time, "Let's set off first." This time, Ranju's voice was not as cold as before, but soft, with an impulse that made people feel love and pity. Chapter 10: The Peculiarity of Qin Yang's Magic. The two left, ignoring Liu Qing and Shouhu. Liu Qing and Shouhu just watched the two quietly as they left their side and walked towards the city gate. "Brother, what shall we do next? Shall we chase after them?" "Why chase after them?" Liu Qing said unhappily, looking so depressed. He started chasing to see if there was any chance to show off. But Qin Yang's actions made him lose the idea of showing off. He dared not move in the face of Huang Rui's threat. But what about Qin Yang? He didn't ask about his background, and kicked Huang Rui to the point of being dead or alive. If there wasn't a more powerful healing mage, Huang Rui would probably die soon. The difference in performance between the two made even him feel helpless. Even if Ranzu was as hard-hearted as he would be melted, right? The most important thing was that it was Lin Feng who was targeting Ranzu now. Facing this young master of the Lin family, he really had no intention of resisting. Who cares? Let's catch up and see. At this time, Shouhu changed his usual image of a younger brother and directly pulled Liu Qing to follow. Liu Qing opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, and was pulled by Shouhu to follow. How is the magic awakening going? Perhaps it was because Qin Yang had just stood up for her, or perhaps it was because of what Qin Yang had just said that touched her. At this time, Ranzu began to care about Qin Yang for the first time. "Oh, that old man said I was a little strange." Qin Yang replied. "Strange? Why is it strange?" Ranzu was a little curious. Normal magic awakening is to awaken a system, and then come out? Waiting to become familiar with the condensation of magic, and when you really release a magic, you will officially become a first-level magician. That's. Then Qin Yang told Ranzu everything that happened in the room. Although Qin Yang, who had read many novels, knew that he had to keep some cards in this world, Ranzu was the person he trusted most in this world, so Qin Yang did not hide anything. Of course, Qin Yang did not say a word about the incident of almost beating the old man to death. At first, when he heard that Qin Yang had awakened the thunder system, Ranzu nodded calmly. After all, in the first level, the thunder system is the most powerful system. Not only is the attack powerful, but the attack also has a certain paralysis effect. Even if it is only the first level, compared with the same level, the thunder system is indeed the most outstanding system. But when he heard that Qin Yang could not only release magic directly, but also dissipate magic at any time, Ranzu stopped immediately. What's wrong? Qin Yang looked at Ranzu. Ranzu's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "You can already release magic? And you can put it away at any time?" "Yes." As he spoke, Qin Yang stretched out his right hand, and then a lightning bolt condensed in Qin Yang's hand, and then the next second, Qin Yang clenched his right hand into a fist, and the magic instantly disappeared. Although he listened to Qin Yang's narration, when he saw that Qin Yang could really release magic freely, Ranju's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. What's wrong? Looking at Ranju's shocked look, Qin Yang felt a little funny. Originally, Ranzu wanted to say something, but when he saw the smile on Qin Yang's face, he immediately lost interest and turned away. Hey! Qin Yang hurried to catch up, but Ranju's voice came over. Your magic is very special. It has reached the level that only a second-level magician can do. When facing a magician of the same level, your specialness will bring you great convenience. Yeah. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang knew better than Ranzu where the convenience brought by the specialness of his magic was reflected. After all, he didn't read so many cartoons and novels in his previous life for nothing. Besides, he had fought with so many people in his own world. He couldn't say how he fought against monsters, but he had much more experience in dealing with people. By the way, you said that being able to control your magic freely is the sign of the second level, so what is the sign of entering the third level? Qin Yang raised his doubts while extending his right hand to release the thunder magic just now. Ranzu didn't care when he heard it, and answered immediately. It's not as easy for a magician to control magic as imagined. The first step is to simply familiarize yourself with it, and then use the body's resistance to magic to successfully release the magic. This is also a sign of entering the first level. As for entering the second level, it means taking it back. Magic has a very strong backlash ability. In the early stage, if you are not familiar with magic, it is easy to cause damage to the body because the magic cannot be taken back. When you can take it back and release it freely, you need to learn to chant while moving. At this point, Ranzu seemed to react to something. Just now, Qin Yang cast a spell, and it seems that he doesn't need to chant, right? So, Ranzu turned his head and saw Qin Yang walking while carefully observing the lightning in his hand. Seeing this scene, Ranzu was no longer shocked this time, but frowned tightly. This guy. Although he knew that Qin Yang and himself were not from the same world, why could this guy ignore the damage caused by magic to the body? Besides, instantaneous magic, isn't that something that can only be done when entering the fourth level? And the fourth level doesn't allow all magic to be instantly cast, but can only release the first level, which is not very powerful magic. If it was the fourth level, it would be fine, but the guy in front of him had just awakened. If he hadn't crawled down from the same bed with this guy today, Ranzu would even suspect that this guy had already reached the fourth level and was pretending to be a newbie. Huh? What's wrong? Qin Yang was studying his own magic and didn't listen to what Ranzu just said seriously. After all, he was a person from the 21st century. When had he ever seen such a thing as hand-rubbing lightning? Although there are also famous people in physics who rub lightning with their hands, it's weaker than his current situation, right? When he came to his senses, Qin Yang also realized what Ranzu had just said. However, Qin Yang was not surprised at all. Instead, he asked curiously, "What level of magician am I now?" Level 4. Although you have done what a level 4 magician can do, I sense that your realm is level 1, and the magic you release also looks ordinary level 1. Oh, so that's it. Qin Yang was not discouraged at all when he heard this, but was a little happy. After all, he had just awakened, and he was satisfied with so many plug-ins. Of course, Qin Yang also knew that this was basically the convenience brought to him by his strong physique. Now Qin Yang can't wait to try the monsters in this world. Chapter 11 No Magic. East China Sea Magic High School. Treatment Room. The treatment room is very large, with more than 100 square meters. At the innermost end of the treatment room, Huang Rui was lying there covered in blood. Beside her, a thin man wearing glasses was treating her with a green glow in his hand 10 centimeters above her body. Behind the man, there was a group of men standing around. 2 of them were the 2 who went with Huang Rui to cause trouble for Ranzu. In the middle, there was a man wearing a Chinese shirt with a black dragon pattern. The man looked calm and did not speak, just watching quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the green light on the hand of the bespectacled healing mage gradually dimmed, and he also withdrew his hand. When he stopped the treatment, the man in the Chinese shirt spoke. Liu Dong, how is she injured? After hearing this, Liu Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead, then stood up and said respectfully to the man, Young Master Yi, Huang Rui is seriously injured. Her ribs are almost all broken, and her organs have also been seriously displaced. These are nothing, but many blood vessels in her brain are ruptured. I'm afraid she needs to seek treatment above the 4th level to recover. Hearing this, almost everyone present took a deep breath. They all saw the miserable state of Huang Rui when he returned. They all knew that Huang Rui was seriously injured, but they didn't expect that he was seriously injured to the point of being on the verge of death. There are only a few 4th level healing mags in the entire East China Sea. This is too cruel. How dare the city do this? You won't report this to the law enforcement team. Fuck, this is a fatal move. If he is taken away by the law enforcement team, he will be locked up for life. Everyone was talking. The 2 people who went with Huang Rui didn't say anything when they heard the discussion of the crowd, but just stood there with their heads down. Lin Feng looked at the 2 people who had been silent all the time and didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. After an unknown amount of time, the discussion of the people around him gradually subsided. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in the center. It was at this time that Lin Feng spoke. Tell me the details of what happened. No blame, no accusation, just a very calm tone. However, it was this tone that made the 2 of them shudder subconsciously, and then one of the men began to repeat everything, including Huang Rui's desire to take revenge on Ranzu. Lin Feng was not surprised at all when he heard that Huang Rui was going to slap Ranzu. To put it bluntly, the reason why he chose Huang Rui was precisely because of this. He knew that Huang Rui was unhappy with Ranzu, and he just wanted Huang Rui to step on Ranzu's face hard to let Ranzu know how important power is in this world. He wanted to use facts to gradually disintegrate Ranzu's unwavering heart. At that time, he only needed to take revenge for Ranzu again, and then Ranzu would accept him step by step. He had plenty of ways to deal with such a cold woman. But when he heard that a boy suddenly appeared to defend Ranzu, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became fierce. You said that Huang Rui was kicked like this with just one kick? What magic did he use? Space-related magic. No, we didn't feel any magic fluctuations. That feeling. One of them tried to recall. The other one hurriedly added. It felt like a monster. There was no magic at all. Huang Rui was beaten like this by the strength of his body. The 2 of them were still trembling in their voices when they spoke. Obviously, Qin Yang's kick had left them with psychological trauma. No magic. Lin Feng was surprised to hear this answer. He thought that Huang Rui must have been injured by magic if he was so badly injured. After all, as a space-related mage, he was most familiar with this method. But he didn't expect that the 2 of them actually said that the other party didn't use magic. Before Lin Feng spoke, someone on the side was surprised first. How is it possible? Did they use magic tools? That's right, you 2 must have seen it wrong. How could someone hurt someone like this without using magic or magic tools? If that's the case, wouldn't the law enforcement team's ban on the use of magic in the city become a joke? No magic. What does this mean? It means that they can't even think about going back for revenge. No one in the city can use magic. The other party is so fierce without magic. What can they do with more people? Really? The 2 were about to cry, not knowing how to explain. In fact, they were also shocked. Otherwise they wouldn't have run away without saying a word. You know, Lin Feng was determined to let Ranzu come today. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just looked at the 2 quietly. He saw that the 2 people in front of him were not lying, and there was no need to lie. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately asked, Where is Ranzu now? This. Hearing this, the 2 were stunned. They were so scared that their legs went limp just now, and they were thinking of taking Huang Rui away, who could still notice Ranju's movements. Seeing this, Lin Feng was silent again. However, this time he did not remain silent for long, and soon said to the 2, You 2, and Liu Dong, Chen Xiao, and I will go to the north gate. After the voice fell, 2 more people stood up besides the 2. One of them was Liu Dong, who treated Huang Rui. Seeing that several people were about to leave, the rest of the people were a little confused. Boss, what about Huang Rui? He won't die for the time being. I will arrange it when I come back. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't care about them and took a few people away directly, leaving everyone in the room looking at each other. Near the north gate, Ranzu walked in front, and Qin Yang walked behind. After Qin Yang asked Ranzu a few questions and knew his situation, he began to study magic alone. However, not far behind Qin Yang, the skinny monkey followed quietly, looking at the thunder magic in Qin Yang's hand with curiosity, and didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't know why a big man who could beat people half to death without using magic would study first-level magic. Could it be the second awakening system? In fact, he was not the only one curious. Liu Qing was also curious. However, Liu Qing was much more disciplined than the skinny monkey. After the two followed, Liu Qing was about 10 meters away from Qin Yang. After all, the two sides were not familiar with each other, and they almost had a conflict in the morning. It was not good to observe other people's privacy at close range. Just as the two were observing Qin Yang from a distance, they suddenly found that Qin Yang's face suddenly changed at this time. Then it seemed as if he remembered something particularly terrifying. Such an expression made Liu Qing, who had been observing him, suddenly twitch his heart. Even the heartless skinny monkey was surprised. What happened? The two were confused, and saw Qin Yang looking at Ranzu nervously and asked, "By the way, did you just say that magic is not allowed in the city?" Chapter 12 He will. Qin Yang was very unsure when he said this. Just before hitting someone, Ranzu said that he was not allowed to use magic. He had been using magic all the way. What if he was discovered? This is not like the 21st century. In the 21st century, he was second to none. No one except his father could beat him. But in this magic world, high-level magicians emerge in an endless stream. He doesn't think he can be the same in this world as in the 21st century. Ranzu was walking, and suddenly heard Qin Yang's voice and turned around. When he saw Qin Yang, who was still arrogant when dealing with Huang Rui, he felt angry and funny when he was nervous now. But taking the initiative to communicate is not her strong point after all. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start. Qin Yang just stared at Ranzu. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't get an answer. Finally, the thin monkey who had been watching the show stepped forward and spoke. "Boss, it's not that you can't use magic in the city, but you can't abuse magic to hurt people in the city." After hearing the thin monkey speak, Qin Yang noticed Liu Qing's little follower. "Huh, but Ranzu just said that you can't use magic." That's because Ranzu, the school beauty, doesn't like to talk. "Boss, you are not so close to Ranzu. Don't you know her speaking habits?" The thin monkey was a little surprised. It took the people in their school 3 years to adapt to Ranzu's way of speaking. This boss seems to have such a close relationship with Ranzu, but he doesn't even know this? After hearing this, Qin Yang thought for a while and felt a little embarrassed. "Ah, we just met not long ago, I'm not sure." Just met not long ago. Hearing this, the thin monkey was shocked. It was because he knew Ranzu well enough that the thin monkey thought Qin Yang and Ranzu had known each other for a long time. So they just met not long ago. The relationship between the two is so sweet not long ago. If Ranzu's pursuer knew about this. Speaking of pursuers, Shouho subconsciously looked back at Liu Qing. "Fuck you." Liu Qing wanted to curse, but thinking of Qin Yang's move just now, he held back. Helplessly, he could only stare at Shouho threateningly. But Shouho didn't care about Liu Qing's look. He had already explained to Qin Yang. You can definitely use magic in the city. After all, when you awaken your magic, you need to make sure you have control over magic. And the magic test in the 3rd year of high school, they all use magic jewels in school. If you don't use magic, how can you test it? Let's take a step back. The world is so dangerous now, and the city is not absolutely safe. If you don't allow the use of magic, wouldn't you lose even the most basic means of defense? Listening to what Shouho said, Qin Yang nodded in agreement. That's reasonable. Like what Ranzu said just now about not using magic, it seemed too ridiculous to him. By the way, why didn't those two fight back just now? Qin Yang asked the question in his mind. Since it was not forbidden to use magic, the two people should have been able to attack him just now, so why did they leave with that woman in disgrace? However, after hearing this, Shouho was sweating profusely. "Boss, your attack was like a monster. Who dares to move?" "What do you mean like a monster?" Qin Yang's face was dark. Brother, who would kick someone so far with one foot, and there was no magic fluctuation? Of course, even the straightforward Shou who didn't say this, but just muttered it softly. However, the movement of his lips made Liu Qing see it thoroughly, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How come he can speak freely here, but knows what to say and what not to say in front of Qin Yang, right? Qin Yang didn't notice Shouhu's little move, but when he saw someone chatting with him, he immediately asked Shouhu, "By the way, what happened to that woman just now?" "Oh, that Huang Rui, she has pink eye disease." When talking about Huang Rui, Shouhu still had disdain on his face. Hearing the gossip, Qin Yang immediately became excited. "Tell me more about it." "Ran University's campus beauty is beautiful and has a good personality, so she has many suitors in school. Huang Rui is actually not bad looking, but everyone's eyes are on Ran University's campus beauty, so they are jealous and want to make trouble. But her magic power is not as good as Ran's campus beauty, so she can only find ways to target her. For example, today's Lin Xiao, I guess Huang Rui is just taking chicken feathers as a token of revenge." Shouhu said everything he found out and what he thought in his heart. Qin Yang was quite surprised when he heard this. "Ha! You know it so clearly." "Han, I know myself well and I know I am not worthy of Ran, so I didn't pursue Ran. A bystander can see clearly." Shouhu smiled, but as soon as he finished speaking, Liu Qing behind him couldn't help it anymore. "You keep scolding me." He had been holding back since morning. Although Shouhu was direct at that time, he hadn't been so direct. Now he is scolding him in different ways, right? Hearing Liu Qing's movement, Shouhu was helpless. "Boss, I'm not scolding you, it's us. We should really face the reality. Let alone Ran's talent is better than yours. Even if Ran doesn't despise your poor talent, what about Ran's pursuers? Can you beat them?" Hearing Shouhu's words, Liu Qing was suddenly stunned. Yes, even if there was no Qin Yang, Ran Zhu was really with him, then what? When Lin Feng's people came, he didn't even dare to fart. What should he do then? Even if Ran Zhu is really his girlfriend, if Lin Feng asks him to hand over Ran Zhu, will he do it? Liu Qing's expression suddenly became depressed. He knew that if he really encountered such a situation, he might really hand over Ran Zhu. Even if he didn't, his family would ask him to do so. Perhaps someone like Ran Zhu is really suitable for someone like Qin Yang who would fight at the slightest disagreement. While thinking, Liu Qing looked at Qin Yang. His eyes were one of giving up and relief. Ran Zhu is too good. Even if she has no background, she has many suitors around her who are far from comparable to her just by virtue of her beauty and talent. Take good care of Ran Zhu for me, Liu Qing said in his heart. Then he saw Shouhu's meaningful expression. He will. Me. Liu Qing was really going to explode. No one can stop me. I must kill Shouhu, the bastard, today. However, at this moment, Qin Yang suddenly noticed the strangeness of Shouhu and turned to, "What's wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, Liu Qing almost instantly thought of Huang Rui's miserable state, and his hair stood up. He put down his hands that were just about to condense magic at this time, and then hurriedly shook his head. No, nothing. Chapter 13, First Meeting. What's wrong with him? Qin Yang looked at Shouhu again. He must be worried. Shouhu hurriedly changed the subject. Oh. Qin Yang really didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Now he had a lot of questions to ask Shouhu around him. There was no way. Ran Zhu didn't like to talk, and he couldn't understand many things. Now it was hard to find someone who talked a lot. Of course he had to ask. Before Qin Yang asked, he suddenly found that Ran Zhu, who was walking in front, stopped. What's wrong? Qin Yang just said it, and saw Ran Zhu looking forward expressionlessly. In front of him, there were 5 people standing there. The leader was a man wearing a black dragon pattern, looking at Ran Zhu with a smile, but there was a trace of admiration and greed in that smile. But it was hidden very deeply. This person is Lin Feng. The thin monkey quickly added. Oh. Qin Yang suddenly realized that Liu Qing's little brother was really useful and could give him the answer he wanted at the critical moment. I don't know why Liu Qing often disliked this little brother. Behind Lin Feng, 4 people stood there quietly, especially the 2 people who saw Huang Rui being beaten. When they saw Qin Yang, their breathing stagnated, and they stood in front of their bodies with their hands as if they were going to use magic in the next second. The other 2 were not much better, looking at Qin Yang with vigilance. After all, they knew the 3 people present except Qin Yang. As for Lin Feng, he didn't even look at Qin Yang, but kept looking at Ran Zhu. Soon his face was covered with a touch of tenderness, and then he took something out of his arms. Then Lin Feng spread out his palm, and saw a white stone lying there quietly. The moment they saw the stone, everyone present, whether it was those who followed Lin Feng, or Liu Qing and Shouhu, all had greedy expressions on their faces. Only Qin Yang stood there in a daze, obviously not knowing what the stone was. But soon, Shouhu's slight voice came over. Boss, this is the Eye of the Wind Stone. the demon core of a 4th level demon beast. The market price is 30 million. 30 million? Qin Yang was also surprised when he heard the price. He didn't expect the prices in this magic world to be so high, and he didn't expect that Lin Feng would take out something of this value as soon as he said he would. What surprised everyone even more was yet to come. Lin Feng looked at Ranzu's slightly moved expression and smiled softly. I know your goal this time is this, so I'll give it to you. As Lin Feng's voice fell, everyone present took a breath of cold air. Hiss. Although they already knew why Lin Feng took out this thing, they couldn't help but be surprised when they heard that Lin Feng would give away something worth 30 million yuan. Even Ranzu didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so generous, but she quickly shook her head. Thank you, no thanks. Lin Feng was not surprised at all, and smiled calmly. Don't want it. That's a pity. By the way, who is this person behind you? At this time, Lin Feng seemed to have just seen Qin Yang. When he saw Qin Yang, a hint of jealousy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, but it was quickly hidden perfectly. The person behind him. Ranzu knew who Lin Feng was asking about, but what was the relationship between Qin Yang and her? Say they were friends? The two had physical contact in the morning. But if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, it was obviously not. This simple question actually stumped Ranzu. But fortunately, Ranzu didn't like to talk much, so she didn't give any clues by not answering at this time. If you don't want to answer, forget it. Are you going out of the city to hunt monsters? Do you want to come together? Hearing this, Ranzu replied coldly. No need, there are people. Someone, of course, refers to Qin Yang. Hearing this, before Lin Feng could speak, 2 people behind him stood up. Boss, Huang Rui is seriously injured. We want to go and see. The 2 people were the 2 who carried Huang Rui back. At this time, the 3 people acted as if Huang Rui's beating Ranzu had nothing to do with them. Well, go. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned and looked at Ranzu with a smile. If they don't go, you can come with your friends. Such a demeanor, such a domineering behavior. If it were an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she would have been taken down by this domineering president. But Ranzu was very unhappy about this. She turned her head and gestured to Liu Qing and Shouho, and said lightly, No, go with friends. Hearing what Ranzu said, the other 2 almost subconsciously wanted to go back. But before they could speak, Lin Feng smiled and said, With the 2 of them, even if I am the 5th person, I am afraid I can't take down the 4th level Wind-Eye Giant, right? And the Wind-Eye Giant is a monster that gathers in groups. The Wind-Eye Giant, that is a medium-sized 4th level monster. An ordinary full-strength 3rd level team would simply seek death if they encounter it. Lin Feng dared to bring Qin Yang, who didn't know the details, because he had the confidence. He had the confidence that Qin Yang could solve the Wind-Eye Giant even if he was just paddling. But if he said that Liu Qing and Shouho, 2 2nd level ones, were brought in, and they crossed 2 levels to fight against the Wind-Eye Giant, it would be impossible no matter how many trump cards he had. Let him get familiar with the actual magic combat first. Ranzu said truthfully. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Oh, this brother hasn't fought yet. There was no mockery in Lin Feng's face when he looked at Qin Yang, as if he was just surprised. However, facing Lin Feng's little thoughts, Qin Yang just laughed. Of course, I just awakened today and couldn't find a good team, so I can only hold on to the thigh of Ran, the school beauty. The harmless smile on Qin Yang's face, looking at Lin Feng's eyes twitching, almost didn't collapse, but still forced himself to hold it back. Well, following a high-level team can indeed quickly gain experience, but men should always rely on themselves sometimes. If you say that Lin Feng's previous words were a bit disguised, this sentence is already exposed. In this regard, Qin Yang's smile did not diminish. Rely on yourself? Those with parents rely on parents, those with women rely on women, and only relying on yourself is such a stupid thing. Only those who have no family and no women will often say it. As he said, Qin Yang also said meaningfully, Why go barefoot when you can wear shoes? Why didn't Lin Feng understand what Qin Yang meant? Doesn't this mean that he relies on his family and can't get the favor of women? But he couldn't understand how Qin Yang said something like eating gigolos in a high-sounding way. However, in front of Ranzu, Lin Feng obviously didn't want to lose his demeanor, and chuckled. Then I hope you always have shoes to wear. Don't bother. Qin Yang smiled back and gestured to Ranzu. Let's go. Ranzu opened his mouth when he heard the words, but he didn't say anything after all, and took the lead to walk out of the city. Qin Yang followed him and gave Lin Feng a smile that deserved a beating. That smile made Lin Feng want to punch him. The next one was the skinny guy, who was almost inseparable from Qin Yang. Liu Qing watched the 3 people leave like that, and stood there in a daze, but finally gritted his teeth and followed them. Chapter 14. First Level Monster? Boss. Watching the 4 people leave, one of them looked at Lin Feng with a helpless expression. However, Lin Feng waved his hand. Go back. Aren't you going to go out for training? Just form your own team. That over there, Ranzu. One of them followed Huang Rui to find the boy who was dyeing bamboo and talk to him. Dyeing bamboo. Lin Feng snorted coldly. After she fails, she will naturally understand the benefits of power. Of course, he didn't take Qin Yang seriously. He thought he was just a clown who came out of nowhere and only knew some kung fu. But do you want to use these boxing and kicking skills to deal with a 4th level Eye of the Wind Giant? That is undoubtedly wishful thinking. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the crowd looked at each other and quickly dispersed. Only Lin Feng was there, walking slowly towards the school. At the same time, outside the city. Why don't you agree to that guy? I see you really need it. Qin Yang said to Ranzu. However, before Ranzu could answer after these words were spoken, Liu Qing and Shouho were speechless. But soon, they heard Ranzu answer. I want to be on my own. Ranzu answered very seriously, and was obviously not angry at Qin Yang's seemingly joking words. Qin Yang was very curious about this. Of course I know you have to rely on yourself for everything, but if you need this kind of thing right now, it wouldn't be a big deal if I agree to it once in a while, right? Once there is a first time, there will be countless times. Ranzu's cold voice came out. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but look at Ranzu with a higher opinion. I didn't expect that this quiet girl has such a high level of ideological awareness. After thinking for a while, Qin Yang continued. But this road is still difficult after all. But if you can get everything by just reaching out, you are destined to never become a truly strong person. This time, Ranzu's tone was no longer cold, but became extremely firm. I still admire you for this. Qin Yang showed a gratified smile on his face. Okay, where are we going next? Should we try to kill that giant with the Eye of the Wind? Qin Yang planned to skip this topic and see if he could help Ranzu solve his current predicament, although he didn't know what the Wind Eye Stone was used for. No. Ranzu shook his head. Why? Qin Yang wondered. However, Ranzu became his previous taciturn self again. It was the skinny monkey who was sharp-eyed. Seeing Qin Yang's expression, he immediately came up to explain. Boss, we can't win with this configuration, right? Huh? What configuration? Qin Yang was puzzled. It's like this. The normal configuration is 2 outputs with 2 assistants and 1 healer. Ranzu is a 3rd level wind element, so she can be considered an assistant. As for the bootlicker at the back, the skinny monkey pointed at Liu Qing, who was walking at the end of the team, and continued to speak without paying attention to Liu Qing's frustrated look. He is a Tier 2 fire element, a DPS, and I am a Tier 2 healer. If you are a Tier 4 DPS element, then we can defeat him. But if not, it will be difficult to defeat the Eye of the Wind Giant. After hearing the skinny monkey's explanation, Qin Yang suddenly realized, is that so? By the way, big man, what department are you in? Skinny monkey asked. According to his perception, the magic element in Qin Yang's body was very weak, as if it had just awakened. He couldn't sense what had awakened at all. Although he had just seen Qin Yang at the magic awakening place, Shouho certainly didn't think that Qin Yang was as simple as he seemed. After all, it was impossible for a newly awakened mage to kick Huang Rui. In his opinion, Qin Yang must have other means. The skinny monkey was thinking, but heard Qin Yang say, Thunder, 1st level. When he heard about the thunder system, the skinny monkey's eyes lit up, but when he heard that it was only the 1st level, the skinny monkey was shocked. Ah, 1st level? Boss, you are only at the 1st level. Liu Qing also looked at Qin Yang with surprise. 1st level? Not to mention Qin Yang's skills, just the courage he showed in facing Lin Feng couldn't possibly be 1st level. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Does that mean we can't fight the Eye of the Wind Giant? Qin Yang quickly skipped the topic of his 1st level. Of course not. If you, boss, are only level 1, it would be difficult for our team to kill level 3. Looking for level 4 would be seeking death, right? The skinny monkey replied. Okay. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Ranzu. Where are we going then? Let's go to the 2nd level first so you can get familiar with it. Ranzu replied. Okay. Listening to the conversation between Ranzu and Qin Yang, Shouho and Liu Qing felt disappointed. What does it mean to get familiar with it? So this guy who looks so powerful has never even killed a monster? Then, they heard Qin Yang's voice again. Huh? Why aren't you wearing shoes? You're always barefoot. Qin Yang discovered that Ranzu still wore bare feet like she did at home. Aren't her feet sore? Boss, that's a magic tool. The thin monkey's weak voice came. He didn't know what to say anymore. This so-called big boss seemed to be coming to this world for the first time today. He had never seen any monsters and didn't know anything about magic tools. Oh, I see. Qin Yang nodded and did not ask what the magic tool was. After all, he had read so many novels and knew something about it. Then the four of them set off directly and walked towards the woods not far away. In the woods, looking at the three people around me who had slowed down their pace since entering the woods, I unconsciously followed their pace. Suddenly, Ranzu, who was walking in front, stopped. Then, Qin Yang saw a dog right in front of them, looking at them with anger. A husky the size of a large Alaska. When Qin Yang saw the dog, he was a little confused. Why stop? This is a first-level monster, the snow wolf. You can adapt your magic to it first. Ranzu said calmly. This thing. A monster. Qin Yang almost laughed out loud. He thought the first-level monsters in this world were extremely terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be an oversized husky. Yes, this snow wolf is extremely fast. An ordinary first-level magician cannot deal with it alone. You have to be careful. Facing this first-level monster, Ranzu could easily deal with it, but if it was someone like Qin Yang who didn't know magic, it would be very difficult. Of course, having seen Qin Yang in action, she didn't think that Qin Yang had no chance of winning. She just wanted Qin Yang to clearly understand how terrifying the monsters in this world are, so that he wouldn't be flustered when he encountered a second-level monster. However, after hearing Ranju's words, Qin Yang could no longer hold back his laughter. What else do we need to be careful about? As he spoke, Qin Yang ran towards the direction of the snow wolf. Careful! Seeing Qin Yang rushing up without saying a word, Ranzu became anxious. She thought Qin Yang would condense magic and kill from a distance. But didn't he expect that Qin Yang actually wanted to get close to me? Doesn't he know that if a magician takes the initiative to approach a monster, it is undoubtedly an act of seeking death? Not only her, but also Liu Qing and Shouhou behind her looked panicked. The three of them began to condense magic almost at the same time, planning to rescue them. But then, they saw that Qin Yang was extremely fast, so fast that the snow wolf didn't even have time to react before Qin Yang got close to him. Then, under the gazes of everyone, Qin Yang kicked the snow wolf directly in the waist and abdomen. Bang! The first-level snow wolf, like Huang Rui before, flew backwards and then crashed into a tree not far away. Boom! Looking at the snow wolf that had fallen to the ground, the three people who were gathering magic to rescue it stopped their actions almost at the same time and looked at Qin Yang in front of them with horror. Chapter 15. Another way to hunt monsters. In the magical world, especially in the wild, letting down your guard is undoubtedly a very deadly thing. But at this time, the three of them didn't care about their own safety at all. They all looked stupidly at Qin Yang, who was standing there as if nothing had happened. Why can humans fight monsters head-on with their bodies? Why can humans' physical strength crush monsters? Qin Yang's hunting method undoubtedly refreshed the three people's views. Liu Qing and Shouhou looked at Ranzu almost at the same time, with puzzled looks. It felt as if asking, "Where did you bring this person from?" Ranzu was also extremely surprised, and even because of it, his breathing became rapid. Why are you all looking at me like that? Qin Yang looked at the three people standing there, feeling a little confused. A large husky weighs at most 200 pounds. Not to mention that I have trained before. Even if I were an ordinary person who had never trained before in my previous life, I'm afraid that I would be able to burst out with such powerful explosive power when someone around me is in crisis, such as my 1-year-old daughter who is about to be bitten by a dog. He couldn't understand why the three people looked at him like that. Boss, is this snow wolf dead? The skinny monkey spoke tremblingly. Qin Yang's kick was much more intimidating than the one he used on Huang Rui. I don't know, I guess. Qin Yang didn't care about the life or death of the snow wolf. After all, with his strength, such monsters posed no threat to him. However, he was not disappointed when he thought that there were even more powerful monsters in this world. After hearing what Qin Yang said, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the snow wolf. The snow wolf is not dead yet. Well, actually, it is no different from being dead. The snow wolf was now lying under a big tree, constantly vomiting blood. It was obvious that the power of Qin Yang's kick just now had completely deprived the snow wolf of its combat effectiveness. I'll go see if there's anything valuable. After being shocked, Ranzu said this, then stepped forward and began to harvest the corpses. Harvesting on the battlefield is always accompanied by dangers, and one must guard against unexpected risks, so harvesting is usually done by the wind type, which is known for its speed. Apparently Liu Qing and Shouhou were already used to it, so they didn't stop him and just watched Ranzu harvest the corpses. Qin Yang also looked at Ranzu quietly. Ranzu first gave the snow wolf the final blow, and after the snow wolf was completely dead, he touched the ring on his left hand, and then a dagger appeared in Ranzu's hand. Then Ranzu used a dagger to cut open the snow wolf's head. After observing it for a while, Ranzu shook his head. There is no demon core. Having said that, Ranzu stood up without even looking at the snow wolf's body. Is the monster core the only valuable thing about a monster? Qin Yang asked the question that was in his mind. At this time, the skinny monkey came up to answer. The corpses of demon beasts are also valuable, but not very valuable. The corpse of a snow wolf would only be worth less than 1,000 yuan if it were sold. If there were a demon core, the value of one demon core would be 8 or 9,000 yuan. Hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly realized. Oh, so, since the carrying space is limited, we don't need to take the first level corpse with us, right? Qin Yang put his many years of experience in reading novels to use. That's right. For us, we should bring a second level. No, a third level corpse, right? The skinny monkey said this with some uncertainty. When he knew that Qin Yang was only a first level thunder mage, he felt that their team could only deal with second level monsters. But seeing how brutal Qin Yang was, he felt that even if they were dealing with third level monsters, they could still defeat them as long as they didn't encounter a group of monsters. At this time, not only Skinny Monkey thought so, but others also thought so. Then let's go directly to the third level. Qin Yang also became excited when he heard Skinny Monkey say this. Qin Yang was certainly not excited because he wanted to sell the monster's corpse for money, but mainly because he was thinking about the battle. I really wasn't interested in first level monsters. They were too slow and had little power, and they could be killed instantly. If it were the third level, it would be much more interesting. However, Qin Yang was rejected by Ranzu as soon as he opened his mouth. Go to the second level first and get used to it. Ranzu didn't say much, but his meaning was very clear. After hearing Ranzu's words, Qin Yang felt a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. He knew that Ranzu did this for his safety and for everyone's safety. If I can't deal with the third level monster, I'm afraid the whole team will be in danger. Then a few people headed towards the activity area of the second level monsters. We encountered some first level monsters along the way. But this time Qin Yang did not take action. Instead, Ranzu and Liu Qing, two magicians of the wind and fire elements, began to deal with these monsters. However, the magic of the two cannot kill in one blow. Even if it is at the level of crushing the monster, it still takes some time to fight against it. Not only that, their magic has a consumption value. Once the magic is exhausted, even if Ranzu is a third level monster, it will be very dangerous for him to enter the activity area of second level monsters. Then Qin Yang took action again. The large husky was fine. Qin Yang still had to rush forward and kick it with all his strength. When encountering a snake, Qin Yang simply grabbed the snake's vital point and slapped the snake twice so that it couldn't find its way east, south, west, or north. Finally, he killed it with the dagger given by Ranzu to cut off the monster's head. The speed left Ranzu and the other two stunned. You know, although this type of small snake is only at the first level, it is really difficult to deal with. Not only is it small in size, but it is also extremely fast. Liu Qing's magic couldn't hit him at all. Even Ranzu would have to work hard to deal with it, but Qin Yang solved it so easily. This makes them feel very unbalanced. After all, they started to understand the habits and weaknesses of monsters since they were young, and then learned magic when they reached a certain age. After years of hard training, they found that others were stronger than them without using magic. Anyone would feel unbalanced if this happened to them. Of course, Skinny Monkey, the healer, is not among them. After all, he is always protected wherever he is. Then, a third level wind system, a second level fire system and the healer successfully arrived at the second level area under Qin Yang's protection. Then, they soon encountered their first second level monster, the horned rhinoceros. When Qin Yang saw the horned rhino from a distance, he was about to go up again, but Ranzu shouted, "Don't be impulsive, this is a second level monster." After hearing this, Shouhou and Liu Qing on the side also reacted. After being protected by Qin Yang for so long, he had forgotten that this was a second level monster. It's really no wonder they were like that. The first level monsters they encountered along the way were originally their biggest headache. I didn't get anything valuable, but I needed to solve the problem. As a result, every time before they reached the second level monster, they had to rest for a while and replenish their magic. And someone needs to keep an eye on you during breaks. However, Qin Yang dealt with all the monsters along the way, and even some small monsters that suddenly appeared, Qin Yang was able to deal with them without them noticing. As a result, when they face a second level monster, their first reaction is to ask Qin Yang to deal with it. It was not until Ranzu spoke that they reacted and began to prepare for battle. Chapter 16 Complaints. Second Order. What kind of monster is this? Qin Yang looked at this animal that looked like a rhinoceros. The voice of the skinny monkey also came out. A second-level horned rhino is a monster known for its defense, and its tonnage is even more terrifying than that of a first-level monster. If you want to deal with it like you did before, it will be a bit difficult. Just like before, he used his body as a weapon. Qin Yang's incredible explosive power against a first-level monster was indeed beyond their expectations, but the weight of a horned rhinoceros that was calculated by tons could never be the same as that of a first-level monster. Oh, I see. Qin Yang nodded and did not rush over again rashly. Seeing that Qin Yang did not act rashly, Ranzu breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Liu Qing beside him, "How long does it take for your second-level magic to condense?" This was the first time that the goddess took the initiative to talk to him. Liu Qing was a little flattered, but he had something important to do right now, so he naturally didn't blush or feel shy. He quickly replied, 8 seconds. So long. Qin Yang was surprised. Liu Qing's face turned dark, but facing Qin Yang, who could tear a first-level monster apart with bare hands, he didn't dare to confront Qin Yang like he did to the skinny monkey. Fortunately, Shouhou came out to explain in time. It normally takes about 10 seconds to condense second-level magic. 8 seconds is already a very good result. Is that so? What about the first level? If it's the first level, it will take about 5 seconds if it has just been awakened, but if it reaches the third level, the first level magic can be cast almost instantly. Oh, that's it. Qin Yang nodded. While the two of them were chatting, Liu Qing and Ranzu went to deal with the monsters. Originally, Liu Qing wanted to say something as he saw Qin Yang chatting and laughing, but all along the way, Qin Yang had to deal with the first-level monsters, so he couldn't say anything, right? Helpless, I could only begin to gather magic. The magic here had just been condensed, and the horned rhino over there seemed to have sensed something. It turned its view and saw Liu Qing, who was condensing magic. Seeing this scene, the horned rhinoceros turned around and rushed towards Liu Qing without saying a word. Wind Blade. Just when the horned rhinoceros was about to take action, Ranzu made his move. Ranzu just let out a light shout, then swiped his right hand in front of him, and a wind blade flew directly towards the rhino's head. The horned rhino was caught off guard and was hit directly in the face by Ranzu's wind blade. The first-level wind magic hit the horned rhino but did not leave any wound. However, this wind blade stopped the horned rhino. The horned rhino glared at the incredibly beautiful woman in front of him with anger. At this moment, it didn't care about Liu Qing, who was casting magic. Without saying a word, it turned around and rushed towards Ranzu again. Just follow the wind. Ranzu released the magic that he had prepared long ago, and soon Qin Yang saw that Ranzu was floating away into the distance with the help of the wind. However, the speed of the horned rhinoceros was not slower than Ranzu, and its retreat speed was almost the same as Ranzu's. Wind Blade. As Ranzu retreated, he swung out another wind blade. The horned rhinoceros paused slightly and continued to move forward. Qin Yang, who was watching the battle from a distance, felt a little depressed when he saw this scene. Why do you have to shout before you use a skill? Qin Yang had wanted to complain about this matter for a long time, including some novels about magic from previous lives. It's like some kind of chunibyu. You have to shout every time you cast a magic spell. Why? The skinny monkey looked at Qin Yang in surprise and said nothing. Seeing this, Qin Yang was a little confused. What's wrong? Boss, casting magic requires full concentration. Shouting it out can help you concentrate more, making it easier to cast magic. At least it's less likely to fail. Can casting magic fail? Qin Yang was shocked again. However, Shouhou was more surprised than Qin Yang. You don't know this either. I don't know. Qin Yang answered very naturally, without any shame at all. This time, the skinny monkey was finally speechless. As the two chatted, the fiery red on Liu Qing's hand became more and more intense. Soon, Liu Qing shouted, "Lead it to me." Seeing this, Ranzu didn't waste any words. He floated in the air and flew towards Liu Qing. Seeing this, the horned rhino followed him without giving in. Seeing this, Liu Qing directly threw the magic in his hand towards Ranzu. Fireball. Ranzu seemed to have been prepared for this. The moment Liu Qing made his move, he turned in the air, leaving Qin Yang dumbfounded. No, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself if you wear a skirt that flutters like this? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Yang clearly felt Ranzu's delicate body tremble in mid-air, but it quickly recovered. The skinny monkey next to him kept coughing. Ahem, boss, we are hunting monsters, be serious. Oh. Qin Yang also noticed that Ranzu was behaving strangely, but he didn't dare to disturb her. However, after seeing the situation of the horned rhinoceros, Qin Yang couldn't help but speak. It didn't hurt much, did it? In Qin Yang's eyes, the horned rhino did suffer a lot of damage after resisting Liu Qing's fireball, but it did not affect its mobility. Still rushing towards Ranzu, Skinny Monkey was explaining science to Qin Yang like a teacher. That's what a second-level magic is like. If it were a third-level magic, it might be able to kill a monster in one strike. Magic of the same level is unlikely to kill a monster in one strike. Oh, I see. Qin Yang nodded. Seeing the two people in the field playing the same cooperation as before, he continued to ask, in that case, how many attacks do we need to deal with this second-level one? About 7 or 8 times. The Skinny Monkey said this with some uncertainty. So many times. Wouldn't it take a long time to fight that second-level monster? Qin Yang was speechless. Of course, not everyone can be like the big boss and deal with monsters without using magic. The Skinny Monkey's words were not a compliment. Before he met Qin Yang, he had never seen anyone hunting monsters like that. Qin Yang did not say anything after hearing this, but quietly observed the attack habits of this monster. This horned rhino. How should I put it? With his ability, if he were to use his bare hands, it would indeed be quite troublesome, but if he had a sharp weapon that could hurt the horned rhino, it would be about the same as killing a first-level monster. Of course, it would be much easier with Barrett. He can even snipe instantly or flick the target. Unfortunately, something like Barrett no longer exists in this world, and it would be a hassle for him to get it even in the 21st century. Of course, trouble can be found. Given his father's title as the guardian god of China, it is possible for him to get a Barrett. But how can I explain the use of Barrett to my father when the time comes? I use the Barrett to pick up girls? That definitely won't work. The battle was intense, and Qin Yang had already begun to consider whether to bring a Barrett with him. Soon, while Qin Yang was thinking, the battle here gradually came to an end. Chapter 17 Preparation for Practice. Fireball. With Liu Qing shouting again, the horned rhino finally couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Ranzu in the air with hatred on his face and died with hatred in his heart. Boom! As the horned rhinoceros collapsed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Ranzu went to harvest the corpses, while Liu Qing stood there gasping for breath. Are you too weak, big brother? Qin Yang complained at the right time. Huh? What's wrong? The Skinny Monkey was a little confused and didn't know what Qin Yang meant. Standing still and casting a few spells are enough to make you so tired. Qin Yang explained the origin of Shu. Casting magic consumes a lot of mental energy, and it is very difficult to control the balance of magic. If it were an ordinary magician, I'm afraid he would fail several times. It's amazing that you can guarantee that you won't fail, brother. Ah, is that so? Qin Yang expressed his doubt. After all, when he was experimenting with magic before, he didn't feel tired at all. Magic was cast as soon as he said it, and he didn't need to shout any slogans. Of course it is. So your healing magic will also be very tiring. That's for sure. Skinny Monkey basically answers every question, and Qin Yang finally chose to believe it. As for Liu Qing, who was standing not far from them, he felt so frustrated when he heard their conversation. It's already amazing that he, a level 2 player, can kill the monster so quickly when he is the only output in the team, right? I didn't expect that I would be disliked by others. Under normal circumstances, he would either throw a fireball or simply quit. But thinking of Qin Yang's horrific methods of dealing with first-level monsters, Liu Qing felt that he could still endure it. Several people have their own thoughts. Ranzu began to harvest the corpses of the horned rhinoceros with a dagger. After Ranzu had collected all of the horned rhinoceros' internal organs, he came to the crowd and said, "This one doesn't have a demon core. Remember how many demon beasts there are. Go out and divide the money." As soon as the voice fell, Liu Qing hurriedly said, it's okay. I still trust your credibility, Ranzu." In response, Shouho and Qin Yang also nodded. Especially Qin Yang, although he had only known Ranzu for a short time, he still trusted him very much. After all, this girl speaks her mind and never hides anything. As for this money, Qin Yang didn't know where the money was needed, so if he was given it, he would take it, and if he wasn't given it, he would just ignore it. Seeing everyone nod, Ranzu then turned his gaze to Qin Yang and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's okay. I feel that if I were given a weapon that can hurt it, I could solve it faster than you." Qin Yang told the truth. However, such words made Liu Qing feel very heartbroken. I'm working myself to death here, and I didn't expect that I would be despised by others. On the contrary, Ranzu did not show much emotion when he heard this, but silently showed the dagger in his hand that he used to harvest the corpses of monsters. Is this okay? It's too short. Is there a longer one? No. Then let's use this one. It can also be used. Qin Yang took the dagger from Ranzu and observed it carefully for a while. He didn't know what material it was made of. If possible, it would be nice to take it back and ask someone to copy a big knife for him. After hearing Qin Yang's words, everyone was speechless. Do I really have to use this corpse harvesting dagger to fight a second-level monster? If it really is the same as before, they will really cry to death, especially Liu Qing. He had already used up half of his magic power to deal with a second-level monster. He couldn't deal with 2 more. If Qin Yang could still hunt down second-level monsters like cutting leaks, he would really have to call Qin Yang the boss like the skinny monkey. So what do we say next? The skinny monkey seemed to see everyone's confusion and asked, "Let's try it first." Ranzu said calmly, "If not, I can save people." As for Liu Qing, he covered his chest and said, "That's right, I need to take a break too." Okay, where is the next monster? Qin Yang picked up the dagger, already looking forward to fighting the second-level monster. The monster that Liu Qing had just defeated with great effort already made him feel a little excited. Don't worry, we have to look for the lone monster, otherwise it will be dangerous. Ranzu said, "Well, I'll leave this to you." Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang had no experience at all about when monsters were alone and when they lived in groups. Ranzu nodded when he heard this, and then left without looking back. Seeing this, Qin Yang wanted to follow, but was stopped by the skinny monkey. What's wrong? School Beauty Ran is going to look for a lone monster, so the rest of us should rest here. The skinny monkey explained. Then why don't I follow them? Oh, there's a tired guy here, and if I leave, there will be no one to protect you. Qin Yang originally wanted to say that if he met a suitable person, he would just kill him directly. But looking at Liu Qing's condition, let's just forget it. One is a healer and the other is half dead. If I leave now, these 2 will be completely finished if they encounter some monster. Puff. When Liu Qing heard this, he almost vomited blood. Whether this guy can deal with a second-level monster is another matter, but why does he act like they are? It has to be said that at this moment, Qin Yang was almost the same as Skinny Monkey in Liu Qing's mind. After all, skinny guys are also very annoying. Qin Yang did not follow Ranzu, but sat on the ground in an ungraceful manner under the gaze of Shouhu. Seeing this, Skinny Monkey also sat next to Qin Yang. "Boss, where are you from? Why do I feel like you know nothing about magic and monsters?" Know nothing about magic and monsters? There are such people in this world, but they are basically ordinary people who will never come into contact with monsters in their lifetime. But with Qin Yang's skills, he can kill a first-level monster, and he seems very confident that he can take down a second-level monster. How is it possible that he knows nothing about monsters? Not only Shouhu was puzzled, Liu Qing also began to listen attentively. However, Qin Yang just laughed it off. "I can't tell you this. It's a secret." I originally thought that Qin Yang would tell me which village it was or something, but I didn't expect the other party to actually say it was a secret. What's the secret about this? Just tell me which village you are from. Could you be a time traveler? The skinny monkey was speechless. He had no idea that he had guessed half right with just a casual guess. By the way, where did you learn these skills, sir? How come you are so amazing? I've been practicing since I was a child. What? You want to learn? I'll teach you. Qin Yang smiled. Hearing this, Shouhu's eyes lit up. Is this true or false? Even Liu Qing, who was not far away, couldn't help but look over. If you really want to practice this skill with Qin Yang, why would you need to go into the wild so much trouble? When looking for a third-level monster, you don't need to rest to replenish your magic energy. Chapter 18 Raikiri. Of course it's true, but if you want to learn, you have to start from the most basic. Qin Yang said very seriously. The most basic. They asked almost at the same time. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats and 10 kilometers of long-distance running every day. Qin Yang said in a serious tone. But the 2 people's reactions to hearing this were different. The skinny monkey's eyes lit up, as if he saw a way to become stronger. As for Liu Qing, he was surprised. So much. As a result, this sentence attracted the attention of Qin Yang and Shouhu. What's wrong? Liu Qing seemed a little flustered. You'd better stop practicing. Qin Yang was speechless. If you are afraid of hardship when practicing martial arts, then what is the point of practicing? Just when a few people were chatting happily, Ranzu suddenly floated over like a ghost. I found the place. Let's go. Qin Yang said, and he couldn't wait to get up and run after Ranzu. Liu Qing and Shouhou were no exception and followed directly. Ran Zufeng was in front and Qin Yang was behind, and they were moving very fast. It was so fast that Shouhou and Liu Qing found it very difficult to keep up. Looking at the distant figure, the skinny monkey came to Liu Qing's side at this time. "Brother, don't you find something wrong? Do you remember me, your elder brother, at this time?" Liu Qing complained, but still asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you notice that the relationship between the two isn't as ambiguous as we thought?" "What?" Liu Qing was a little confused. "You've seen young couples go out into the wild and show off their affection. Look at them, it's like they just met not long ago." The skinny monkey shared his observations. Liu Qing also reacted to this at this time, but quickly said, "Is it not okay for me to not want to be like this? To be honest, it is a very painful thing to praise your rival, especially the rival who has snatched away your goddess." But after such a short period of contact, Liu Qing had to admit that Qin Yang was very outstanding and gave people a different sense of security. Even he, a man, feels this way, let alone women? Is that so? The skinny monkey looked at Qin Yang's back in confusion and did not speak anymore. In this way, several people kept walking, and soon Ran Zhu, who was walking in the front, stopped. Qin Yang, Liu Qing, and Shouhou, who were behind him, also stopped. Ran Zhu pointed straight ahead, and soon the three of them saw a lone horned rhinoceros. "How is it? Are you sure? Watch me." Qin Yang was full of excitement. Then he rushed out with a dagger in his hand. Seeing Qin Yang rushing forward as he said, Ran Zhu subconsciously wanted to stop him, but in the end he still failed to stop Qin Yang. Liu Qing and Shouhou behind him never took their eyes off Qin Yang. They really wanted to know whether this big guy would be able to crush a second-level monster as he did a first-level monster. Soon, Qin Yang was less than 10 meters away from the horned rhinoceros, and the horned rhinoceros also noticed the intruder. The moment it saw Qin Yang, the horned rhino rushed towards Qin Yang directly, just like the one that Ran Zhu and the others had dealt with before. However, when Qin Yang saw this scene, he just stood there motionless. Seeing this scene, the three people not far away couldn't help but hold their breath. Putting aside other things, with a second-level monster charging towards them like this, there are only a few people in the East China Sea who dare to remain motionless. Under the gaze of everyone, when the horned rhinoceros was only about 1 meter away from Qin Yang suddenly moved. Qin Yang moved to the right, and as he moved, he stabbed the dagger into the eyes of the horned rhinoceros. Puff! As Qin Yang's knife fell, blood spurted out from the rhinoceros' eyes. Then the horned rhinoceros became furious, and its entire head began to shake, trying to knock Qin Yang away. Qin Yang did not linger in the fight after his successful attack. Instead, he pulled out his dagger and rolled on the ground, avoiding the attack from the horned rhino. Seeing this, the horned rhino stepped towards Qin Yang again. Seeing that the horned rhinoceros was about to kick them, the three people behind him almost forgot to breathe. If you step on it, you will basically be declared dead. But then, they saw Qin Yang immediately stretched out his hands, then grabbed the horned rhino's feet, exerted a little force, and the whole person was out of the horned rhino's trampling range. By the time the horned rhino's feet landed on the ground, Qin Yang had already come to its side, and then stabbed a dagger into its abdomen. When the sound of metal collision was heard, and Qin Yang's face suddenly changed, and he turned his head abruptly. "Is this the same dagger you gave me?" Ran Zhu was shocked to see Qin Yang was distracted while fighting with the horned rhino, but he immediately explained. There is a huge difference between a living monster and a dead monster. The defense of a horned rhino is extremely high. You need to use magic to attack it first, so that it can no longer defend itself, and then you can stab it in. In critical moments, Ran Zhu talked a lot more. Qin Yang was also a little depressed when he saw this. This woman has seemed very experienced since she came in, so why did she tell such important information only now? After Ran Zhu finished speaking, he also realized his own problem and hurriedly said to Liu Qing behind him, "Be prepared to attack." Liu Qing had already used up more than half of his magic power, and was exhausted after a long journey. However, he also knew that the situation was urgent, so he had no choice but to start condensing fire magic. Liu Qing took action, and Ran Zhu also started to act. However, on Qin Yang's side, the horned rhinoceros defense and attack were indeed very fierce. It was so fierce that Qin Yang couldn't fight it head-on. However, the speed of the horned rhinoceros was a big flaw in Qin Yang's eyes. At this moment, he was dodging the attack of the horned rhinoceros while starting to think, "Need to use magic? Then should I try the lightning magic that I just awakened?" After being here for such a long time, Qin Yang almost forgot that he knew magic. After all, I have been used to fighting with others for more than 10 years, and it is a bit difficult to change this habit for a while. Thinking of this, Qin Yang dodged the attack of the horned rhinoceros again, and then went around the side of the horned rhinoceros. Then he prepared to insert the dagger into the horned rhino's waist and abdomen again. "Get out of the way." Ranzu's voice was heard, but Qin Yang ignored it and stabbed the horned rhinoceros with a dagger. As Qin Yang moved, a force of thunder and lightning flowed along Qin Yang's palm and covered the entire dagger. When the dagger touched the waist and abdomen of the horned rhinoceros, this time there was no metal collision sound, but it pierced directly into the flesh of the horned rhinoceros. But Qin Yang still felt a huge resistance. Seeing this, Qin Yang increased the power of his thunder magic without saying a word. Then the entire dagger smoothly pierced into the body of the horned rhinoceros. Raikiri. Recalling the slogan that Ranzu and the others would shout every time they released magic, Qin Yang also shouted this slogan as if possessed by a ghost. Then, the dagger covered with lightning power cut along the waist and abdomen of the horned rhino like cutting melons and vegetables. The horned rhinoceros was almost cut in half by Qin Yang. Not far away, Liu Qing, who was performing magic, Ranzu, who was preparing to rescue someone, and Shohu, who had been watching the show, were all stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 19. I also know a little bit of boxing. No, what level of lightning magic is Raikiri? The skinny monkey heard Qin Yang shout and asked the question that everyone was wondering. In their impression, there are endless ways to use magic, but the first level magic has always been lightning strike, and they have never heard of such a move as Raikiri. Almost at the same time, Liu Qing and Shoho both set their eyes on Ranzu. Ranzu, who noticed the gazes of the two people, didn't know how to explain for a moment. This Qin Yang, such a talent in magic? Thinking of this, Ranzu's gaze towards Qin Yang changed slightly. However, the battle on Qin Yang's side has not stopped yet. The horned rhinoceros was seriously injured in the waist and abdomen, and blood was flowing continuously. The pain in its body made the horned rhino extremely angry, and at this moment it wished it could tear Qin Yang in front of it into pieces. But even a horned rhino in full condition couldn't attack Qin Yang, let alone a seriously injured one. Qin Yang dodged the attack of the horned rhinoceros, but he did not think of killing it. After all, this was a rare opportunity for actual combat. While Qin Yang was dodging, he took advantage of the moment when the horned rhino could not turn its head and stabbed a dagger into the rhino's neck. As the power of thunder was released, the dagger quickly penetrated. Then Qin Yang made another stroke. The second-level horned rhinoceros fell to the ground with a loud bang. However, the three onlookers did not come to their senses until the horned rhinoceros was dead. How long did this take? The skinny monkey asked in a daze. Liu Qing looked bitter. Less than half a minute. Qin Yang was not lying. He was much faster than himself in dealing with the second-level monster. Although magic was used, it was because the weapon was not sharp enough. If Qin Yang was given a sharp long sword, perhaps this battle would end faster. Liu Qing felt frustrated and helpless. He really couldn't imagine that in this age where monsters were rampant, there were people who could train their bodies to such a level. Oh my gosh, is there a place to take a shower? Just when the three were surprised by Qin Yang again, Qin Yang's voice also came. Qin Yang's body was stained with the blood of the horned rhinoceros. Qin Yang wiped it with some disgust, but after wiping for a long time, he couldn't wipe it clean. He had no choice but to throw the dagger to Ranzu, and then ask the talkative skinny monkey. The skinny monkey shook his head when he heard this. Water resources are generally hard to find in the wild. The nearest place with water to us has a third-level monster active there. It was obvious that this skinny monkey was not hunting monsters for the first time, so he knew a lot. Ah. Qin Yang was surprised. What about drinking water? We all have storage rings with food and drinks in them. Boss, you don't have any. This time it was the skinny monkey who was surprised. Storage ring. Qin Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. A ring that can store items. If you were to ask what is the most bizarre thing in magic and fantasy novels, it would be this storage ring. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the 31st century. Where the hell are you from? Liu Qing couldn't help it. He kept warning himself that this man was a big shot and could beat him to death at any time. But when he saw that Qin Yang didn't even know about this kind of thing, he really couldn't help it. If you say you don't understand monsters and magic, I can tolerate that, but you don't know about storage rings and that you need to bring water and dry food when hunting monsters. Didn't I tell you that it's not convenient for me to talk about it? Qin Yang said righteously. But I want to know. Liu Qing stared at Qin Yang. He felt that there must be some big secret about Qin Yang. Otherwise it was impossible for a person to be so ignorant, unless he was a fool. But can a fool have the strength to fight a second-level monster alone? Absolutely not. Qin Yang's strength must be related to his secret. However, facing Liu Qing's aggressive questioning, Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Don't you understand the meaning of inconvenient?" If you don't understand, I also know some boxing skills. Liu Qing shut up immediately after hearing that. Even the second-order horned rhinoceros was no match for Qin Yang. If he said another word, Qin Yang would definitely beat him up, not to mention whether he would kill someone. Seeing that Liu Qing had finally calmed down, Qin Yang then looked at the skinny monkey. Do you all have storage rings? Yeah. The skinny monkey nodded. Where can I get this? Qin Yang continued to wonder. The thin monkey had a black face. Boss, storage rings are rare items. You need to buy them on the market, and they are very expensive. For example, the one in my hand only has 3 cubic meters of storage space, but the market price is 1 million. As he spoke, the skinny monkey showed the storage ring on his hand. Qin Yang took a look and found it was similar to the ruby ring in his previous life. 3 cubic meters. Qin Yang was stunned. It was such a distant word. He almost forgot how big 3 cubic meters were. But soon Qin Yang frowned. Is 1 million too expensive? If it were the 21st century, he could buy it even for 30 million. If it was 300 million, he would risk being beaten to death by his father and sell the antiques at home to buy one. But he doesn't have the money of this world. 1 million is not expensive. If we don't have a storage ring, we can only transport it by manpower, which is not only tiring but also very dangerous, said the skinny monkey. So the magician doesn't need any resources at the beginning, but a storage ring. Oh, so that's it. Qin Yang nodded. Now he is eager to make money to buy a storage ring. When the time comes, I will go back to China and look for some big guys there to see if I can copy some of them. If this can be copied, it will be a huge step forward in technology alone, not to mention other things. What are you talking about? Just as they were talking, Ranzu came over, but his eyes stayed on Qin Yang while he spoke. Give me some water and food first. Qin Yang came in without bringing anything. He was a little thirsty after killing so many monsters and walking for such a long time. Ranzu didn't waste any words when seeing this. He directly took out some water and dry food from his storage ring and threw them to Qin Yang. And the skinny monkey also spoke at this time. We were talking about the storage ring. It seems that the boss doesn't have a storage ring, and he didn't bring anything with him when he came in. Ranzu understood what he said, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Qin Yang's disdainful voice. Why is there no meat at all? Qin Yang was going crazy. All Ranzu gave him was some water and bread. How could he bear this after years of practicing martial arts? However, Ranju's answer was very simple. Lose weight. Puff. Qin Yang almost vomited blood when he heard this. Then he turned his head and looked at Shouho and Liu Qing. The two of them looked at each other, but in the end, they said nothing and took out all the meat from the storage ring. Chapter 20. No such person. East Sea Magic High School. School Infirmary. Huang Rui was still lying on the hospital bed. In front of her, a middle-aged man in his 30s was treating him, and his treatment technique seemed to be of a high level. Behind the middle-aged man, Lin Feng was looking at Lei Yuan in front of him with a cold expression. How is it? Did you find out? Lei Yuan looked a little hesitant when he heard this. Seeing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly. Just say whatever you want to say, don't grind your teeth. I couldn't find any specific information about this person. It felt like this person appeared out of nowhere, but I did find some information about this person at the place where magic awakened. When he heard the first half of the sentence, Lin Feng couldn't help but frowned, but when he heard the second half, he hurriedly said, Oh, any information? No, I only know that this person is called Qin Yang. He is 18 years old, and today he awakened for the first time, and his awakening was to the lightning element, that's all. Ha! The first awakening at the age of 18. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard the news. Yes. Lei Yuan did not continue speaking. After all, awakening at the age of 18 was itself a bit puzzling. Is there no other news besides this? Lin Feng frowned. No more. After hearing Lei Yuan's words, Lin Feng paced back and forth in the medical room, and what Qin Yang said to him today kept appearing in his mind. Thinking that Ranzu went out today just for Qin Yang, he gnashed his teeth even more. It seems that this Qin Yang is Ranju's backup plan for the magic competition. Magic competition. He is not a student of our school. Oh. Lei Yuan was stunned. The magic competition is equivalent to the college entrance examination. Although the team must be composed of students from their school, there is one more point, which is that there can be 2 additional places, and the attached person must not exceed the highest level in the team. In other words, the highest level of the people in the school is the level at which the people attached to them cannot exceed. This Qin Yang, his thunder attribute has just awakened, but no one dares to underestimate this newly awakened person. After all, They all knew that what was terrifying about this man was not his magic, but his skills. Magic requires chanting. If this person rushes forward recklessly, although he cannot directly defeat the entire team, he can still cause them considerable trouble. It is even possible that you will be kicked out if you are not careful. Just look at Huang Rui's injuries and you will know. What should we do next? Lei Yuan asked. Lin Feng thought about this for a while and said calmly, take care of Huang Rui. If she wakes up, give her the benefits you promised her. I'm going to go out and do something. Doing things. Lei Yuan was stunned. Ranju's team is not the only one that can find a substitute. Lin Feng said this and left. When Lei Yuan heard this, he was confused at first, and then he became excited. Lin Feng is also looking for a substitute? Of course, Lin Feng couldn't look for a substitute in the East China Sea. If not in the East China Sea, where else could he look? Kyoto. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that those freaks in Kyoto were more than twice as strong as those in the East China Sea. If it were really those freaks in Kyoto, wouldn't they have almost certainly won this competition? Field. Qin Yang looked at the meat the two of them brought out, somewhat speechless. That's all. Is this not enough? The two were shocked. Skinny Monkey even added, Boss, this is our food for 10 days. Is it not enough for you? Isn't this all you eat in 10 days? Qin Yang was speechless as he looked at the 1 or 2 kilograms of beef. Well, we don't just eat meat. This is enough, replied the Skinny Monkey. Forget it. I'll go cut that thing and cook it. Qin Yang said as he stood up and prepared to cut the meat of the horned rhino. Boss, don't seeing this. The Skinny Monkey hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked puzzledly. You can't eat that stuff. Why? Is it poisonous? Qin Yang was puzzled again. It's not poisonous, but the meat of this monster has great energy. If you eat it, your body will not be able to hold on. The Skinny Monkey had seen Qin Yang's ignorance. Now he was no longer surprised, but was afraid that Qin Yang would really eat the monster meat. Boss, this meat is really inedible. Liu Qing also came up to stop him. Qin Yang looked at Ranzu with some suspicion. Ranzu also nodded. Seeing that all three of them were like this, Qin Yang continued to ask, What do you mean by your body can't hold on after eating? The energy stored in the body of a monster is enormous. An ordinary person would probably explode if he took even a small bite of it, Ranzu explained. Oh, it means to provide you with food. That's just right for me. Qin Yang's eyes lit up when he heard that. I usually eat several kilograms of meat at home, but it's because I exercise too much every day and consume too much. Now that there is such a thing, isn't it just perfect for him? Qin Yang ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and cut off a small piece of meat by himself, then handed it to Liu Qing. Hey, heat it up for me. No, something bad will happen. At this moment, Liu Qing no longer cared about Qin Yang treating him as a cook. He was really worried that something might happen to Qin Yang during the meal. I don't know when it started, but Liu Qing no longer minded the fact that Qin Yang came out of Ranzu's room in the morning. After all, he had also seen Qin Yang's strength, and he had already wanted to withdraw. If he refused now, he was really worried about Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang curled his lips when he saw this scene. If you don't come, I'll do it myself. Come by yourself? Everyone originally thought that Qin Yang would give up, but they didn't expect him to say such words. But how do you, the thunder element, cook food? Immediately afterwards, they saw Qin Yang took out a haystack from somewhere, then put his hands on the haystack and controlled the lightning. The lightning released is very small, with only sparks from the collision of lightning. The sparks hit the haystack, and soon the grass was set on fire. This scene stunned the three of them, as if they were asking, can magic be used like this? This control over magic doesn't seem like something that a first-level person can do, right? Asked the Skinny Monkey. I can't do it. Liu Qing shook his head in shame. It is easy to make light things heavy, but it is difficult to make heavy things light. Now, the smallest magic he could cast was a fireball the size of a basketball. It couldn't be any smaller. How is it possible to turn lightning magic into a small spark like Qin Yang? The two of them unconsciously looked at Ranzu again. They who are at the second level can't do it. So what about Ranzu who is at the third level? Ranzu did not answer them. At this moment, she just frowned and quietly watched Qin Yang who was making a fire. Noticing the gazes of the two, Ranzu said calmly, Let's repair it here first. The two of them nodded when they heard this. In fact, they were tired after walking for so long. In fact, if it were an ordinary team, they would have been almost the same here. They were able to do the same as an ordinary team of 5 people because they had one less person, and it was also thanks to the first-level monsters in the area not taking action. But even so, they were very tired. Soon, the three of them sat on the ground, each eating their own food, and then looked at Kin-yang leaning against the piece of meat from some unknown part of the horned rhino. Chapter 21 Missing Seasoning. Kin-yang was grilling the meat happily. The other three people ate their food, but their eyes never left Kin-yang. Hey, boss is good at everything except listening to advice. The skinny monkey felt helpless. I've already said the nice things. What can I do if he doesn't listen? Liu Qing was also speechless. If anything happens to him later, please help him. Ranzu said softly, of course. We can't let him explode. He even dares to eat monster meat. One bite of this thing will cause internal injuries. The skinny monkey curled his lips. They did not continue to stop him, because they knew it was useless to stop him. Kin-yang was so curious that he would not know what pain was unless he experienced it. The second is that there is a healing mage in the team. If Kin-yang really had any problems because of eating the monster meat, it would be within the range of Skinny Monkey's treatment ability. After saying this, everyone just looked at Kin-yang quietly. Kin-yang was grilling the meat. Soon the aroma of meat wafted through the woods. Smelling the aroma of the meat, Shouho and Liu Qing couldn't help swallowing their saliva, but thinking of the consequences of eating monster meat, they didn't say anything and went up to have a bite. Kin-yang poked the meat of the horned rhino with a dagger and found that the meat was already cooked. He was not afraid of the heat and took a bite directly. Huh. Kin-yang was surprised to find that the meat of this horned rhinoceros tasted exceptionally good. Unfortunately, the baking time was a little short. As he said that, Kin-yang took another bite. Hey! The skinny monkey wanted to stop him, but Liu Qing said, forget it, he won't listen. The skinny monkey felt helpless when he heard this and shut his mouth again. Get ready. Ranzu said lightly. Skinny monkey felt helpless when he saw this, so he put down his dry food and water and prepared to go and treat Kin-yang. Just as the skinny monkey put down the water and food, Kin-yang suddenly felt something strange in his body. Kin-yang only felt an unprecedented heat sweeping through his whole body. Kin-yang was surprised to find that his body was getting stronger. Become stronger. How long has this been going on? The peak of the Dark Realm. He reached this realm at the age of 15. Later, he was unable to improve his realm, so he kept practicing fighting skills and seeking advice from major martial arts families. Because he knew that at his level, it would be very difficult to make further progress, so he was so excited when he knew that he could fight against monsters. But now he discovered that just by eating a bite of the monster's flesh, the state of mind that had been closed for so long actually began to loosen. No, this is not an improvement in realm, but the flesh of the monster is strengthening one's body. Even the negligible fatigue after the previous fight with the horned rhinoceros was now swept away. I bet, if this were brought into the 21st century, wouldn't it be snatched up by people from martial arts families? Kin-yang thought so in his heart. Feeling the changes in his body, Kin-yang was eager to continue eating meat, but as soon as he made a move, he saw Liu Qing and Shouho surrounding him and looking at him with horror. What's wrong? Kin-yang was puzzled when he saw the expressions of the two people. Are you okay? They both asked almost in unison. What's the matter? Kin-yang was surprised. The two observed Kin-yang and found that Kin-yang really didn't look like he was in trouble. He seemed to be going crazy. The skinny monkey looked Kin-yang up and down, and when he saw that Kin-yang looked fine, he said in surprise, that's impossible. Many people would spit blood after eating the meat of a first-level monster. You ate a second-level rhinoceros, so your body shouldn't be able to handle it. How can you still be so energetic? Monster meat is not completely inedible, but it needs to be specially processed to eliminate all the energy contained in the meat, so that it can be eaten with peace of mind. But Kin-yang was fine. The monster had just died not long ago, but he was eating so happily and looked fine. How is this possible? Shouho is not a person who likes to be surprised, but Kin-yang's appearance today surprised him countless times. Hearing what Shouho said, Kin-yang smiled. Oh, maybe those people are too weak. Kin-yang could of course feel the energy in the meat. If it were given to an ordinary person to eat, something might happen. But for him, it was just right. By the way, do you have salt and cumin powder? Kin-yang asked. I have to say, this barbecue does smell delicious, but without seasoning, the taste is really not good. No. Liu Qing no longer wanted to talk to Kin-yang. Who is it? The skinny monkey turned around and went back speechlessly. Seeing that neither of them had any, Kin-yang didn't bother and continued to eat the rhinoceros meat in big mouthfuls. After the two returned, they picked up some water and dry food. Looking at Kin-yang, who was wolfing down the food, Shouho couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he said this little bit of meat wasn't enough to fill him up. Liu Qing rarely agreed with Shouhou's words and nodded. The meat of the second-order horned rhinoceros can be eaten in this way, so the little meat they brought is indeed not enough. Ranzu didn't talk to them, but just held her cheek with her hands and looked at Qin Yang quietly. She knew much more than these two people. She knew that Qin Yang was not from this world and that Qin Yang came from 1,000 years ago. But now, she found that she seemed to know nothing about the person who appeared in her bed and hugged her this morning. Thinking of the scene in the morning, Ranju's originally calm heart began to waver. I don't know how long it took. I'm full. When are we going to set off? Qin Yang wiped his mouth and looked at the three people sitting on the ground. Huh? Aren't we taking a break? Liu Qing looked up in confusion. The break is over. Qin Yang said. Qin Yang felt full after eating only 1 or 2 pounds of meat from the horned rhinoceros, and he was a little excited at this moment. Then shall we continue our journey? The skinny monkey looked at Ranzu inquiringly. However, Ranzu stood up without saying a word, took the dagger from Qin Yang, and skillfully cut off the 4 legs of the horned rhinoceros. Qin Yang took a quick look and found that the leg of the horned rhinoceros must be about 1.75 meters long. Many people might not be as tall as this leg. After all 4 legs were cut off, Ranzu put the legs in the ring and threw the dagger to Qin Yang. Let's go. Looking at Ranju's actions, Liu Qing was filled with envy. How could he not see that this leg was given to Qin Yang? What is a good wife? That's it, right? Without saying anything, he knew that the other person could eat and that he liked meat, so he got the job done without saying a word. But Liu Qing also knew that it was impossible for him. Thinking of those points about Qin Yang that even made him feel safe and curious, he knew that he could never compete with this man who was full of secrets. Thinking of this, Liu Qing's heart finally settled down. Chapter 22. Thin when dressed, voluptuous when undressed. The foursome then headed deeper into the woods again. During this period, they also encountered some second-level monsters, but this time, Qin Yang asked them not to take action. Qin Yang said that he could do it alone. With the precedent of dealing with the horned rhinoceros, no one came forward to help this time. Then he watched Qin Yang holding a small dagger and reaping the lives of second-level monsters again and again. Then Liu Qing discovered another thing that made him feel inferior. Are second-level monsters much more difficult to deal with than first-level monsters? He felt that he did not exist at all on Qin Yang. When Qin Yang deals with monsters, it all depends on the size and strength of the monsters. That kind of second-level monster, which is relatively small but extremely fast, is no different from a first-level monster in Qin Yang's hands and can be killed almost instantly. For those that are larger in size, it will take a lot of effort. To say that a lot of effort was put in is an exaggeration to say that these monsters were well worth the effort. It took almost half a minute. So much so that along the way, even if a third-level team had to spend a lot of effort to deal with a monster, they would just stop, watch Qin Yang deal with it, then pick up the bodies and leave. Oh, if only it were this easy to enter the wild normally. Skinny Monkey sighed. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing also agreed. They all came here to make money, and now they have killed more than 22nd-level monsters along the way. They even have 3 rare items such as monster cores, and this is only the first day. If things were like this normally, they would have become rich long ago. But there is no reason for them to share these things with us. Liu Qing said what he was thinking. Of course not. Not to mention that he doesn't agree. Even if he agrees, we don't have the face to take it. Qin Yang dealt with all the monsters. No auxiliary treatment was needed. Qin Yang was alone from beginning to end. There's no way they can get a piece of the pie. As they spoke, they looked at each other and then smiled bitterly. As for Qin Yang, after killing more than 22nd-level monsters in a row, Qin Yang was very tired. Everyone following Ranzu was a little out of breath. When they arrived at an open area outside the woods, Ranzu stopped. Shall we rest here tonight? Hearing this, Liu Qing and Shouhou could only smile bitterly. They were not tired yet, but Qin Yang was very tired. If they continued to move forward, without Qin Yang's help, there would only be Liu Qing and Ranzu left in the team who could fight. It would not be easy for the two of them to deal with the second-level monster. Okay, let's take a rest first. Hearing this, Qin Yang immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath in a very ungraceful manner. The black shirt on his body was torn at this moment, but he no longer had time to tidy it up. Now he just wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. It's not that he is weak. If he had to deal with more than 20 people, he definitely wouldn't be so tired. But there were more than 20 monsters, and even if it took a short time, Qin Yang was in a state of high mental concentration, and each attack required all his strength. Seeing Qin Yang fall to the ground after disagreement, Ranzu smiled bitterly, then took out a tent from the ring and said to Qin Yang, "Don't rush to sleep. I'll make some bedding for you and you can sleep in the tent later." Okay. Ha tilde, Qin Yang tried his best to adjust his breathing, but he seemed to suddenly remember something. Is there any water? I need to take a shower before going to bed. After fighting for such a long time, his body was covered with not only blood but also sweat. Qin Yang didn't want to just sleep like this. I'll go get some water. Liu Qing stood up at this time. It was obvious that he knew where to find water nearby. After Liu Qing came back with the water, Qin Yang's mental state had recovered a lot. The skinny monkey didn't know where he got the pile of firewood from. Liu Qing cast a magic spell and a bonfire was formed. Qin Yang looked at the bucket of water that Liu Qing brought, and without any nonsense, he tore open his shirt, and then his perfect body curve appeared in everyone's eyes. Oh my God! Skinny Monkey, who is also a man, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Qin Yang's 8-pack abs. He didn't feel anything when Qin Yang was wearing clothes, but he didn't expect that she had such a good figure. This is simply the case of looking thin when dressed and having meat when undressed. At this time, Liu Qing was chewing dry food by the campfire without saying a word. He glanced at Qin Yang from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for Ranzu, after seeing Qin Yang's figure, she blushed for the first time, and then sat there drinking water without saying a word. Just like that, Qin Yang wiped his upper body, and then came to Ranzu. Where's the meat? I want some more. Qin Yang has a very strong physique and has recovered a little after a short rest. He is now in urgent need of food. Hearing this, Ranzu silently took out the meat from the ring and placed it on the shelf that had been prepared long ago. Qin Yang smiled when he saw this, then sat down next to Ranzu. Ranzu handed over a bottle of water, and Qin Yang drank it without any image. Gulp, 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 hiccup. After drinking, Qin Yang took a look at the 3 tents that had been set up and asked in confusion. Sleeping in a tent at night? Ranzu didn't dare to look at Qin Yang. Her face was so red that she couldn't tell if it was because of the flushing or the fire. What if a monster comes at night? Qin Yang asked this question. I'll keep watch at night. As a therapist, Skinny Monkey played his role for the first time. It's really not his fault. A 3rd-level team might get injured when hunting a 2nd-level monster. After all, many 2nd-level monsters are known for their speed. But now, in a team of 4, his role as a healer is actually to keep watch. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry, but I can't. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to their respective tents to rest, while Skinny Monkey sat not far from the tent, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. After Qin Yang entered the tent, he found that the bedding in the tent was all pink. Seeing this, Qin Yang burst out laughing. I didn't expect that Ranzu, who is usually so cold, actually has such a feminine side. Qin Yang didn't think much about it. He took off his bloody pants and threw them casually in the tent, then curled up in the quilt and fell asleep. Too tired. Normally, Qin Yang was very alert when he slept, but at this moment he was completely in a deep sleep and did not even notice that his tent had been opened. Ranzu glanced at Qin Yang, who had fallen asleep, and then saw Qin Yang's bloody pants. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took out Qin Yang's pants, then brought them to the bucket where Qin Yang was wiping his body, and began to help Qin Yang wash his pants. The Skinny Monkey not far away saw Ranzu, but did not say anything. Why should he say anything about the young couple's affairs? After Ranzu finished washing the pants, the magic in his right hand condensed slightly, and then a gust of wind flew out from Ranju's hand and flew towards the pants. Then Qin Yang's pants fluttered in the wind in the air, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It lasted for about half a minute, then the wind stopped and the pants lost power, falling steadily into Ranju's hands. Looking at the pants that had been dried, Ranzu silently placed them in Qin Yang's tent. After doing all this, Ranzu returned to his tent to rest. Chapter 23. Help. At the same time, 10 kilometers northwest of this land. Run. A hoarse voice sounded. Along with this voice, there was also the sound of wind. As the wind appeared, a woman with messy hair, dusty clothes, and a scorched face was blown out. I don't want it, I won't run, I want to stay with you. The woman cried very sadly. In front of her, her 4 teammates were struggling to resist the monster in front of them. Wind, ice, fire, healing, and all kinds of magic were constantly cast from their hands. However, in front of them, there were hundreds of black canine monsters surrounding them, making it impossible for them to even escape. Run. If we don't run now, it's all over. Hurry and run to the city to see if there are any high-level mags. If there are any, shout for them to save us. One of the men didn't even dare to turn his head and could only scream loudly. Hearing the tragic voice of her teammates, the woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously with her tearful eyes, turned around and ran. She knew that even if she stayed, she could not escape the fate of being surrounded and killed, so she could only wait and see if there were any high-level wizards The woman suffered a lot of injuries and she sprained her ankle when she turned around and ran. But at this moment she couldn't care about the pain in her body. She had to rush back to the city as soon as possible, and preferably find a high-level wizard in the city to help. Although she knew that at her speed, it would probably be too late to return to the city and bring the mage out, and she might even have to pay a large sum of money. But right now, there is no other way except this. The other side. Everyone was resting. Only Skinny Monkey was sitting by the campfire, putting some firewood in from time to time. At night, the Skinny Monkey sitting there alone looked a little lonely. But there was not much pessimism on the Skinny Monkey's face, and it was obvious that he was familiar with such scenes. He raised his head, looked at the night sky, thought about the various abnormalities that Qin Yang had behaved today, and seemed to be making some decisions in his mind. Is there anyone? Help! Help! Just as the Skinny Monkey was thinking, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He subconsciously looked towards the northwest. Then, a ragged woman was seen running towards that direction. The woman's face was full of panic and fear. After seeing a bonfire in front of her, a hint of hope suddenly appeared on her face, and then she shouted loudly, "Is there anyone? Is there a high-level mage in the team? Save me and my friends, please, is there anyone?" As the woman finished her words, two people quickly rushed out of the tent. Ranzu and Liu Qing. The three of them looked at the person coming. When they saw the person's face clearly, the vigilance on their faces was immediately swept away and replaced by a hint of surprise. "Lancy, why is it you?" The one who spoke was Liu Qing. They were not unfamiliar with this face. It was a student from their Donghai High School, a second-level water mage, Lan Shi. Hearing that the other party knew her, Lan Shi immediately recognized the people in front of her and her face was delighted. "It's you." But when he saw the configuration of the three people, his expression suddenly changed. "Why are there only three of you?" Lan Shi originally thought that her teammates could be rescued, but unexpectedly, there were only three people. Of course she knew all three of them, but except for Ranzu, the other two were about the same strength as his teammates, so it would not have any effect even if she went over. Although Ranzu is at the third level, there are hundreds of hellhounds, and even Ranzu is afraid that he cannot save his teammates. "What's wrong? Why are you so embarrassed? What happened?" Liu Qing asked. When Lan Shi heard this, she burst into tears instantly. "Can you help me find some help in the city? My teammates are trapped." Then, Lan Shi told the news that her teammates were surrounded by hellhounds. After hearing Lan Shi's description, the faces of the three people present changed. Surrounded by a group of third-level monsters? Or the stronger hellhounds among the third-level monsters? Of course they knew Lan Shi's team. Leader was the second-level wind mage Mu Chang, and the entire team was second level. For four people like this, it's probably too late to call for help, right? Too late. It was Ranzu who spoke up. "I'm going to save people first. Skinny Monkey, you follow me." If it were any other time, Shoho would have hesitated. After all, he and Ranzu were not related at all. They just teamed up to hunt monsters together. There was no need to put himself in danger for such a thing. But thinking of Qin Yang, Shoho nodded without even thinking about it and followed Ranzu. Liu Qing wanted to join in, but Ranzu stopped him. "The Hellhound is a fire-type monster. It's useless for you to go there. You should stay here too." The latter you is addressed to Lan Shi. After saying that, Ranzu looked at Liu Qing again. "Take good care of her." After saying that, without waiting for Liu Qing to answer, he flew directly in the direction where Lan Shi came from. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing this, the Skinny Monkey immediately ran to catch up. This is the disadvantage of healing mags. Once they encounter any danger or need emergency rescue, their speed will be a huge disadvantage. One of them flew, the other ran, and they rushed towards the distance one after the other. Only Lan Shi was left staring blankly at their departing backs, her eyes full of worry. Don't look at it. Ranzu is right. If you go, it will delay their rescue efforts. But, Lan Shi felt a little sad. Mu Chang and the others had tried their best to find a way for her to survive and call for help. But now, even though the reinforcements had been found, she did not go back. This made her feel like she had betrayed her teammates. "Okay, take a break and drink some water. Ranzu is a third-level wind element, so he should be able to save people." Liu Qing comforted her, but didn't pay any attention to any details. Ranzu can indeed deal with third-level monsters, but that only means facing one or a few third-level monsters. With the ground full of third-level monsters, even if Ranzu is a third-level wind type, he would still be in great danger. "I hope so." Lan Shi looked at the place where the two people left with a dull look and a worried look on her face. "By the way, what happened to you? Why did you enter the area where the hellhounds are active?" Liu Qing was puzzled. Hellhound is a third-level social monster. Even a fourth-level team would not dare to go deep into the enemy's territory. After all, there are so many monsters that if one of them is surrounded, he will die. How dare their second-level team enter that place? I don't know. We didn't know that was the area where the Hellhounds were active at first. By the time we reacted, we were already surrounded and couldn't even run away. Chapter 24. Huang Rui wakes up. The two of them chatted back and forth. After asking a few details, Liu Qing finally understood the whole story. It was basically a group of people who originally wanted to hunt a second-level monster, and then took their anger out on 3 second-level monsters nearby, and ended up being chased and killed by the 3 second-level monsters. It was quite difficult for the second-level team to deal with 3 second-level monsters, so the 3 of them ran away. While running, he accidentally ran into the Hellhound's territory. Hearing this, Liu Qing couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This was really unlucky. Think about them. Well, don't think about it. Qin Yang, this freak, would probably not be his match if he encountered a small second-order monster, even if 2 or 3 of them attacked together. They would definitely not encounter this situation. By the way, where is Qin Yang? Thinking of Qin Yang, Liu Qing subconsciously turned his gaze to the silent tent. Then, a sleepy voice came out. Why are you guys chatting here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Aren't you leaving tomorrow? Ah, you have teammates. The sudden voice made Lan Shi stunned. She originally thought that there were only 3 of Ranzu, but she didn't expect there was another one. When I turned my head, I saw a shirtless man with a perfect body shape walking out of the tent. Even though he knew that his companions were still in danger of death, even though he knew that Ranzu and the others had already gone to rescue them. But the moment she saw Qin Yang, Lan Shi's mind went blank for a moment, but she quickly asked, "Who is this?" Obviously, it was the first time that Lan Shi saw this strange face. Liu Qing was not surprised by this and explained with a wry smile. Sumtake's boyfriend. Ah. Lan Shi was confused. Of course she knew that Liu Qing liked Ranzu, and she also knew that Shouhou was Liu Qing's lackey. She originally thought that the 3 of them came in to strengthen their relationship, so how come Ranzu's boyfriend suddenly appeared? Who is this? Did Ranzu have plastic surgery? Qin Yang, who had just woken up, was a little confused when he saw Lan Shi and subconsciously teased her. But when he saw Lan Shi's current condition, he came to his senses again. What happened? Upon hearing this, Liu Qing briefly told him what Lan Shi had just said. Their team is in danger. Where's Ranzu? I went to rescue people with Skinny Monkey. Liu Qing repeated Lan Shi's words. Then you'll stay here. Qin Yang looked at Liu Qing in surprise. The other 2 went to rescue people, but he is here picking up girls, right? Aye. Liu Qing's face turned bitter. That's a 3rd-level fire attributed monster. It has a very high resistance to fire. I can't do much if I go over there. Then you can't let a woman take the lead. Qin Yang was speechless and quickly asked, Which direction did you go? There. Liu Qing pointed in the direction where Ranzu and the others left. Seeing this, Qin Yang rushed out without saying a word. Although he was running, his speed was no slower than Ranzu, the 3rd-level wind mage. Almost in the blink of an eye, Qin Yang disappeared from the sight of the 2 people. What's going on with you? At this time, Lan Shi finally asked the doubts in her heart. Liu Qing felt bitter when he saw this, and shook his head, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lan Shi did not continue asking, but looked at the direction they left with a worried look on her face. Qin Yang was running all the way, but he began to worry about Ranzu's safety. Meow, please don't let anything happen to you. Although Qin Yang and Ranzu had only been together for a short time and they had never had sex, they were honest with each other after all. In this situation, how could Qin Yang watch Ranzu fall into danger alone? This idiot woman has such a hard time dealing with a 2nd-level monster. Why are you trying so hard to deal with a group of 3rd-level monsters? Qin Yang was a little confused about this woman Ranzu. When someone wanted to slap her, she didn't even know how to dodge. When others are in danger, she rushes forward without hesitation. Are you really ashamed of your own long life and acting like a saint? There was no way to complain now. Qin Yang could only speed up. At the same time, in the Dong High School clinic, Huang Rui finally woke up at this time. After waking up, I saw a girl with a ponytail who looked very innocent standing next to me, looking at me with a tired and surprised expression. Huang Rui, you finally woke up. How come you are still seriously injured? If Master Lin hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known what happened. Huang Rui was touched at first when he heard the girl's concern, but he soon thought of what happened during the day. Huang Rui was furious when he thought that the man he fell in love with at first sight would do such a heavy thing to him for Ranzu. It's still that bitch Ranzu. Ah, what happened to her? The girl with ponytail looked incredulous. When she came, she just heard Lin Feng say that Huang Rui was injured and needed a girl to take care of him. As Huang Rui's best friend, she naturally came over. But I didn't expect that this matter was related to Ranzu. Today, Master Lin asked me to invite her to join the team, but not only did she not come, she also asked a wild man who came from nowhere to come and do it. Huang Rui spoke evasively. The girl with the ponytail was a little confused when she heard this. Wild man. Isn't it forbidden to abuse magic in the city? When Huang Rui mentioned Ranzu, he became upset and said immediately, Lulu, don't worry about this for now. Where are Lin Xiao and the others? Where are Ranzu and the others? I don't know about Mr. Lin, but I heard something today. Seeing that Huang Rui was not seriously injured, Lulu started to gossip with Huang Rui. How? I heard that Master Lin was going to give Ranzu a wind eye stone at the north gate of the city today, but Ranzu refused. He also said that we should form a team together, but Ranzu didn't agree. As she spoke, Lulu showed an envious look on her face. Wind eye stone, something worth 30 million. Just give it away as soon as you ask. What do you think Ranzu is thinking? Hearing this, Huang Rui snorted coldly. What else can I think? A woman who flirts with men everywhere must be trying to play the long game and catch a bigger fish. Ah, is Ranzu as bad as you think? Lulu was obviously a little unconvinced that a girl who normally wouldn't talk would be such a fickle woman. Seeing Lulu was so innocent, Huang Rui did not explain, but said, You can't judge a person by his appearance, but thank you for taking care of me today. Are you exhausted? Not tired, not tired. Lulu, who had a simple mind, quickly waved her hands and shook her head when she heard this. Well, thank you very much today. Go back and have a rest first. Huang Rui continued. Okay, then you should have a good rest too. It's so late, I'm already sleepy. Lulu said as she stood up. Seeing Lulu leaving, Huang Rui thought of Ranju's cold look and sneered in his heart. Pure as ice and jade. Ha! I'll show everyone how fickle you are. And that handsome guy, I'll make sure you learn a lesson the next time I see you. Obviously, Huang Rui had not forgotten that Qin Yang had severely injured him for Ranzu. Chapter 25. Can you do it? Ranzu didn't know at this time that Huang Rui had hated her. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Now she could see that a fierce battle was taking place ahead. At the same time, surrounded by hellhounds. Brother Mu, you really should have let me go and tip off. The fire mage Bai Ying in the team had his right arm broken. Not only was it covered in blood, he also looked like he couldn't lift it up. But even so, he still had a smile on his face when he said this. Mu Chang, who was known as Big Brother Mu, was not in much better condition at this time. There was a 3-centimeter wound on his forehead, and blood kept flowing into his eyes, making it very difficult for him to open his eyes. However, at this moment, he was looking at the hellhounds that were ready to move, and smiled. This place is so far from the city, there's no way we can call for help. Of course he understood that Bai Ying was not afraid of death, but because fire mags were almost useless here. If Lan Shi were here, maybe everyone could hold on a little longer. But what is the point of this? After all, a second-level water system is not a third-level water system. If you want to resist these hellhounds, a third-level water system alone is not enough. Brother Mu, are you leaving us here to die? Leng Hua, the healing mage, smiled as he treated Mu Chang. Stop arguing, man. You should have expected this day to come when you became a mage. Do you really want to take away a woman's life? Here I come. Mu Chang's face was extremely pale, but he still had a smile on his face. Thousand-leaf wind blade. Following Mu Chang's loud shout, Yang Zhen hurriedly withdrew his earth-based defense. The moment the earth-based defense was removed, the hellhound attacked the 4 people like crazy. Mu Chang's thousand-leaf wind blade attacked the hellhound running in the front almost without reservation. However, these wind blades only left some wounds on the hellhounds, but not a single one was killed. Damn, you've been holding back on your ultimate move for so long, but you didn't kill anyone. Can you do that? Bai Ying immediately started to mock when he saw this. Mu Chang laughed and scolded upon hearing this. Do you think I'm a god? This is a third-level monster. You look so handsome. I thought you were going to kill a few of them in seconds. Bai Ying continued to mock. But Mu Chang did not retort at this time. The truth was that he did not even have the strength to speak or stand, and was about to fall down immediately. However, the injured hellhounds recognized that this person had just attacked them, and they immediately attacked Mu Chang together. The one in the lead didn't even use magic. He opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Mu Chang, as if he wanted to tear Mu Chang apart and swallow him alive. Poor Mu Chang could only watch the hellhound getting closer and closer to him. Then, "Damn, you owe me one." Mu Chang couldn't dodge, but someone blocked him. It was Bai Ying who kept mocking me. Seeing Bai Ying, who seemed to be seeking death, Mu Chang wanted to stop him, but he really had no strength left and could only watch. However, just as Bai Ying stood in front of Mu Chang, the hellhound was about to devour Bai Ying. "Just follow the wind." A delicate cry was heard. Then Mu Chang saw that Bai Ying's body began to float uncontrollably and actually avoided the attack of the hellhound. Then, he felt his body begin to float in the wind. Mu Chang, who had no strength left, was still dizzy from the sudden change, even though he was also a wind element. Turning my head, I saw a beautiful figure appearing at the outermost layer of the encirclement. "That is..." "Knock, Sister Ranzu!" Bai Ying exclaimed in surprise. "Run! Why are you coming here to die?" Yang Zhen also saw Ranzu, but did not give him a good look. Of course he knew Ranzu, and he also knew that Ranzu was one of the few geniuses in the school, having reached the 3rd level while still in high school. But there are hundreds of 3rd-level hellhounds, and Ranzu alone cannot resist them. But Ranzu ignored their words and continued to use the 3rd level follow the wind skill to bring Leng Hua and Yang Zhen out of the encirclement. "You run first, I'll stop them." After Ranzu said this, he turned his attention to the hellhound. "Fuck you." Yang Zhen wanted to curse, but at this time, Bai Ying grabbed him. "Run, there's no point staying here now." Seeing this, Yang Zhen could only stamp his feet helplessly, and then several people turned around and ran away. Indeed, they are all seriously injured now and cannot even condense magic. Staying here will only cause trouble. Now we can only pray that Ranzu can escape unscathed. Seeing a few people leaving, Ranzu stared closely at the group of hellhounds in front of him. Of course, she can also escape now. But once she ran away, the other 4 couldn't get far. Furthermore, her speed could not support 5 people running at the same time. Now, she is the only one who has to hold off these monsters for a while until they run far away. Thinking of this, Ranzu took a deep breath, then stood with his hands in front of him, condensing magic and waiting for these hellhounds to rush up. When the hellhound saw that the 4 pieces of fat meat that were about to be in its mouth were rescued like that, it was of course furious and immediately vented all its anger on Ranzu. Almost at the same time, this group of hellhounds ran towards Ranzu at an extremely fast speed like evil spirits. Chapter 26 doing the same thing. You really don't care. Several people ran towards the back in panic, and Leng Hua looked a little ugly. "I'm not capable of doing anything." Cough cough. Mu Chang was already coughing up blood while speaking. Although the magic released by the magic wand was far beyond the scope of the 2nd level, it was ultimately an overdraft for him as a 2nd level wizard. Now he really didn't even have the strength to speak, and he had to rely on Bai Ying's support to escape. Bai Ying supported Mu Chang, but he felt very annoyed. But Ranzu has no ability to save us. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Even Mu Chang didn't know what to say. Yes, they don't have the ability to help now, so just don't cause trouble. Does Ranzu have the ability to save them? Ranzu is only a 3rd-level wind mage. It's okay for him to be alone. Even a 3rd-level monster cannot catch up with him. But if he wants to cover for them, it will be impossible no matter how powerful Ranzu is. I'll go back and take a look. Yang Zhen, who was in a slightly better condition, looked serious. He didn't say this to negotiate, but after saying this, he turned around and walked back. "Hey." Bai Ying looked anxious when he saw Yang Zhen going back because of his words. "Let him go, we'll go first." Mu Chang said with a pale face. "Walk." Then the 3 of them hurriedly ran away. However, not long after they started walking, they ran into the skinny monkey. "Xiao Ming, why are you here? Where is Ranzu?" The skinny monkey called Xiao Ming was surprised to see the 3 of them, but when he saw that Ranzu was nowhere to be seen, he asked hurriedly. Mu Chang wanted to answer, but his current condition was so bad that he couldn't answer at all. It was Leng Hua who answered. "Cover our retreat. Yang Zhen will help from behind." "Then hurry up and go." The skinny monkey spoke as he performed the treatment. Seeing this, a few people didn't waste any words and continued walking. Soon, Skinny Monkey's several treatments fell on Mu Chang. Among the 3 people, Mu Chang's situation is the worst. If he doesn't get treatment, he will die. After being treated by Shouho, Mu Chang's complexion did look much better, but not by much, and he still needed Bai Ying's support. Seeing this, the skinny monkey took a few deep breaths. He was really exhausted after running all the way here. After he felt better, he did not rush to catch up with the 3 people. Instead, after thinking for a while, he ran towards the direction where Ranzu was. Soon, Shouho met Yang Zhen, who was in the same bad condition. Xiao Ming, why are you here too? When Yang Zhen saw the skinny monkey, he was surprised, but he quickly reacted. You came in with Ranzu. Stop talking nonsense and start healing first. The skinny monkey didn't want to say any nonsense now. He released healing magic while panting. Seeing this, Yang Zhen stopped talking and just quietly accepted the treatment from Shouho. And at the same time, Ranzu looked at the hellhounds all over the mountains and plains, his expression extremely solemn. She paused. The hellhounds would not let go of the guy who saved people from them. The hellhound ran straight towards Ranzu, but Ranzu slowly reached out to his storage ring. Immediately afterwards, a keyboard appeared in Ranzu's hands. If Qin Yang were here, he would definitely complain. What are you still doing with the keyboard at this time? But at this moment, Ranzu didn't seem to feel anything was wrong. Instead, when his hands touched the keyboard, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Dad, I'm doing the same thing as you right now. Ranju's voice trembled a little. This was an emotion she had never experienced before, but at this moment, the feeling of sadness almost swept over her whole body in an instant. Next second, Ranzu looked straight ahead with a determined gaze, then pressed the keyboard with both hands, and almost all the magic in his body was poured into the keyboard at this moment. While pouring the liquid, Ranzu was typing on the keyboard with both hands very strenuously. Ding! Immediately afterwards, Ranzu pressed the space button with all his strength. The next second, an invisible magic spread out in all directions with Ranzu as the center. The first one is the hellhound closest to Sumtake. When it leaped towards Ranzu, it was only about 1 meter away from Ranzu, but it seemed as if it was restrained by some special force and could not move forward at all. The entire wolf's body was floating in the air, as if time had stopped. Not only this hellhound, but behind it, a large group of hellhounds were fixed there in various strange postures, unable to move at all. He controls hundreds of hellhounds by himself. If Mu Chang and the others saw such ability, they would probably faint from fright. You know, even a 6th level space mage does not have such ability. But Ranzu, who is only at the 3rd level, is able to control hundreds of 3rd level monsters by himself. Seeing all this, Ranzu did not feel surprised. Instead, the sadness on his face became more obvious. With this sadness, Ranzu turned his head and ran away, slightly out of breath. She knew that she couldn't control these monsters for too long with her abilities. Her magic power was almost exhausted after this. If she continued to stay here, something bad would definitely happen. However, as soon as he took action, Ranzu felt dizzy. Then, the whole person collapsed. However, the next second, a pair of big hands steadily caught Ranzu, who was about to fall. It's Qin Yang. You're such a mess, bitch. Qin Yang cursed and was also shocked by Ranzu's methods. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl actually had such methods. Although Qin Yang was not familiar with the magic world, he knew that this was definitely not something a 3rd level wizard could do. If that's really the case, then the 3rd level would be able to beat everyone in their world. I'm afraid even my dad wouldn't be his match. Seeing Qin Yang scolding, Ranzu had a weak smile on his face. If my dad were here, he would want me to do the same. Because that's what he did. Ranzu added something in his mind but didn't say it out loud. Hey! Qin Yang was helpless. He knew that there must be some reason why Ranzu risked his life to save these irrelevant people. After hearing what Ranzu said, what else could Qin Yang do except feel helpless? It would be better for him to leave here first. There were hundreds of dogs. Even if they were not from the magical world, it would take him a while to kill them, not to mention that these were monsters. Qin Yang carried Ranzu away in a princess hug. However, as soon as Qin Yang left, Ranzu looked puzzled. Not this way. I don't know, I just got lost and came here. Lost? Ranzu, who was already weak, looked even more confused. It had been a long time since she heard this word. Chapter 27. My father is still alive. Yes, I'm lost. Qin Yang never expected that he would get lost even though he was running in the direction they were pointing. Qin Yang was originally terrible with directions and relied on navigation for everything when he went out. However, when the navigation failed in the magical world, Qin Yang became completely hopeless with directions. Along the way, Qin Yang even doubted whether the direction they were being given was wrong, or whether they were going too fast, but he never doubted that he was lost. But when he ran with all his might and still couldn't find Ranzu and Shouho, Qin Yang realized that he was lost. It's understandable that Ranzu couldn't outrun him, but there's no reason why that skinny monkey couldn't outrun him, right? However, Qin Yang, knowing he was lost, had no choice but to keep running at full speed, adhering to the belief that the earth is round. In the end, he went around in a big circle and finally found his way back. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Ranzu was somewhat amused and exasperated, but she still pointed at Qin Yang. Go that way. Seeing this, Qin Yang didn't waste any words and started running wildly with Ranzu in his arms. While running, he asked, "By the way, what exactly is that keyboard you just took out? It's so powerful." Having witnessed the power of the keyboard, Qin Yang certainly didn't think it was an ordinary keyboard, and out of curiosity, he immediately asked about it. However, upon hearing this, Ranzu's expression, which had just improved, darkened again. "These are the things my father left me." Ranzu knew that Qin Yang would definitely ask other questions next. After all, anyone would be curious about such a powerful magical artifact, which is why she told Mu Chang and the others to leave first. However, to her surprise, Qin Yang was only slightly surprised after hearing this. "Oh, it seems your father is quite a formidable figure. But you really went too far this time. Do you have any special connection with the people you saved?" Ranzu shook her head upon hearing this. The two ran while talking. Qin Yang was very fast and soon encountered the skinny monkey and Yang Zhen, who were sitting there recovering. "Huh? Did something just dart past?" Skinny monkey was still focused on treating the patient and didn't notice anything. It looked like a shirtless man ran away carrying Ranzu. Yang Zhen seemed not to have seen clearly, because Ranju's image was too fixed in the eyes of these classmates. Iceberg beauty. It's difficult to even say a word on ordinary days, and if anyone tries to have any improper thoughts, Ranzu will show no mercy. But when did Ranzu become like a well-behaved girl, letting a man hold her? Even in the most critical situations, it's impossible. It's like if Duan Zhengchan said that Shuju was his illegitimate son. Even if the abbot had a paternity test, it wouldn't matter. That's what word of mouth is all about. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Zhen would rather doubt that she had seen wrong than believe that the person was Ranzu. However, the skinny monkey's eyes lit up when he heard this. "No shirt. That's all right, let's go." With that, the skinny monkey stopped the treatment abruptly. "What?" Yang Zhen asked, somewhat bewildered. "That's one of the big shots in our team. Hurry back, they're in a hurry to run. They probably haven't dealt with the monster yet. If they don't run now, it'll be too late." Skinny Monkey didn't have time to explain and abandoned Yang Zhen before running away. "Hey, wait for me." Upon seeing this, Yang Zhen hurriedly chased after them. After receiving treatment, Yang Zhen was much faster than before and quickly caught up with Mu Chang and his group. Mu Chang was stunned for a moment when he saw the two of them. "Where's Ranzu?" "I don't know," Xiaoming said. He was rescued by the leader of their team. Everyone looked at the skinny monkey, but he wasn't worried at all and immediately explained. "We have a big shot in our team, and I guess is the one who rescued Ranzu. Let's not talk about this now, let's leave first." "Huh? Was that Ranzu who was being hugged just now?" Everyone was surprised. That's what word of mouth is all about. Without a second thought, everyone watched the two run away and hurriedly followed. At the same time, Qin Yang, carrying Ranzu, took the lead. However, he complained. "Are you out of your mind, you tiger woman? I thought you had someone very important to you, but it turns out you're just classmates? And you still came to rescue me." "I'm confident." Ranzu was a little weak and a little guilty, and didn't dare to look Qin Yang in the eye. "Confident my ass. You couldn't even run fast enough just now. If I don't go, how long can your broken keyboard hold off those monsters?" Qin Yang continued to complain. Upon hearing this, Ranzu immediately struggled, seemingly trying to prove that she was able to move. However, just as she made a move, Qin Yang freed one hand and slapped Ranju's buttocks with a smack. The sudden turn of events caused Ranju's face to flush bright red, and she struggled even more fiercely. Qin Yang, seeing this, angrily said, "Keep moving. Listen to what I'm saying." Hearing Qin Yang's reprimand, Ranzu struggled a little less. Qin Yang then hugged Ranzu tightly again and said, "This isn't how you act as a saint. What level are you at? How much power do you have? Facing so many demonic beasts, didn't you ever think you might not make it back? It's fine if it's related to you, but is it really worth it to do this for a bunch of strangers?" Upon hearing this, Ranzu not only did not resist this time, but the sadness from before reappeared on her face. "Because my dad did the same thing before." "Where is your dad now?" Qin Yang asked irritably. "I don't know, maybe she's dead." Ranzu's tone was low, but then Qin Yang said, "My dad is still alive." The sudden words made Ranzu's eyes widen in disbelief as she stared at Qin Yang. She never expected that Qin Yang would add insult to injury at this critical juncture. "What are you looking at? This is what happens when you act like a saint. You know your father went through this, so why don't you know to keep your distance?" Someone like you wouldn't survive more than 2 chapters in a novel in our world. Novel. Ranzu looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled expression, clearly unaware of what a novel was. A saintly mother in troubled times dies quickly. Haven't you heard that saying? Qin Yang didn't explain what a novel was, but instead said a line commonly used in novels. Ranzu remained silent upon hearing this, and did not answer Qin Yang's question. Seeing Ranzu's state, Qin Yang didn't know how to scold her. Instead, he said sternly, I don't know what your father went through, and I don't know why you did this, but if you want to be a saint, you need to have absolute strength. With your current state, do you still have the nerve to try to be a saint like a strong person? If it happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Qin Yang's hands, which were holding Ranzu, began to grope her restlessly. Feeling the change in Qin Yang's palm, Ranzu's face flushed red again, and there was a hint of reproach on her blushing face. Of course, she understood what Qin Yang was talking about. But in such a serious setting, can we please stop thinking about these things? Just as Ranzu was thinking, Qin Yang continued, if it happens again, they won't care if there are people around. After saying that, Qin Yang didn't wait for Ranzu to speak and headed straight ahead. Chapter 28. What's his background? Residence. Liu Qing, who was fine at first, felt particularly upset after Qin Yang said something to her. Yes. Why do women always have to take the lead? Liu Qing was feeling annoyed when he suddenly saw Qin Yang carrying Ranzu and walking rapidly toward them from a distance. They are here. Seeing this, Lanshi quickly spoke up. Qin Yang was very fast, arriving at their side almost in the blink of an eye. What? What happened to Ranzu? Liu Qing asked instinctively, looking at Ranzu who had been perfectly fine just moments before, now so weak. Excessive exertion. Qin Yang replied casually, while Ranzu in his arms had fallen asleep at some point, as quiet as a kitten. Where are my teammates? Where are the others? Liu Qing and Lanshi spoke almost simultaneously. Qin Yang, however, remained indifferent, saying, I don't know, maybe it's in the later parts. Without paying any attention to these things, he directly sent Ranzu back to the tent. He gently placed Ranzu in her bedding, and Qin Yang gazed at her stunningly beautiful face, his expression momentarily dazed. It has to be said, Ranzu is incredibly beautiful. Even Qin Yang, who had little interest in women, felt a stirring of desire upon seeing Ranzu's appearance. However, Qin Yang quickly shook his head and came to his senses. After placing Ranzu in the quilt and covering her with the blanket, he left. What Qin Yang didn't notice was that a smile appeared on Ranzu's face when he turned around. After settling Ranzu in, Qin Yang went to Liu Qing's side and asked, Is there any water? Oh, yes. Although Liu Qing had many questions, she still took out water from a storage ring and handed it to Qin Yang immediately. Qin Yang accepted the water without hesitation and drank it down in one gulp. Is Ranzu all right? Seeing that Qin Yang was about to finish his bottle of water, Liu Qing finally asked the question he wanted to ask. It's nothing serious. Hiccup. Qin Yang wiped the water from his lips, glanced at the now vanished Lanshi, and asked, Where is the other person? Going to pick up teammates. Oh. Qin Yang had absolutely no interest in this so-called female teammate. If it weren't for the stupidity of these people, how could Ranzu have fallen into such a dangerous situation? When Liu Qing saw that Qin Yang didn't ask any more questions, she didn't say anything more either. Instead, she sat quietly with Qin Yang by the fire and waited. I don't know how much time passed. They are here. Liu Qing heard the noise. Qin Yang replied calmly, saying that sitting here was a bit dry. If only there were some wine. There's meat too. Along the way, Ranzu collected all the meat of the monsters, but Ranzu is still resting now, so we can't wake her up and say that we want to eat meat, can we? When I get back after this busy period, I'll definitely bring some wine with me. Seeing Qin Yang's indifferent expression, Liu Qing knew that the fact that Mu Chang and the others had encountered trouble and that Ranzu had been put in danger must have really angered Qin Yang. Thinking of this, Liu Qing couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately stood up and went to greet Mu Chang and the others. At this time, apart from Skinny Monkey, all of Mu Chang's 6 companions were seriously injured. Seeing Bai Ying's injuries made Liu Qing even more uneasy. Bai Ying was a second-tier mage just like him, but now he was in such a miserable state, and it seemed that he really couldn't help him in the past. Come and lend a hand. Seeing Liu Qing, Bai Ying was not surprised at all. After all, everyone knew that Skinny Monkey was his lackey. Bai Ying showed no courtesy whatsoever to Liu Qing. Liu Qing, with practiced ease, took over the care of the seriously injured Mu Chang. What happened? Liu Qing asked, his brows furrowed in condemnation. To this, Mu Chang, who had already undergone treatment, gave a bitter laugh. A command error. If it weren't for Ranzu, the entire army would have been wiped out this time. Although the group was forced to that position by a third-tier demonic beast, it was indeed a major blunder in his command. Commanding a team requires utmost caution. A single misstep could result in the entire team's demise. By the way, where's Ranzu? Seeing that only Liu Qing and the shirtless man were sitting there, Mu Chang couldn't help but ask. He's unconscious, Liu Qing replied, then turned to look at Qin Yang cautiously and said, watch your words later. The boss is very angry because you made Ranzu like this. Hearing this tone, everyone except Skinny Monkey and Lanchi, who was already somewhat prepared, was very surprised. Big boss. Everyone's attention was focused on Qin Yang. This was the first time they had ever seen Liu Qing with such an expression. It should be noted that as a member of the Liu family of the East Sea, Liu Qing didn't really care about anyone in the entire East Sea, even Lin Feng, who came from Kyoto. Liu Qing had said more than once that Lin Feng had only gotten to where he was today by taking advantage of his family's influence. This proves that Liu Qing doesn't take Lin Feng's third-tier rare type seriously at all. Now that someone has suddenly appeared, why is Liu Qing so afraid of him? They keep calling him Big Boss. This looks a bit unfamiliar. Isn't this from our school? Bai Ying grimaced from the pain in her body as she glanced at Qin Yang, then asked Liu Qing. Liu Qing nodded. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. What's your background? Bai Ying continued to ask. I don't know. Liu Qing said sincerely. You don't know? Bai Ying was surprised. Liu Qing had initially thought the other party was someone important who would make him willingly call him boss, but it turned out he didn't know anything about the other party's background. Could it be strength? What level have you reached? Bai Ying asked again. First tier lightning element. Liu Qing's tone was somewhat unnatural when he said this. Tier 1. Lightning type. This time, it wasn't just Bai Ying who was surprised. The others in the team also showed expressions of astonishment. In their view, there are only two things that make Liu Qing call him Big Boss. One is his background, and the other is his strength. Liu Qing said he didn't know, which means he must be very strong. I didn't expect his strength to be only at the first level. Hey, I can't explain it to you guys right now. Just don't upset the Big Boss. We got here so quickly thanks to him. Liu Qing didn't know how to explain Qin Yang's ability to defeat a second-tier monster without using magic. Just listen to my older brother. Why ask so many questions? Skinny Monkey understood Liu Qing's predicament and wanted to interrupt the conversation. However, this attitude surprised Bai Ying once again. Can you two really agree on something? Goodness. Although they knew that Skinny Monkey was Liu Qing's lackey, they both knew what Skinny Monkey looked like, and the two of them had basically never agreed on anything. Surprisingly, the two reached a consensus on the matter of acknowledging a powerful figure. However, seeing that the two seemed unwilling to explain, with Liu Qing's help, the group finally made their way to the campfire, albeit shakily. Chapter 29. Don't confuse the two. With Liu Qing's earlier suggestion, everyone made very little noise when they sat down, and no one dared to disturb Qin Yang at all. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the stunning muscle lines of Qin Yang's upper body. It has to be said that such a figure is not only admired by women, but also envious of men, especially in this magical era where almost no one works out. His muscular physique alone made people realize that Qin Yang was no ordinary man. Qin Yang was unaware of their thoughts. If he had, he would have laughed himself to death. You should know that his muscles are very different from those of bodybuilders. However, after seeing that the others had sat down, Qin Yang, who had no wine or meat, felt bored and got up to go to Ranzu's tent to see what was going on. Seeing this, the group barely dared to breathe, just watching quietly. Let me treat you first. Your injuries are too serious. While the others were in a daze, the Skinny Monkey was not. He wanted to heal their injuries first, otherwise, before the monster could kill them, they would be worn down by their own injuries. As he spoke, the Skinny Monkey came to Leng Hua's side, who was also a healer. Don't worry about me. I've run out of mana and can't help. Heal brother Mu first. Originally, Skinny Monkey wanted to treat Leng Hua and have Leng Hua treat him together. But after hearing what Leng Hua said, he didn't waste any more words and started treating Mu Chang directly. Mu Chang, who was the most seriously injured here, didn't make a fuss when he saw the situation, but instead accepted the treatment from the Skinny Monkey. Having been treated by the Skinny Monkey before, Mu Chang's brow wound had scabbed over. As another beam of green light flew over from the Skinny Monkey, Mu Chang's scabbed wound began to heal at a visible speed. Feeling the changes in his body, Mu Chang started chatting with Liu Qing. How many days have you been here? I just came in during the day, Liu Qing replied. Huh. We are here on the first day. Mu Chang asked in surprise. Although it's not very far from the city, it would probably take about a day to get there if you were just traveling. However, there are many demonic beasts along the way, and dealing with them to restore magical energy takes an extremely long time. I didn't expect them to have arrived here so early in the daytime. Yes. Liu Qing smiled bitterly. He knew exactly what Mu Chang was surprised about. To be honest, if he hadn't witnessed Qin Yang's speed in hunting monsters, he wouldn't have believed that his group could have arrived at this place so quickly. Where's the other person in your team? Yang Zhen, who hadn't spoken until now, finally asked. What? There's another person. Liu Qing asked, puzzled. You're not telling me there are only 4 people in your team, are you? Yang Zhen asked in surprise. These words immediately made the others realize what was going on. 4 people? They got to this location in just one day. There are 4 people. Liu Qing's face became even more bitter. But you haven't consumed much magic energy, Yang Zhen asked, getting to the heart of the matter. Of the 4 people, 3 hadn't consumed much magic energy, and the so-called big shot Liu Qing mentioned seemed to be unaffected. How were the monsters on the road dealt with? Didn't you encounter any monsters? That's impossible. The main reason why every city now has city walls is because there are too many monsters, almost everywhere in the mountains and fields. No matter which route you take, there will definitely be a lot of monsters along the way. Even if you take a detour, it's impossible not to encounter a single monster. Yes, it was all taken care of by that big shot, the skinny monkey who was treating Mu Chang said. Upon seeing this, Liu Qing opened his mouth, wanting to say that one of them was solved by him and Ran Zhu working together. But thinking about the demonic beasts Qin Yang had dealt with, there were 30 or 40 of them, both first and second tier, so mentioning his own one seemed like a joke. Hearing the skinny monkey's answer and seeing Liu Qing's expression, everyone was stunned. Huh? Who exactly is this person? Someone asked. He can take down 30 or 40 monsters in a day, and he doesn't seem to have expended any energy at all. No wonder the proud and arrogant Liu Qing called him boss from the bottom of his heart. I don't know, Ran Zhu brought it over, the skinny monkey added. All right, that's enough. Let's treat Bai Ying first, she's almost dead. Bai Ying, who was called out, was speechless. Although he had lost an arm, he was a world away from being dead. Fortunately, he had gotten used to the skinny monkey's sharp tongue and didn't argue back. Instead, he let the skinny monkey treat him, asking questions while experiencing the treatment. Hey, what's the deal with this big shot? Can you explain in more detail? Seeing this, Liu Qing and the skinny monkey exchanged glances, and then Liu Qing recounted everything that had happened during the day to everyone. This includes Liu Qing going to squat on the bamboo grove in the morning to try and form a team with them. Of course, Liu Qing would never tell anyone about this, but how could Skinny Monkey let it go? Everyone found this somewhat amusing, but no one laughed out loud, since the person in question was still there. Then I heard Qin Yang emerge from Ranju's room and go to awaken again. When they heard that Ranzu was being harassed by Huang Rui, no one was surprised, since they were all familiar with conflicts between students. However, upon hearing that Qin Yang had arrived just in time and kicked Huang Rui so hard that his life was hanging in a balance, Bai Ying was so excited she almost jumped for joy. Damn, that's so satisfying. That scheming bitch Huang Rui always pretends to be innocent in front of outsiders, but she's always causing trouble for Ranzu. Why don't we go and finish her off? Stop jumping around, we are treating you, the skinny monkey warned. Oh. Bai Ying immediately realized what was happening and became much more well-behaved. Then, after hearing about the conflict between Qin Yang and Lin Feng, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. Lin Feng. To be honest, almost all of them were signs of prominent families in Donghai, so they were certainly familiar with Lin Feng, this second-generation rich kid who had transferred from Kyoto. Not only was he aware of this, but hardly anyone liked him either. Despite their lack of goodwill, Lin Feng's third-order spatial ability was something they had to take seriously. If you need any help, just let me know. Mu Chang finally said to Liu Qing. This statement also serves as a guarantee. Normally, he would never get involved in this matter, but Ranzu risked her life to save them today, and this kindness is truly immense. So he had to do something to show his appreciation. Everyone understood Mu Chang's intentions and had no objections. However, one dissenting voice emerged. Hey, this is between me and Lin Feng. Don't mix my business with Ranzu's business. The sudden sound startled everyone, and then they saw Qin Yang, who was holding a 1.75-meter tall thigh, appear beside them at some point. Chapter 30, Give Me a Knife. Hearing Qin Yang's words and seeing his tone, everyone was momentarily confused, clearly not knowing what Qin Yang meant. However, they also knew that Qin Yang and Ranzu had a good relationship, and they had just been rescued by Ranzu. Faced with Qin Yang's attitude, they could only remain silent. Only the skinny monkey seemed to understand what Qin Yang was talking about. Compared to skinny monkey, Liu Qing, as the eldest brother, was somewhat incompetent. Qin Yang, they're just trying to help, and you. I said, that's between me and Lin Feng. Why should I use Ranzu's favor to resolve things between me and Lin Feng? I'm not at the point where I need a woman to stand up for me. Qin Yang spoke in a very impolite tone. This was the first time he had ever spoken in such a stern tone. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing was taken aback. Is that what you mean? Liu Qing turned to look at Mu Chang and the others. Mu Chang also realized what was happening at this moment. Brother, we were a bit presumptuous this time, but we sincerely want to thank you. He understood Qin Yang's meaning. Ranzu saved them, so they should repay Ranzu. There was no need for them to fight Lin Feng for Qin Yang's sake. All that Ranzu did was not for nothing. To put it simply, they must give Ranzu all the benefits, not a single penny less. This time we will give Ranzu a full reward, not a penny less. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction, then sat down by the campfire and began roasting a rhinoceros leg. Seeing Qin Yang's barbecue, everyone was in a daze again. Bai Ying couldn't help but look at Liu Qing. Is this really a Tier 1 lightning element? That's incredibly arrogant. Even the arrogant Bai Ying wanted to beat him up. Of course, this is on the premise that Qin Yang only has first-tier lightning element and no other trump cards. However, that's obviously impossible. Liu Qing has already said that they were able to arrive here on the first day entirely thanks to this big shot. He's really a first-tier lightning type, but don't mess with him. I feel like he'd even dare to hit Lin Feng if he got ruthless, Liu Qing said helplessly. He truly sensed Qin Yang's intention to take action while in the city today, and he was genuinely worried that Bai Ying might not be able to resist clashing with Qin Yang. Wow, so domineering. By the way, what is that thing he's grilling? Bai Ying wanted to say something more, but her attention quickly turned to the grilled meat in Qin Yang's hand. A second-order horned rhinoceros, Liu Qing said in a deep voice. You eat that stuff like that. Bai Ying and Liu Qing weren't talking very loudly, but everyone could hear them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the leg in Qin Yang's hands, filled with disbelief. Is it okay to eat like this? Bai Ying asked again when Liu Qing didn't answer. It's fine. I tried it today, and not only was it fine, it was also very nourishing. Liu Qing said, recalling Qin Yang's excitement after eating the rhinoceros meat. Who is this person? Bai Ying was speechless. Why are Liu Qing and his new teammates so mysterious? However, just as Bai Ying looked at Qin Yang also looked at Bai Ying. Want some? Qin Yang gestured to the rhinoceros leg in his hand, and Bai Ying quickly shook her head upon seeing this. No, I can't eat this stuff. Seeing Bai Ying's expression, everyone wanted to laugh but dared not. However, a gentle voice quickly followed. Everyone, let's take a rest. The hellhound isn't far from here, and it'll probably catch up soon. It was Ranzu who spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they all turned their gazes to Ranzu, including Qin Yang. How long do you estimate it will take? The demonic beast was under Ranzu's control. Only Ranzu knew how long it would take for it to catch up. I can control it for about 5 minutes. If I can smell it, it will come in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Qin Yang didn't care about anything else, stood up and handed the leg in his hand to Ranzu. Dyed bamboo. Put it away and get ready to run. Given the hellhound's appearance, if Qin Yang didn't know how to use magic, he could easily handle it all by himself. However, he didn't overlook some details. These hellhounds could use magic. Moreover, his ability to handle things with ease only represents himself. With so many people here, he couldn't possibly protect them all. Upon hearing this, everyone disregarded their still healing injuries and got up to leave. However, it was at this very moment that a woo tilde 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 tilde. A wolf howl rang out, echoing throughout the entire night. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, everyone turned to look and saw that from the woods beside them, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were looking at them with an eerie light. Run! Run! At this point, everyone disregarded everything else and hurriedly tried to escape. Upon seeing this, Ranju's expression changed, and she immediately pointed in a direction to the crowd. Run that way, there aren't many monsters there. Upon hearing this, everyone disregarded everything else and hurriedly tried to escape. However, apart from Liu Qing and Qin Yang, almost no one in the group was unharmed. Their speed was simply outrageous. Qin Yang, let's go. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't move, Ranzu pulled him away. However, no matter how hard she tried, Qin Yang stood there motionless. How? They can't escape. Qin Yang said helplessly. If these wounded men really tried to run away, they would probably all die here. Run separately, run as far as you can. Ranzu was getting anxious looking at Qin Yang's unhurried manner. Give me the dagger, I'll hold them off for a bit, you guys run first. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to Ranzu, but cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was just telling Ranzu not to act like a savior, and now I'm acting like a saint. Can you do it? Ranzu was stunned, not expecting Qin Yang to take the initiative to stop these hellhounds. Although Qin Yang killed so many demonic beasts during the day, she could tell that Qin Yang could handle one, but he struggled with two, and those were second-tier demonic beasts. This is a third-tier rank. Its strength is on a completely different level compared to a second-tier rank. What's more, there are over a dozen hellhounds here. Stop talking nonsense, or no one will escape. Give me the dagger. Upon hearing this, Ranzu stopped trying to dissuade her and immediately went to take out her dagger. However, just as she was about to take out the dagger, she suddenly thought of something. Do you have any handy weapons? You have other weapons? A knife. A big knife. Qin Yang was taken aback, thinking that Ranzu only had that one small dagger. To be honest, those little daggers weren't enough to hold their own against these hellhounds. Have. As Ranzu spoke, she took out her keyboard again. Sis, stop messing around. If I were to use a keyboard to hit someone, people would laugh themselves to death. Qin Yang felt somewhat helpless, but Ranzu ignored it all and placed his hands directly on the keyboard. Then, the little magic energy he had left surged and he typed Dao on the keyboard. Then a space. Qin Yang watched as Ranzu manipulated the keyboard, and then, with a surge of magic, a gleaming greatsword appeared before Qin Yang's eyes. Chapter 31. Why are you still running? This works too. Qin Yang looked at the broadsword in his hand in surprise. I never knew this keyboard could be used like this. Wow. Qin Yang turned his head and saw that Ranzu's complexion, which had just started to improve, was now even paler. What is wrong with you? It's nothing. Ranzu shook her head without speaking, but looked seriously in the direction of the hellhound. I'm leaving this place to you. Perhaps because she was in poor condition and might drag Qin Yang down, or perhaps because she trusted Qin Yang based on his performance during the day, Ranzu spoke as she backed away. Don't worry, leave it to me. As Qin Yang spoke, he gently stroked the broadsword, as if it were not a broadsword he had just acquired, but an old friend he had lost for many years. Inside the venue, the group initially wanted to run away when they saw Ranzu pointing to the path, but seeing that the two hadn't left, they didn't go too far for a while. However, everyone was somewhat surprised to see that only Ranzu had caught up with them. Why are you all alone? He's staying to hold off the hellhounds. Let's retreat. Him. Can he do it? Even Skinny Monkey, who had great faith in Qin Yang, began to worry. There's no other way now. Let's retreat, Ranzu said decisively. In situations like this, the more you worry, the more time you waste, and you might end up wasting precious time that could be used to escape. Upon hearing this, the group stopped talking and immediately began to flee along the designated route. Although Mu Chang and his group were all injured, after a short period of treatment, they were able to escape, though they couldn't fight. Ranzu had clearly exhausted her magical energy and could no longer fly, so her jade feet remained firmly planted on the ground. As the group ran, the Skinny Monkey suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Run. Shall I stay and provide backup for the boss? I still have magic power, so I might be able to help out if anything unexpected happens. Everyone was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but Ranzu spoke first. Okay, you stay here to provide backup, the rest of you get out of here. Ranzu agreed to Shoho's request for two reasons. The first was indeed because of what Shoho said. He was a healer and also had magical abilities, so he could help Qin Yang if he got injured. The second problem is that Qin Yang has no sense of direction. If he really gets lost later, it will be a big problem if they can't find them. If you get lost in the wild and encounter other monsters, you'll be helpless and have no one to turn to. Qin Yang had no survival supplies on him, and if he got lost, it would be no different from being dead. Ranzu gave the order, and the others didn't think much of it. However, Liu Qing looked at the Skinny Monkey with some surprise. In his eyes, shouldn't the Skinny Monkey, who was the healer, always be the one most afraid of dying? Why does he suddenly seem like a different person today? However, there was no time to think about it now. He was only surprised for a moment before leaving with the rest of the group. After all, he is now the only member of the team with any fighting ability. Instead of foolishly going after Qin Yang, the Skinny Monkey found a safe spot to observe where Qin Yang was. However, under his gaze, Qin Yang was standing there quietly, holding his broadsword, not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, Qin Yang felt no panic whatsoever. It wasn't that he was confident enough to deal with these hellhounds, but rather that, as a martial artist, he knew how important mental state was for someone about to face a major battle. He just stood there quietly, looking at the dozen or so pairs of eyes in front of him. And those dozen or so pairs of eyes were quietly watching him. It seemed to have realized that its prey had escaped. These hellhounds were still quite impatient, and soon one of them opened its blood-red maw at Qin Yang. Roar! With a roar, a crimson flame shot straight at Qin Yang, aiming for his forehead. Qin Yang didn't make any big movements, he simply tilted his head slightly, and the fireball grazed past his hair. The flames ignited Qin Yang's hair, but he simply patted it off, extinguishing the fire. This scene stunned the skinny monkey who was watching from afar. He didn't expect that this big shot could be so calm and composed in the face of the attack of a third-tier demon beast. Such a fireball and such a way of dodging, even the most experienced mage probably couldn't do it. Not only was the skinny monkey surprised, but there was also a commotion on the hellhound's side. Soon, flames appeared one after another, a dozen or so in a row. This time, Qin Yang didn't stand still as before. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the monsters and started moving. Whoosh! Call! Every time Qin Yang dodged one ball of flame, another ball of flame would land where he landed. However, Qin Yang remained calm. He didn't even look at the flames, his gaze fixed solely on the hellhound. Really? As the flames surged, the hellhounds didn't wait in place. Instead, they swarmed towards Qin Yang. After Qin Yang dodged all the flames, a wolf's claw came crashing down towards his head. Qin Yang ducked down, holding his sword in front of his head. Sword drawn, horse in hand. Clang! The immense force caused Qin Yang's expression to change, but he still managed to withstand the attack steadily. Qin Yang did not simply dodge. Wrapped up tightly around the head. At the critical moment, Qin Yang displayed his powerful martial art skills, circling his broadsword around the hellhound's head before slashing it down to the waist. Having previous experience hunting monsters, Qin Yang's strike was very powerful, using all his strength. With a single strike, he cleaved the leading hellhound in half at the waist. Fat! Blood splattered all over Qin Yang. This was the first time Qin Yang had seen so much blood when he used force. However, the blood did not extinguish Qin Yang's fighting spirit. Instead, it made his whole body even hotter. This is the battle I've been waiting for. I must overcome this hurdle to become stronger. At that moment, he seemed to see himself defeating his father, and his whole body seemed to be burning with blood. Not far away, the skinny monkey stared wide-eyed at Qin Yang for taking down a third-tier demon beast in a single move, and for a moment he was speechless. Why the hell are we still running? He knew how capable Qin Yang was. They can easily defeat first and second-tier monsters. It would be a little difficult to deal with large second-tier monsters. However, this difficulty is only compared to Qin Yang hunting other monsters. Compared to a team of second-tier mags, Qin Yang's monster hunting speed is much faster. But now, this is a third-tier demonic beast. There are over a dozen third-tier hellhounds that can unleash fire magic. Qin Yang can actually kill one enemy with a single strike? Is he really that strong? If they're that strong, why are they running away? The skinny monkey was feeling somewhat lost. Is this how they killed him in Chapter 32? On the hellhound side, seeing the sheer power of Qin Yang's single strike, their forward momentum subconsciously halted. All the hellhounds stared at Qin Yang in astonishment. If anyone else were present, they would surely have seen the fear in the eyes of these monsters. Yes, Qin Yang only killed one, yet it made them feel fear and terror. They stopped, but Qin Yang, who was in the middle of a heated discussion, did not. Feeling the burning fighting spirit in his heart, Qin Yang grabbed his broadsword and charged towards one of the hellhounds. The previous step was a powerful strike, using the manhwa sword technique. Manhwa sword technique is an extremely famous sword technique in Chinese martial arts. It emphasizes using intention rather than force, using intention to guide qi, using qi to move the body, and using the mind to guide the sword. The sword moves with the body, the steps move with the sword, and the person and the sword become one, resulting in great power. When Qin Yang slashed out, it was as if the surrounding air was split open. The hellhound felt a sharp pain in its face and hurriedly stretched out its claws to block. Fight! But it didn't work. Even when the hellhound used its hardest claws to block, it couldn't stop Qin Yang's strike. Cut it in half. The hellhound was actually split in two right in the middle of its head by Qin Yang. He was already speechless with shock when he saw Qin Yang cut the hellhound in half, but seeing the sheer power of Qin Yang's strike, he hurriedly turned and shouted to the group of people who hadn't gone far behind him. Hey, someone come here. However, Qin Yang did not notice that a flame was quietly approaching from behind him. Careful, Seeing the monster launch a sneak attack from afar, Ranzu immediately wanted to warn it. But with such a distance and such loud fighting sounds, how could Ranju's voice possibly be heard? He couldn't hear it, but Qin Yang could sense it. Just as the flames were about to strike him, Qin Yang twisted his waist, shrugged his shoulders, and swung his knife in a backhand motion. The flames released by the third-tier hellhound were actually cleaved in two by Qin Yang. With a whooshing sound from Qin Yang's blade, the fireball, now cleaved in two, grazed past Qin Yang's sides. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the skinny monkey couldn't help but gasp. He already knew how outrageous Qin Yang was, but every time Qin Yang made a move, he felt like, how could he go so far? He turned to look at Ranzu, his tone bitter. Should we continue running? If they continue running, they will inevitably encounter other demonic beasts, and even the most ordinary second-tier demonic beasts are beyond their current capabilities. After all, Liu Qing was the only one in the team who still had any fighting ability. Right now, although there are more than a dozen hellhounds, Skinny Monkey feels that it's not them that need to run, but the whole pack of hellhounds. Upon hearing this, Ranzu took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Hey, what happened? The sudden sound interrupted Ranju's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Ranzu turned and shouted, "Come back, everyone. No need to run anymore." Everyone was surprised to hear Ranju's words, and Bai Ying was the first to ask a question. What's going on? I don't know. What happened to all those hellhounds? Yang Zhen asked. Could it be that some powerful expert has arrived? Leng Hua wondered. I don't know, but Ranzu certainly wouldn't harm us, right? Lanshi was simple-minded and her thoughts were relatively straightforward. Instead, Mu Chang remained silent for a short while before saying, Let's go back. Upon hearing this, the team members exchanged glances, remained silent, and turned back. Liu Qing, what's wrong? Why are you so silent? Bai Ying asked, looking at Liu Qing who remained silent. Liu Qing snapped out of his reverie, but did not reply. Actually, when he heard Ranzu call them back, he guessed one possibility. A possibility that none of them dared to guess. Even though Liu Qing knew, he was still quite shocked. What's going on? How long has it been? A dozen or so tier 3 creatures. One person. Is that all? The group arrived at the location of Ranzu and Shouho. Upon seeing the situation inside the arena, Liu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't over yet, but it was almost over. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Several more hellhounds died during this time, while 7 or 8 others were frantically fleeing. Liu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, while the others gasped in shock. I almost didn't breathe in the effects of global warming. Hiss. How long have we been walking? Bai Ying looked around at her teammates with a somewhat blank expression. However, no one spoke, because everyone was just as shocked as Bai Ying. Instead, Yang Zhen said very seriously, It's 3 minutes from where we are to come back. 3 minutes. Bai Ying was momentarily dazed. In just 3 minutes, more than a dozen demonic beasts had dwindled to only a few. He finally understood why Ranzu had called them over. With that kind of strength, why are you still running? Just as he was thinking this, Qin Yang caught up with another hellhound and with one slash, the hellhound's head was severed. Bai Ying, who was already in a daze, became even more doubtful of life after seeing this scene. Are these the hellhounds that just surrounded us? Not only did he suspect this, but others, including Ranzu, also suspected that Qin Yang had not actually killed the hellhound. But the facts were right in front of them, and no matter how much they doubted, it was useless. He hasn't used magic yet. Yang Zhen was also surprised, but she paid close attention. But Bai Ying immediately objected. Is this how you kill a third-tier demonic beast? Their team, even if their offensive mage had the wrong attributes, or even if they had a second-tier lightning mage, they wouldn't be able to kill so many monsters. In a normal monster hunt, the wind elementalist lures the monster, while the earth and water elementalists prepare emergency measures. The healer must also keep a close eye on the area to prevent anyone from being killed by a single slap from the hellhound. After all, hellhounds not only possess magic, but they are also extremely fast. Finally, the offensive mage unleashes spell after spell until the hellhound dies. Would any kind soul just grab a knife and start hacking at us? Chapter 33. Don't I have any pride? By this time, Qin Yang was already covered in blood. Even his pants were covered in it. The strong smell of blood on his body not only didn't make Qin Yang feel uncomfortable at all, but it was more like a catalyst for him. Seeing the few remaining scattered monsters, Qin Yang quickened his pace and rushed towards them. Upon seeing Qin Yang's godlike appearance, the hellhounds lost their previous arrogance and scattered in all directions. Without saying a word, Qin Yang stepped forward and slashed with his sword. One of the hellhounds, in its haste to escape, was unable to dodge in time and was ultimately struck by Qin Yang's blade. Seeing this, Qin Yang didn't stop and continued chasing after the next one. Seeing Qin Yang chasing after the monsters and killing them, the others were speechless. "Shall we take a break?" Bai Ying asked, looking at the scene. Normally, such remarks would definitely be criticized. Your teammates are still fighting, and you're thinking about taking a break? But the wounded looked at each other, and in the end, they said nothing and accepted Bai Ying's suggestion. They definitely need a rest right now. So the group sat down by the campfire and began to rest, just like before. Ranzu, dragging her weakened body, headed towards the place where Qin Yang had hunted the monsters. "Let me help you." When the skinny monkey saw Ranzu like this, he knew that Ranzu wanted to plunder the corpse. After all, once a third-tier demon beast develops a demon core, it's worth millions. Especially a demon core with fire attribute magic like this. If it were put at a large auction, it could fetch tens of millions. Ranzu did not refuse, but nodded. The skinny monkey also took out a dagger from his storage ring and helped to harvest the corpses. Then, only Liu Qing and the others sat together. "So you guys relied on this big shot to fight your way up?" Bai Ying asked again, posing a question she already knew the answer to. It wasn't that he wanted to talk nonsense, but the way Qin Yang hunted the monsters seemed excessive to them. He didn't know how to process the shock in his heart, so he found a topic to talk about. "Yes." Liu Qing did not deny it, and was obviously less shocked than they were. "Then what about you and Ranzu?" Lan Shi asked such a question, still quite naive. What else could he and Ranzu do? Before Liu Qing could answer, Bai Ying rolled her eyes first. Ranzu already looked down on him, and now that he's brought a powerful expert with him, does he still have any ideas? Ask Liu Qing if he still dares to have any ideas. "Get out of here. Don't I have any dignity?" Liu Qing couldn't help but yell at Bai Ying as she kept reopening old wounds. In response, Bai Ying was naturally not to be outdone. "Face, why don't you go and talk to that big shot?" "I." Liu Qing immediately wilted when Qin Yang was mentioned. "What? You dare to do it but not dare to say it?" Bai Ying mocked. "How could they dare to do it? They're just thinking about it, okay?" Leng Hua said. "You dare to think it, but you don't dare to say it." Bai Ying continued. "You guys," Liu Qing really wanted to give each of them a fireball. These people really show no mercy when they're mocking others. "All right, let's all keep quiet." Mu Chang spoke up at this moment. Upon hearing their captain's words, Bai Ying and Leng Hua immediately shut up. At this moment, Liu Qing also turned his attention to Mu Chang. Mu Chang then looked at Liu Qing and asked, "What is your objective this time?" "The Eye of the Storm." Wind Eye Giant, a 4th-tier monster. It stands 5 meters tall and is entirely composed of stone, making it incredibly hard. I had heard Liu Qing mention the general situation before, and I originally thought that they came in just to hunt some monsters. I didn't even dare to think about the Eye of the Storm. After all, such an existence has absolutely nothing to do with their 2nd-tier status. Only an extremely strong expert like Lin Feng, who is at the 3rd rank, would dare to say something like challenge someone of a higher rank. However, after witnessing Qin Yang's terrifying combat prowess, Mu Chang couldn't help but have doubts. He didn't use a single spell from beginning to end, yet he was able to easily defeat more than a dozen 3rd-tier demonic beasts. This undoubtedly refreshed his worldview, as someone who had been exposed to magic since childhood. "I guess so," Liu Qing said, somewhat uncertainly. What did they say when they came in? It seems they wanted to familiarize Qin Yang with the demonic beasts. Thinking about this, Liu Qing suddenly remembered something terrifying. It seems that Qin Yang hasn't even bothered to learn about the characteristics of demonic beasts. The only one I know about is the 2nd-tier horned rhinoceros. But how could Liu Qing and Ranzu possibly fully understand a mere 2nd-tier horned rhinoceros, given the way they work together? That's just wishful thinking. In other words, Qin Yang's ability to hunt monsters at such a terrifying speed is entirely due to his lack of understanding of monsters. Hiss. Thinking of this, Liu Qing couldn't help but gasp again. "What's wrong?" Mu Chang asked, curious when he saw Liu Qing's expression. "No. This big shot is probably more terrifying than we imagined." Liu Qing shook his head, then looked at Mu Chang. "Why are you asking this question?" Liu Qing was curious why Mu Chang asked if their target was the Eye of the Storm. "Do you mean you want to help them hunt down the Eye of the Storm? Don't be ridiculous. 4th-tier demonic beasts can't be defeated by sheer numbers." To put it bluntly, he and Bai Ying were the only 2 offensive mags in the team, and their offensive methods were very monotonous, all being fire-based. My dear reader, There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. A second tier fire type attack against a fourth tier eye giant? I'm afraid the damage would be as mild as a tickle. Does dying bamboo require wind eye stones? Mu Chang continued to ask. Liu Qing nodded in agreement. It was no secret that Ranzu needed the wind eye stone, and he didn't know why Mu Chang was asking about it. The market price of a wind eye stone is around 30 million. How about we chip in a few times? As Mu Chang spoke, he turned his gaze to the others. 30 million for a total of 5 people, which means each person has to contribute 6 million. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for them, who are only at the second level. Even people like Mu Chang and Liu Qing, who were born into prominent families, were no exception. Although they are wealthy, they are not as accomplished as ordinary high school students. In reality, they don't receive much of the family's annual resources. 30 million, how many people can chip in? The crowd looked at each other, unsure how to respond. We probably can't raise 30 million, but we'll raise whatever we have. Yang Zhen was the first to speak. He is a straightforward person who hates owing favors to others. Even if no one tells him, he could never forget that Ranzu saved him. All right, we'll gather as much as we can. When Mu Chang heard Yang Zhen say this, he didn't hesitate. After all, he knew that even if everyone sold their possessions, it wouldn't be easy to raise this money. However, Qin Yang just said that one thing should be done separately. Since that's the case, Ranzu's favor in saving them must be repaid. Chapter 34 Scientific Use of Magic. Before Qin Yang revealed his strength, no one remembered what Qin Yang had said. However, now that Qin Yang's strength has been exposed, Mu Chang was the first to point this out, and no one refuted it. It's not that they're materialistic, but that's just how the world is. Might makes right. After discussing it for a while, the group took out their valuables. However, apart from first and second tier demon cores, there was nothing else of value in their rings. 5 people, after a long time, managed to scrape together 15 million. Mu Chang and Yang Zhen alone raised 8 million. Isn't it a bit far from 30 million? Yang Zhen frowned. That's all. We can't exactly ask Brother Mu to throw away his stuff, can we? Bai Ying complained helplessly. However, he was glared at by Mu Chang as soon as he opened his mouth. If you don't have enough money, you don't think about raising more for yourself, you just think about your own side, right? After Bai Ying said that, Mu Chang felt embarrassed to keep the staff and immediately decided to take it out. However, just as Mu Chang was about to take out the staff, Ranzu and Shou Hu walked over. What are you doing? Ranzu asked, looking at the pile of valuables on the ground. Thank you for your help just now. This is the payment we need to make. Yang Zhen said without beating around the bush. As Yang Zhen was speaking, Mu Chang also took out his staff. Put it away. Ranzu said coldly, but she said something that surprised everyone. The sudden words left everyone looking at Ranzu in astonishment. This is worth 15 million. Even if Ranzu hadn't counted it in detail, a third-tier mage could still roughly tell its value at a glance. So many things, and you just glanced at them and said you didn't want them? Mu Chang was initially reluctant to take out his staff, but after hearing Ranzu's words, he immediately felt that he was being a bit stingy and took out his staff without saying a word. You should put that away too. That staff will greatly enhance your abilities, but it won't be of much use to me. You. This time it was Mu Chang's turn to be speechless. We are all classmates, there's no need for that. Ranzu's words finally made everyone realize what was going on. It seems that Ranzu saved them this time not for any reward, but simply because they were classmates. It's not uncommon for classmates to lend a helping hand when you're in the wild. But that only applies when it's within my own capabilities. I'll lend a hand if that's the case. Moreover, they should try to gain some benefits afterward. Faced with these hundreds of Tier 3 monsters who risk their lives to save people, Mu Chang felt that 15 million was too little. But now, Ranzu is refusing to take a single penny, claiming it's because they're classmates? Mu Chang felt he couldn't quite understand Ranzu anymore. You should know that Ranzu is usually quiet, and because she is targeted by girls and pursued by boys, she has almost no friends. All people know is that Ranzu is very aloof, but they don't know much else about her. I only realized today that Ranzu is such a warm-hearted person. Everyone remained silent. They were kind-hearted, and normally they would have told Ranzu that kind-hearted people never end well. But they are the beneficiaries, so they can't just stand up and tell Ranzu now, can they? Ranzu did not answer the others, but sat alone by the campfire and took out a rhinoceros leg to roast over the fire. What? Bai Ying was a little confused. Ranzu had also started eating the flesh of demonic beasts. This is for the big boss, Liu Qing explained from the side, but his eyes revealed a look of envy. As for the skinny monkey, after returning from his trip with Ranzu, he began treating everyone. Once everyone had settled in, Qin Yang took over. Qin Yang frowned as he watched the hellhounds running at breakneck speed. The speed is a bit too slow to keep up. The main problem is that these hellhounds are scattered too much. The speed isn't enough. What to do? If we encounter a more agile monster in the future, will we still be able to be dragged down by it? Although he thought this to himself, Qin Yang did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt a kind of excitement. If he could certainly kill one or two more, but Qin Yang hadn't forgotten that the group of wounded were still waiting for him. Thinking of this, Qin Yang sheathed his broadsword and hurried back. However, he was constantly thinking about how to increase his speed. Could it be that I should learn those lightning attribute magic speed boosting skills from novels? No, those are just fictional structures. They have no scientific basis. What if you develop problems while practicing them? Who can you turn to? Scientific basis. Science. Electromagnetic. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The next second, Qin Yang directly manipulated lightning magic, circling it around his legs again and again. When both legs were completely wrapped in lightning, Qin Yang indeed felt a huge repulsive force between his feet and the ground. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Yang's face lit up with joy, and he took a step forward. Then, as if leaping, he flew away into the distance. One step covers 10 meters. Watching his speed change, Qin Yang almost instantly felt like a genius. Unexpectedly, under these circumstances, I was still able to change the properties of magic. Ha ha. Qin Yang chuckled, then manipulated the magic, taking large strides back in the original direction. Fortunately, the blood of the monsters Qin Yang hunted along the way was all on the ground. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have really gotten lost. When he returned to his location, Qin Yang put away his magic. Oh, everyone's here. Qin Yang greeted the group who were recuperating. At this point, there wasn't a single good spot left on Qin Yang's body. His body was covered in blood, and the smell of blood made many of the mags present feel uncomfortable. Lanchi couldn't help but turn away and vomit the moment she saw Qin Yang. They had hunted monsters before, and they had been injured before, but they had never been in a situation like Qin Yang, where he was covered in blood. Moreover, they knew that much of this blood probably wasn't as much of it likely belonged to third-tier hellhounds. They weren't used to it, and neither was Qin Yang. Is there any water? I want to wash up. I'll go get the water. Liu Qing took over the task of fetching water again. Bai Ying stared in disbelief at Liu Qing's departing figure. When did the fourth generation of the Liu family in Donghai start acting as lackeys for others? Qin Yang didn't say anything when he saw Liu Qing go to get water, but was instead attracted by the aroma of the meat in Ranzu's hands. Just as I was about to go over, something suddenly occurred to me. By the way, did you bring any seasonings? Boss, nobody eats monsters like you, so nobody brings their own seasonings, the skinny monkey added. Oh, that's true. Qin Yang nodded. What about the wine? Who would dare drink that when hunting monsters? Skinny monkey unleashed his tu tol tu cow, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments talent. That's true. Qin Yang wasn't angry at the skinny monkey's behavior. Instead, he suddenly realized what was going on. Without saying anything more, he walked directly towards Ranzu. The meat will be cooked in a little while. Please wait a moment. Ranzu said softly when she saw Qin Yang coming over. No rush, we need to wash it before eating, Qin Yang said with a smile. After the initial excitement wore off, Qin Yang began to feel a bit tired. Chapter 35 Come and Fight. Qin Yang plopped down next to Ranzu to rest, but a smile remained on his face. What's wrong? You seem very happy, Ranzu asked. Nothing much, I just discovered another use for magic, Qin Yang replied with a smile. Huh? What do you mean? Ranzu asked, puzzled. Could it be that Qin Yang has made some breakthrough in the use of magic? It's important to know that Qin Yang has only been awakened for less than 24 hours. Well, Qin Yang didn't want to hide anything from Ranzu. After all, he had come here with Ranzu, and Ranzu was a local of the magical world. If there was anything he didn't understand, Ranzu could guide him. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang explained some principles of electromagnetism and how to use lightning to increase speed. Can you do magic to this extent? Ranzu was shocked, but her expression was somewhat complicated. Huh? What do you mean? Qin Yang didn't quite understand. I don't quite understand the principle behind your so-called electromagnetism, but you need to wrap lightning magic around your legs, right? Ranzu spoke at length this time, and Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. This requires extremely high magical control, And won't this affect your magical control when you're fighting against someone? Ranzu continued to ask. Will it have an impact? Qin Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't fought against anyone, so I'm not sure. It didn't seem to have any effect when I was traveling back. Upon hearing this, Ranzu spoke. When using magic, you need to be fully focused. The human body is very fragile. When using magic, you need to be careful to let the magic pass through your body. Therefore, low-level mags may not be able to use magic smoothly and end up hurting themselves before they can hurt others. But I don't seem to have found such a problem with you. It might be because your body is a bit special. Using magic to travel doesn't affect me, but it's a bit strange that you, a first-level cultivator, are unaffected. Perhaps it was Qin Yang's special qualities that piqued Ranzu's interest, which led her to speak so much for the first time. So what? I don't know if it will have any effect from fighting against others. Once I've recovered a bit, I can try it with you, Ranzu said softly. There's no need for that. Qin Yang smiled, then stood up amidst Ranzu's puzzled gaze. Hey, you there, come over here and let's fight. Liu Qing, who had just returned from fetching water, looked blankly behind her as Qin Yang pointed at her. When she realized that Qin Yang was indeed pointing at her, Liu Qing almost cried. What are you doing? When the boss got tired of beating me and wanted to take a shower, I went to get the water. I was being so obedient, yet he still found a reason to beat me up? Liu Qing was already panting heavily from carrying 2 buckets of water by himself, and he had originally planned to put the buckets down as soon as possible to finish his work. But after Qin Yang shouted that, he was now caught in a dilemma, whether to put down the bucket or not. This was the first time Mu Chang and his group had seen Liu Qing like this, and they wanted to laugh but dared not. Ranzu spoke first to explain. He seems to have made some new discoveries about magic. We need to find someone to test them. But why are you looking for me? Liu Qing felt even more aggrieved. Because you're in the best shape right now, don't worry, I'll go easy on you, Qin Yang said with a smile. Liu Qing was speechless upon hearing this. Status? After looking around, it seems that I'm the only one who's maintained the best condition. Brother, I've done my part, even if I haven't done anything special. Please go easy on me. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Liu Qing stopped refusing. At worst, he would just get a beating. Although he had liked Ranzu, he hadn't done anything excessive, and in his opinion, Qin Yang wouldn't kill him over something like that. Don't worry. Qin Yang comforted him. Seeing this, Liu Qing put down the bucket and then asked Qin Yang, What do we do now? Where do we go? Qin Yang moved to an open space to the side and then said, This will do. Seeing this, Liu Qing also came over to Qin Yang's side. Qin Yang spoke. Find a location that you think is safe. Can I go home? Liu Qing was on the verge of tears. After witnessing Qin Yang's bravery, Liu Qing felt that home was the safest place. No, even home wasn't safe. He couldn't guarantee that his elders wouldn't be able to defeat Qin Yang without knowing how powerful he was. Of course not. Find a safe spot, use magic on me, and I won't fight back, Qin Yang said. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Liu Qing was surprised, as were the onlookers. Is that so? Okay. Hearing that Qin Yang wouldn't fight back, Liu Qing felt much relieved and then walked to a place 50 meters away from Qin Yang. Then I felt unsafe and wanted to retreat. Isn't that enough? Bai Ying, who had been watching the game, asked. You come. Liu Qing said irritably. No need. The big boss specifically asked for you. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying acted as if it was none of her business. Liu Qing glared at him, but instead of retreating further, she looked at Qin Yang with a serious expression. Here I come. Good. Qin Yang stood there, completely unmoved. Seeing this, Liu Qing stopped talking and immediately began to condense magic. The process took a long time, about 7 or 8 seconds, when Liu Qing's eyes widened and he roared. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Fireball. Immediately afterwards, a ball of flame went straight for Qin Yang. Upon seeing this, Bai Ying exclaimed in surprise. Damn, this group of people's chanting time has actually become shorter. The people around nodded in agreement. Liu Qing has already mastered the use of this second-tier magic. It looks like he's reached the threshold of the 3rd tier, right? It looks like it will be soon. The big shots didn't even dodge. Are you planning to tough it out? The group chatted amongst themselves, all turning their gazes to Qin Yang. They wanted to see how Qin Yang would deal with this second-tier magic. Response. Qin Yang glanced at the fireball that was getting closer and closer to him, and his lightning magic began to surge. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that lightning began to continuously crackle around Qin Yang's legs. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be Tier 1? Bai Ying exclaimed again. Not only Bai Ying, but everyone else was also surprised to see the scene, and then looked at the skinny monkey with curious eyes. You're trying to think about things from an ordinary person's perspective when it comes to big shots. Skinny monkey was also surprised, but not as much as the others. In his view, everything Qin Yang did was reasonable. Immediately afterward, under everyone's gaze, Qin Yang vanished from the spot in a flash. Where are they? To everyone's surprise, Qin Yang covered a distance of nearly 20 meters in one step. Immediately afterward, before anyone could react, Qin Yang appeared in front of Liu Qing. Then, Qin Yang placed a knife against Liu Qing's neck. At that moment, everyone present fell silent. Chapter 36. Let's go wash up and go to bed. Thud. Bai Ying dropped the flatbread in her hand to the ground, but her hands remained in the position of holding the flatbread as if she wanted to eat it, her eyes staring blankly in Liu Qing's direction. The skinny monkey was treating Leng Hua, but although he maintained the posture of treating, there was no magic in sight. Leng Hua didn't care that his treatment had ended. His attention was now entirely focused on Qin Yang. The others weren't much better off. They were all chatting and laughing, surprised that Liu Qing's strength had improved so much, but they didn't expect him to lose so decisively. What kind of magic is this? Bai Ying asked, puzzled. As a second-tier fire mage, he seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar with this magic. Lightning type. Yang Zhen frowned as she looked at Qin Yang, seemingly lost in thought. First tier. Bai Ying continued. Can a first-tier rank have this kind of boost? Bai Ying continued to ask. This time, Yang Zhen did not answer. Lightning type. He'd seen first-tier lightning mags before, and to be honest, he'd even seen third-tier ones. In his opinion, even a third-tier lightning mage couldn't possibly have such speed, since lightning mags have never been known for their speed. If every lightning mage were like this, wouldn't the wind mage be out of a job? Everyone fell silent, unsure of what to say. As for Liu Qing inside the arena, cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. He had considered the possibility that he might not be able to beat Qin Yang, but that was only within a certain distance. But the two were 50 meters apart. He believed Qin Yang could dodge one fireball, but surely he could release a second one himself? However, before his fireball even reached the spot where Qin Yang had been standing, Qin Yang was already beside him. Qin Yang simply didn't want to make a move. If he had, given the Hellhound's miserable state, he himself would probably have died several times over. How boring. Qin Yang withdrew his hand, then went to the bucket, easily lifted it, and found a place to scrub his back. But just as he was about to scrub his back, he suddenly asked, "Did you bring a towel?" Liu Qing was still standing there in a daze when he heard Qin Yang's words and subconsciously shook his head. But before he could even say that he had one, Qin Yang said, "You didn't even bring a towel? You're filthy." Liu Qing wanted to cry but had no tears. Ranzu got up from the campfire and handed a white towel to Qin Yang. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's face lit up with joy, and he picked up a towel to begin cleaning the bloodstains off his body. "How did you feel when you were doing the operation?" Ranzu asked, standing next to Qin Yang. "How is it?" Qin Yang asked while taking a shower. "Is there anything unreasonable about the way you control magic?" Ranzu continued to ask. "No, and it doesn't require any special control, does it?" Qin Yang said, recalling the events as he spoke. "After releasing it, you're not going to care about these spells anymore." Ranzu continued to ask. "Yes, even if it's entangled, there's no need to continue controlling it," Qin Yang said. Hiss. Although she was already prepared, Ranzu still couldn't help but feel surprised when she heard Qin Yang say that. However, Qin Yang added another sentence. "It's only a couple of steps, you can't really measure anything." To put it bluntly, Liu Qing was too weak. The words weren't spoken loudly, but everyone heard them. Liu Qing was on the verge of tears, wondering if he was just too weak. "I'm at least a second-tier fire elementalist, and I'm almost at the third tier, okay? However, considering Qin Yang's performance, my own level can indeed be described as weak. How about we add a few more people and try?" This wasn't said by Ranzu, but rather it came from the crowd. Liu Qing turned his head in surprise, wanting to see which hero could say such a thing under these circumstances. Turning his head, he saw Yang Zhen. "Brother, are you kidding me? Do you think it's something that can be solved by adding a few more people?" Liu Qing said, "It's just a test of magic anyway. We won't even get hurt. What's wrong with that?" Yang Zhen retorted. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately realized what was going on. Right, Qin Yang isn't some enemy they absolutely have to defeat. He just wanted to test his magic. Why are they all so afraid? It makes sense, considering that Qin Yang had just killed more than a dozen hellhounds and the smell of blood on his body hadn't dissipated yet, so everyone instinctively wanted to stay away. However, as soon as Yang Zhen spoke, the tension in everyone's hearts immediately lessened. Count me in. It was Bai Ying who spoke up. Add me to the list. Yang Zhen said. Seeing the two raise their hands one after the other, Ranzu said calmly, 3 people should be a little better than before. Lanshi, you come too. Yang Zhen turned her head and looked at the only female member of their team. Huh? Me? Lanshi asked, somewhat flustered. Yes, just treat it like a normal hunt of monsters, Yang Zhen said seriously. Oh, well okay then. Lanshi also hurriedly got up. Including Liu Qing, there were 4 people in total. Aside from necessary treatment, these 4 people are essentially a team hunting monsters in the wild. Wait. It was Qin Yang who spoke. Hearing Qin Yang speak, everyone was a little surprised. They were all ready, so was Qin Yang going to back down? Let me wash up first. Ranzu, can you help me? I can't reach my back. One of the most painful things for anyone who has ever worked out is that you can't scratch your back. Qin Yang also encountered such a dilemma at this time. Seeing this, Ranzu didn't say anything, but picked up the blood-stained towel and started wiping Qin Yang's wounds. The 4 people who got up looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. In no time, the bloodstains on Qin Yang's body had been cleaned up, but there was nothing that could be done about the bloodstains on his pants. Hey, looks like I'll have to bring a few more pairs of pants next time. Qin Yang looked at the bloodstains on his pants and stood up with some distress, then looked at the 4 people in front of him. You all take your positions first. Upon hearing this, the group became less polite, exchanged glances, and then took their places. Yang Zhen took the lead and stood about 40 meters away from Qin Yang. 5 meters behind him was Lanshi. To Lanshi's left and right were Bai Ying and Liu Qing. Remember, don't rush to use second-tier magic later. Use first-tier magic first, and be quick. Hearing Yang Zhen's words, the 2 of them nodded, though they didn't understand what she meant. After everyone had taken their positions, Yang Zhen nodded to Qin Yang. Qin Yang followed the same method, wrapping his legs with lightning magic. Do you think they can win? Mu Chang, who was still recovering his magic power, asked the skinny monkey who was also watching the show. The skinny monkey curled his lip upon seeing this. Go wash up and go to bed. Can we win? If it weren't for the sparring, whether they could even survive would be a question. Chapter 37, The Curtain Falls. After everyone had taken their positions, Yang Zhen nodded to Qin Yang. It's ready. Seeing this, Qin Yang didn't waste any words and went straight for the group, following the same routine as before. The speed was almost the same as before, with each step covering nearly 20 meters. Flying stone. Yang Zhen seemed to have anticipated this, and with a loud shout, several stones flew towards Qin Yang's face. This caught Qin Yang completely off guard. Before he could react, he saw several stones flying towards him, as if they had anticipated that he would end up here. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's expression changed slightly, and he quickly tilted his head back. Backflip. Qin Yang barely dodged the attack but didn't rush to retaliate. Instead, he glanced at Yang Zhen with some surprise. Not only him, but the others were also surprised to see that Yang Zhen had almost injured Qin Yang. Good lad. Qin Yang chuckled and continued charging forward. Attack. Without hesitation, Bai Ying and Liu Qing unleashed their first-tier fire magic at Qin Yang. But Qin Yang was too fast, the 2 of them barely even touched him. Earthen Wall. Taking advantage of Qin Yang's dodge, Yang Zhen directly condensed a second-tier earth-type magic. A thick wall was erected in front of Qin Yang and the others. The sudden appearance of the barrier reassured everyone, and the group continued to gather magic. Yang Zhen looked warily at the earthen wall, or more precisely, at Qin Yang behind it. But then, he heard a hurried voice. Water shield. Upon hearing Lanshi's voice, Yang Zhen was startled. Just as she was about to make a move, she felt someone pat her shoulder. Turning my head, I saw Qin Yang. After patting Yang Zhen on the shoulder, Qin Yang stopped attacking. Yang Zhen smiled wryly and lowered her hands, which were holding the magic. He knew that if he really made a move, he would probably be dead. With Yang Zhen gone, how could the other 3 possibly stop Qin Yang? Almost instantly, all 3 of them were slapped by Qin Yang. Yang Zhen smiled wryly, while the others were surprised. They hadn't expected that Qin Yang would still be able to resolve the battle so quickly, even when facing 4 opponents. This. Mu Chang couldn't accept the result. It's not that he can't accept a few people losing, to be honest. He was already prepared for a few people to lose. After all, Qin Yang's impressive track record speaks for itself. But they lost too quickly. Apart from Yang Zhen, who was able to cause some disruption to Qin Yang, the others did virtually nothing. Don't worry, he's a big shot after all. You have to accept reality, Skinny Monkey comforted him from the side. But these words of comfort did not improve Mu Chang at all. Instead, he looked at Qin Yang with a serious expression. He's going to take a magic test, right? I don't know. We'll have to see what the campus belle thinks, Skinny Monkey replied. A magic test in high school? If we really participate, then the team that dyes the school beauty's name will be a sure thing, Skinny Monkey continued. Not necessarily. Yang Zhen said when she returned and heard the two discussing. No way. You don't actually think anyone can harm the big boss? Liu Qing looked at Yang Zhen with surprise. Have you forgotten what department Lin Feng is in? Yang Zhen looked at Liu Qing, her tone serious. Lin Feng? Space system. Upon realizing this, Liu Qing's initial nonchalance vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. As a rare elemental type, the space element is definitely more powerful than ordinary elemental types like theirs. Moreover, Liu Qing remembered that Lin Feng's third-tier magic was a magic called spatial gravity. During that spell, they couldn't even lift their hands. If the big shot were here too. Thinking of this, Liu Qing fell silent. On the other side, Qin Yang approached Ranzu and asked, How about it? You lack experience in combat and were almost injured by Yang Zhen. However, this magic doesn't seem to have any effect on you. What's the name of this magic? Ranzu first analyzed Qin Yang's strengths and weaknesses, and then began to inquire about the name of the magic. This one. Qin Yang thought for a moment, then said seriously, 3,000 thunderbolts. The two then chatted casually, during which Qin Yang picked up the roasted rhinoceros leg and ate it while talking. On the other side, Liu Qing and his group were also eating dry rations to replenish their strength and chatting idly. What are your plans next? Let's go back first. We really can't hunt monsters in this state, Mu Chang said with a troubled expression. This trip not only yielded no results, but I almost lost my life. It's time to go back and rest properly. And you? That depends on what Ranzu thinks, Liu Qing said in a deep voice. Now that they've already come out, they must be following Ranzu's ideas. This was something he, as a magician, was used to. If anything happens, remember to let me know, Mu Chang said. Liu Qing also knew that the matter Mu Chang mentioned was not about himself, but about Ranzu. These people owe Ranzu a huge favor, so it's impossible for them to pretend nothing happened. They'll probably have to team up to deal with Lin Feng if he causes them trouble. If he were to be included, even Lin Feng from Kyoto would likely not fare well, given that while Lin Feng's family has considerable influence in Kyoto, it might not be so in the East China Sea. You should talk to Ranzu about this directly, Liu Qing said casually. Tell her. You know her attitude. Mu Chang said, somewhat speechless. Liu Qing was speechless upon hearing this. If you were to tell Ranzu, she would probably refuse immediately. Mu Chang told him that he genuinely wanted to repay Ranzu's kindness. Anyway, the lives of us brothers are all in Ranzu's hands, so don't hold back when it comes down to it, Mu Chang said. Okay. This time, Liu Qing did not refuse. At this moment, Bai Ying approached. So you're planning to join Ranzu's team for this magic test? It's not a good idea, is it? This time, the magic test team? They're not ready yet. If you guys aren't going to participate, our whole team can just join Ranzu's team. Bai Ying said, revealing her true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang's team's eyes lit up. Although their team doesn't have any Tier 3 members. However, from the very beginning, they were a team of several people, and their teamwork and coordination were excellent. If we add Ranzu, a third-tier cultivator, and Qin Yang, a freak, the scores for this magic test will definitely skyrocket. A team can bring 2 substitutes. If Liu Qing and Shouho are not on Qin Yang's team, Qin Yang and Ranzu can be added to their team and the number of people will be just right. Thinking of this, almost everyone looked at Liu Qing with hopeful expressions. Everyone wanted Liu Qing to say something like, I won't join the bamboo dyeing team. Chapter 38. There's also a best friend. Seeing everyone's gaze, Liu Qing felt like crying but had no tears. When have I ever been disliked like this? It seems like I've always been disliked by the skinny monkey. But why are you looking at me with such an expectant expression, you skinny monkey? When Liu Qing glanced at the skinny monkey, he suddenly noticed that the skinny monkey was also looking at him expectantly. Don't they know that it's the 5 of them telling the 2 of us not to join the group? However, Liu Qing's attention was quickly diverted from the skinny monkey. He was also well aware of the other party's thoughts. They wanted to join Ranzu's team, not Ranzu joining their team. In other words, even if they teamed up with Ranzu, Ranzu would be the one in charge. They must have been shocked by Qin Yang's strength. Liu Qing was very clear about this. I don't know either. After thinking it over, Liu Qing gave this answer. If we are talking about finding people, someone of Liu's status as the young master of the Liu family shouldn't be unable to find someone to team up with. But who wouldn't want to curry favor with Qin Yang? Especially when Liu Qing thought about the scene of those first and second tier mags encountering Qin Yang, he felt a sense of anticipation. Why don't we ask Ranzu for her opinion? Seeing Liu Qing's hesitant expression, Bai Ying offered a suggestion. Let me ask. Mu Cheng spoke. Everyone wants to team up with Ranzu, but of course, they still need to ask Ranzu, the person in question, for her opinion. Who will ask? Liu Qing asked. Then everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. I'll go. Lanchi, being a girl, stepped forward at this moment. Everyone welcomed Lanchi's volunteering, and Lanchi then went to Ranzu and Qin Yang's side. What's wrong? Seeing Lanchi approach, Ranzu, who was admiring the night view, asked her a question. Hey Ranzu, do you have a team for the magic test this time? Not yet, what's wrong? Ranzu asked again. Here's the thing, our team is checking if you have anyone. A team of 5 can bring 2 substitutes. I was thinking if you and this big shot come together, then with our team, there will be 7 people. What do you think? Lanchi was straightforward and told everything directly. However, upon hearing this, Ranzu suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Lanchi asked cautiously. However, Ranzu did not answer Lanchi's question. Instead, she looked at Qin Yang and asked, Do you want to participate? Of course. Qin Yang mumbled between bites. Hunting monsters is one thing, but fighting with people is another. Of course, he wanted to see what the magicians of this world were like. Of course, I also want to beat up that guy named Lin Xiao. Qin Yang simply couldn't stand those kinds of people. Even though I am second only to one person in the 21st century, I am never as heartless and insane as young Master Lin, who even had someone forcibly take people away. If I hadn't been there during the day, Ranzu would probably have really suffered a loss. Upon hearing Qin Yang's agreement, Ranzu immediately turned to Lan Shi and said, Sorry, we are too crowded here. Huh? Lan Shi looked at Ranzu with a blank expression. With Ranzu and Qin Yang, there are only 2 people, right? Seemingly sensing Lan Shi's confusion, Ranzu replied, I have another friend who hasn't come yet. She will also be joining my team. Including Qin Yang, our team will now have 3 people. I see. Hearing Ranzu say this, Lanchi felt very sorry, but she didn't say anything more. She gave Ranzu an apologetic smile and then left. Huh? You have friends? Qin Yang asked with a smug look on his face as he watched Lanchi leave. In his opinion, with Ranju's temperament, it would probably be really difficult for her to get along with people and make friends. Yes, my best friend whom I've known since childhood. Ranzu said softly. Oh. Qin Yang suddenly realized, but before he could say anything, Ranzu continued. She is a body cultivator, just like you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately became interested. Like me, you also practice body cultivation. Ranzu nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately became excited. Isn't it amazing? I originally thought this world was full of magicians, but I never expected to find a body cultivator as well. It seems the world isn't as monotonous as I imagined. However, upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Ranzu frowned. If we are only talking about body tempering ability, she's far behind. Hearing this, Qin Yang was not discouraged, because he knew how much hardship he had endured to reach his current level. Moreover, so many martial arts families in the 21st century could not defeat him, so how many people in a world that mainly cultivates magic could defeat him? However, since there is one such body cultivator, there must be a group of them. Looks like I won't be so bored in this world after all. Actually, Qin Yang felt a bit bored after that fight. Although it possesses magic, it has absolutely no close combat abilities. Instead of fighting them, it would be better to go to the 21st century and find those martial arts families, and ask them to allow the use of hidden weapons. If all else fails, throwing stones would be better than these magicians. If it weren't for his awakening of magic and the help of powerful monsters, Qin Yang would have run away long ago. However, after hesitating for a moment, Ranzu continued. In terms of magical abilities, they are significantly inferior to yours at the same level. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Qin Yang's magical abilities were simply the most terrifying she had ever seen. Even though he was only at the first level and had just awakened, these spells seemed to have been with Qin Yang for a long time and had begun to recognize him as their master. Qin Yang could do whatever he wanted, and these spells seemed quite obedient. In terms of magical control, even her best friend couldn't compare to Qin Yang. All right. Qin Yang smacked his lips, thinking he was some kind of expert, but it turned out he was only a half-baked expert in body tempering and magic. Qin Yang remained silent, while Ranzu looked at him. What do you think of the demonic beasts? Ranzu was the only one here who knew Qin Yang's secret, and she was very curious about Qin Yang's feelings towards demonic beasts. Well, the more agile monsters are actually quite small in size, so they must be quite troublesome for you to deal with, right? Qin Yang asked. Ranzu nodded. Qin Yang continued. Large monsters are quite clumsy and troublesome for me, but after you gave me that knife, it seems there are no difficulties anymore. If I were to ask what my specific feelings are about demonic beasts, I would say they are all pretty much the same. Different types of demonic beasts require different ways of dealing with them. However, it's hard to say about those fire-breathing dogs just now. What? Ranzu seemed very interested after hearing Qin Yang's evaluation and pressed for more information. They're fast and have ranged attacks. If I hadn't been careful, I probably would have been killed too. To be honest, I've always wanted to test the power of these monsters' magic, but it's not safe here. Qin Yang said, revealing his true thoughts. However, this idea really surprised Ranzu. So Qin Yang was just trying to deliberately take the fire attack from the Hellhound? Chapter 39 Warmth. To be honest, Qin Yang really wanted to withstand the Hellhound's attack. However, this place is full of wounded people, and dealing with the monsters is so difficult. If I get seriously injured, everyone else will die here. It's not that Qin Yang has any masochistic tendencies. If you want to hit someone, you have to learn how to take a hit first. This is a principle his father taught him from a young age. After a brief chat, the two fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yang asked Ranzu, who was standing to the side. You're looking for that eye of the storm, right? Ranzu thought about it for a moment after hearing this, and finally nodded, but then quickly shook her head. What do you mean? Qin Yang was a little confused by the situation. We want to deal with it, but with our strength, we are still far from being able to defeat the Eye of the Storm. And even if we could actually hunt down the Eye of the Storm, we might not be able to obtain the Eye of the Storm Stone. Ranzu expressed her thoughts. Is the Wind Eye Stone similar to the demon core of the Wind Eye Giant? Ranzu nodded upon hearing this. Qin Yang suddenly realized. Oh, I see. He didn't say anything about wanting to try it out. Although hunting third-tier demonic beasts was quite easy, he knew that Ranzu must have a general idea of his strength. Since she's conflicted, it means that Ranzu isn't very confident either. In that case, it's better to be on the safe side. Why don't we hunt down more monsters and see if we can get any monster cores to exchange for money to buy Wind Eye Stones? Qin Yang expressed another idea. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Ranzu. How? That's the money you earned. Ranzu spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was speechless. To be honest, he didn't come here to make money. He killed so many monsters simply because he wanted a place to fight. Just think about it. He just fought off more than a dozen level 3 hellhounds all by himself. If this were the 21st century, where would you find such a fun place to fight? Unexpectedly, Ranzu was still distinguishing who paid the money. Actually, Qin Yang can't be blamed for this. He has never had a headache about money since he was a child. In fact, apart from the one-on-one fight with his father, everything else has gone smoothly for him. Every month, I receive millions of dollars in pocket money. How could someone like him care about money? But clearly, Ranzu cared. Qin Yang couldn't very well say that he didn't care about the money and that Qin Yang could spend it however he wanted. Could he? Then what's the difference between me and Lin Feng? After pondering for a while, Qin Yang still couldn't come up with a good solution, so he simply sat there and ate his barbecue. Just as the two of them sat there, unsure of what to say, Qin Yang suddenly noticed that everyone in Mu Chang's team had stood up. Qin Yang was puzzled, but then he saw Mu Chang and the others slowly walking towards them. Mu Chang then cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Qin Yang. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but given our injuries, we are afraid we can't stay with you for much longer. We have to go back. Upon hearing this, both Qin Yang and Ranzu expressed their understanding. Dyed bamboo opening. Shall we go back now? Yes. Although it's still quite a distance from the city, it's good to get back as soon as possible. What if you encounter monsters on the way? Ranzu continued to ask. Yang Zhan, Lan Shi, and Bai Ying have not lost their fighting ability. They can handle ordinary second-tier demonic beasts. As he spoke, Mu Chang smiled and said, if we encounter a monster that we can't defeat, we can just run back. Upon hearing this, everyone else laughed. If it can't be solved, then it's a third-tier demonic beast. If he really comes back, it will probably be something Qin Yang can easily do. They laughed, but Ranzu didn't. Instead, she looked at Qin Yang with a questioning gaze. Seeing Ranzu's gaze, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh. It was so comfortable being with Ranzu. If this were a 21st century case, those idiotic women who fawn over you would probably have made the decision for you long ago. However, Ranzu knew that it wasn't their team that could deal with the third-tier demonic beast, but Qin Yang alone. So at that moment, Ranzu did not answer immediately, but looked at herself. After praising Ranzu in his heart for being sensible, Qin Yang said with a smile, "If you really can't solve it, just come over here." With Qin Yang's assurance, everyone felt reassured, and Mu Chang then bowed to Qin Yang. "Thank you very much." As soon as they finished speaking, the group of people staggered toward the city. They weren't moving very fast, as they were all dragging their injured bodies, but they weren't moving very slowly either, because they knew the situation was bad, and the slower they went, the more likely something bad would happen. Several people left, and no one stopped the four. The group sat around the campfire, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere seemed uncomfortable, and Skinny Monkey spoke first. "Why don't you guys take a break? You haven't had a good rest today either. I'll continue the night watch." Hearing this, Qin Yang handed the rhinoceros leg, which he had only partially eaten, to Ranzu, and then stretched. "I am indeed a bit tired." Seeing this, Ranzu didn't mind the few teeth marks on the rhinoceros's leg and quickly threw it into her storage ring. Seeing Qin Yang stand up, Ranzu spoke. "Take your pants off." "What are you doing?" Qin Yang's eyes widened. Liu Qing and the Skinny Monkey stared at Ranzu in disbelief. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Let me help you wash up. Despite being watched by several people, Ranzu didn't show any unusual behavior, treating it as if it were a trivial matter. "Oh, I see. That startled me." As Qin Yang spoke, he pulled down his pants, put on a pair of boxer shorts, and stood there without seeming to feel cold. Looking at his pants stained with thick blood, Qin Yang felt a bit disgusted with himself. However, Ranzu took the blood-soaked pants without any hesitation. It has to be said that at this moment, everyone felt that for a woman as ethereal as Ranzu to hold these blood-stained pants was an insult to her. However, Ranzu ignored everyone's gaze, picked up her pants, and went to the bucket where Qin Yang had scrubbed himself before to wash them. Seeing Ranzu busy at work, Qin Yang felt a warm feeling. If things could stay like this, it wouldn't be so bad. At this moment, Qin Yang finally understood why his mother always told him to find a partner. At first, he always felt that the women around him were either after power or money. If I spend my whole life with those people, I might end up spending the rest of my life scheming and plotting against each other. That kind of life would be too tiring and would definitely interfere with my martial arts training. But what about Ranzu? This woman knows she can eat monster meat, so she saves it up. She knows she'll roast meat for herself when she's hungry, and she'll even wash her own pants when they're dirty. He felt that spending the rest of his life with a woman like Ranzu wouldn't be bad. Chapter 40. Qin Yang's father. What Qin Yang didn't know was that this wasn't the first time Ranzu had washed his pants. The night passed in silence. The next day, Qin Yang got up very early, but when he got up, he found that the others had already come out. The other two were in good condition, but only Skinny Monkey was drowsy. "Now that we are up, let's get ready and head out." Ranzu spoke softly. He then went to pack up the tent without saying a word. Seeing this, Liu Qing hurriedly followed. After they finished cleaning up, the group continued their hunt for monsters. Qin Yang originally intended to continue his rampage and slaughter along with the first day. However, after inquiring about the price of the storage ring, they decided not to continue doing so. Because he needs money, and apart from buying a storage ring, it doesn't seem to be of much use to him. Compared to that, Qin Yang was more interested in trying out his new ability, namely his lightning magic. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Qin Yang's decision. If Qin Yang continues killing like this, they might not earn a single penny this time. Although the monster itself is not very valuable, if it produces a monster core, even if it is split equally, each person will still receive a considerable amount of money. Then, from this point on, Qin Yang stopped using his martial power to bully these monsters and instead used lightning-based abilities. At first, Qin Yang thought that his lightning element would be able to quickly deal with these monsters, but he soon found that it was not the case at all. A bolt of lightning struck, but the monster only paused for a moment before continuing its journey, causing no damage whatsoever. The magic level is too low to cause any damage. That was Ranju's answer to him. Qin Yang still didn't believe it, so he immediately increased his magical abilities. Then Liu Qing got injured. Yes, he discovered that Qin Yang's first-tier magic was even more terrifying than his second-tier magic, and his casting speed was even faster than his first-tier magic. Dude, I can tolerate your damn strong close combat skills. After all, you've been training for a long time. But you just awakened your magic, and you're stronger than me in this and that. How are we supposed to live like this? Although Liu Qing was not very strong, he was good at enduring. After defeating several monsters, Liu Qing quickly accepted the fact that he was the weakest. As soon as Qin Yang started using magic, their hunting speed against the monsters indeed slowed down considerably. However, with the addition of Qin Yang's overpowered magic, the team is actually not much different from a regular 5-person team. Although their team had one less support player than the other teams, it didn't affect them at all. Because once faced with such a dangerous situation, Qin Yang would not limit himself to using only magic. Therefore, in terms of safety, they are not only not as safe as a 5-person team, but are actually safer than a 5-person team. And so, from morning till noon, while Qin Yang was still eagerly searching for the next monster, Liu Qing could no longer hold back. Big brother, is your magic power limitless? You recovered quickly, right? Qin Yang hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. His magical energy was certainly not unlimited after all. He always felt his magical energy was depleted whenever he used magic. However, by the time Ranzu found the next demonic beast, his magical energy had almost fully recovered. Hiss. Upon hearing Qin Yang's statement, Liu Qing took another deep breath. However, in the end, they did not continue hunting. It wasn't mainly because Liu Qing was no longer capable, but because Ranzu was also quite tired. Ranju's magic energy was depleted in the early morning and had not fully recovered. After hunting so many monsters all morning, she should take a rest. Liu Qing plopped down next to the skinny monkey, panting heavily, and said resentfully while looking at Qin Yang, "Who is this person? It's like they're cheating." For a moment, the skinny monkey didn't know what to say. After all, he really wanted to complain. Instead, Ranzu, sitting next to Qin Yang, said, slightly out of breath, "Your magic is very special." "I know." Qin Yang nodded. He's not stupid with so many points of reference around him. He had already noticed something was wrong with him. But what caused these anomalies? Qin Yang pondered. But Ranzu gave an answer at this time. "This may be related to your martial arts training since you were a child." "Maybe." Qin Yang didn't know what caused his special condition. However, if it really has something to do with martial arts, then it all makes sense. If all else fails, I'll go back and see my dad after this trip and ask him how he is doing. He also knows magic. Ranzu had always been very curious about Qin Yang's father, whom she had never met, because she clearly remembered that Qin Yang had said on the phone in the house yesterday morning that the reason he practiced martial arts was to defeat his father. In her opinion, Qin Yang was already as strong as he could possibly be. So what kind of power does that father, who is even more terrifying than Qin Yang, possess? Hearing Qin Yang mention that father again, she suddenly felt curious. He certainly doesn't understand magic, but he's an expert in martial arts. He definitely knows whether it has any impact on martial arts training. Then how do you explain magic to him? Ranzu asked another crucial question. Time travel, if it hadn't happened to the two of them, probably no one would have believed it. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. They experienced this firsthand, but others are different. Even Qin Yang's father couldn't believe it. Could it be that you intend to bring your father here? Ranzu asked again. Of course not. Qin Yang said matter-of-factly. I don't want anyone else to know about this. Everyone has their own secrets, and Qin Yang is no exception. Even his father wouldn't let him know about something like time travel. Just pretend you don't know anything then. As for my father, I will definitely reveal the magic. Just nod along with whatever I say. I want to come along too. Ranzu had considered that Qin Yang wanted to go back, but she never imagined that Qin Yang would take her there to meet his parents. To be honest, even if Ranzu was as calm as a rock, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered when she heard these words about meeting the man's parents. Of course we have to go together, otherwise my mom will think I hired a shill, Qin Yang said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ranzu immediately thought of Qin Yang's request for her to pretend to be his girlfriend. Thinking of Qin Yang's mother's fierce tone on the phone, Ranzu felt as if she couldn't escape her fate. Let's go together. It's not a big deal for you anyway. I can pay you as a reward. How about that? Qin Yang could tell that Ranzu didn't want to go, so he immediately made a promise. Money is useless to him anyway. He'll only come here to fight. In Qin Yang's eyes, things that can be solved with money are not really problems. Chapter 41, Tier 2. No payment is required. This was the final answer Ranzu gave Qin Yang, despite her lack of eloquence. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "All right, once I've improved my strength, I'll help you fight the Eye of the Storm for free." A first-tier mage promised to help you fight the Eye of the Storm Giant in the future? Such words would be nothing but empty promises to any first-tier mage. But when Qin Yang said it, Ranzu nodded very seriously and smiled. Good. The two were chatting and laughing when Skinny Monkey, who was not far away, nudged Liu Qing on the shoulder. Look, the campus bell of Ran University is smiling. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing glanced at Ranzu. Even though he felt aggrieved by Shouhu's words, Liu Qing's breath caught in his throat for a moment when he saw Ranzu. Ranzu is usually an incredibly cold person, but even so, she is everyone's dream goddess, a perfect being from every angle. Even though he knew all this, it was the first time he realized that Ranzu's smile was so beautiful. Hey, I'm going for a walk. Qin Yang stood up and said, standing next to Ranzu. Where to? Ranzu was clearly much happier after chatting with Qin Yang. Let's go check if there are any monsters or anything nearby. It's not a big deal to just rest all the time. Apart from the Skinny Monkey who has no fighting ability, Liu Qing and Ranzu have consumed a lot of magic energy and cannot form a fighting force in a short period of time. Qin Yang didn't want to be idle all the time. He wanted to try out those monsters. Qin Yang's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Is Qin Yang going to run away? Upon hearing this news, Liu Qing and Skinny Monkey both panicked. The reason they dared to rest in the woods was mainly because they knew Qin Yang was capable of fighting. What will they do now that Qin Yang has left? Don't worry, we won't go too far. This wasn't said to Skinny Monkey and the others, but to Ranzu. Unlike the Skinny Monkeys, Ranzu showed no worry on her face. Instead, she nodded obediently. Good. Not only that, Ranzu also took out a keyboard and typed out a knife for Qin Yang. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang disappeared without a trace, knife in hand. Are you really all right? Liu Qing asked, somewhat apprehensive. Let's just pray that no monsters come looking for us during this time, the Skinny Monkey said. Qin Yang disappeared for almost an hour before returning. How was your rest? My magic power has only recovered by half. Ranzu shook her head in distress. Then I'll go take another look around. I've cleared out most of the monsters in the vicinity. Qin Yang said, then without exchanging any more words with Liu Qing and the others, he picked up his broadsword and disappeared again. Then, an hour later, when everyone else had recovered, Qin Yang returned. This time, he didn't come back empty-handed. He was carrying a rhombus-shaped red crystal. Is this the demon core? A second tear-goat-headed monster? How far did you run? Ranzu asked in surprise. This second tear-goat-headed monster was at least 10 kilometers away from them, and Qin Yang ran back and forth between them. I don't know either. I'll just wander around. Hearing this, Ranzu remained puzzled. Aren't you lost? Oh, there were markings on the road. Nothing serious, Qin Yang said with a smile. How could the same mistake be made twice? Although there's no navigation in this world, the good thing is there are lots of trees around here. Carving more markings will prevent you from getting lost. All right. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Ranzu stopped worrying. She immediately got up, packed her things, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the other two didn't hesitate and got up to follow suit. Along the way, the group encountered many monster corpses, and blood was still flowing, indicating that Qin Yang had just killed them not long ago. Thinking about how hard they had worked with Qin Yang that morning to kill just a few monsters, and seeing the corpses scattered all around, everyone suddenly felt indebted to Qin Yang. If it weren't for these people, Qin Yang probably would have killed even more. However, Qin Yang didn't take these things seriously at all. When he saw everyone hunting monsters, he would still condense magic and release it. After a busy afternoon, everyone rested in the evening. Qin Yang went hunting a bunch of monsters before returning to rest as well. The situation remained largely the same for the next few days. They hunted monsters together, then everyone recovered their magic power, and Qin Yang went to hunt monsters again to familiarize himself with his magic. It wasn't until the 7th day, when everyone saw that Qin Yang no longer relied on his physical training to deal with the demonic beasts, but instead skillfully used magic, they realized how much Qin Yang had improved in the past few days. Boss, is this guy getting more and more terrifying? I don't even know when he released his magic. Skinny Monkey looked on in amazement at Qin Yang, who was running around the arena. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw Qin Yang's performance on the field, he ultimately said nothing. This time, Qin Yang didn't have a large sword, only magic. Moreover, they skillfully utilized their usual tactics for attacking monsters. One person distracts the monster, while the other uses magic to blast it to death. Qin Yang was alone, and without Ranzu's help, He used his agility to attract the monster's hatred, and then used lightning magic on them from time to time. After the familiar second-tier horned rhinoceros was blasted to the ground, Ranzu spoke with some surprise. Your magic strength should have reached the second-tier level. Is it second order? Hearing Ranju's words, Liu Qing and Shouho felt somewhat devastated. How long has Qin Yang been awakened? 7 days. In 7 days, it would be difficult for someone who has just awakened to master magic and even reach the first level. But Qin Yang is already at the second level, let alone someone who has just awakened. Even a first-tier mage would need at least 3 years to advance to the second tier. Even the most talented person needs at least a year. But what about Qin Yang? 7 days? Are you kidding me? Even Qin Yang himself was quite surprised. He only felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in using magic, but he never expected that he would reach the second level without anyone noticing. Is it because we've been fighting a bit too much? Qin Yang asked. Upon reflection, everyone realized that such a possibility might indeed exist. Generally speaking, first-tier mags are in the stage of mastering magic. Even if there is combat, they usually follow first-tier teams to hunt first-tier monsters. There has never been a first-tier mage hunting third-tier monsters. Furthermore, a first-tier mage can only cast a dozen or so first-tier spells before running out of mana. But Qin Yang was different. His magical energy recovered very quickly. Other first-tier teams, without the aid of magical tools, can only hunt 2 or 3 monsters of the same tier at most. Where is Qin Yang? Killing dozens of them a day wouldn't even tire me. If we keep killing like this, won't our cultivation level improve very quickly? Chapter 42 People from Kyoto. Moreover, first-tier mags usually focus on familiarizing themselves with magic and rarely hunt monsters. In their understanding, apart from healing, no first-tier mage can join a second or third-tier team to hunt monsters of the same level. How about we go take a look at the Eye of the Storm? Liu Qing boldly suggested. A 4th-tier demonic beast is still a long way from his second-tier status, but with Qin Yang here, it seems like he can consider it. Let's go back first. Ranzu made the decision, seemingly unwilling to go to the Eye of the Storm at this time. Why? The crowd asked, puzzled. At this moment, it should be Ranzu who is most anxious. Let's go back. Qin Yang seemed to know what Ranzu was thinking and smiled. Then I'll pack up. Although I don't know why Ranzu doesn't go find the Eye of the Storm now. What's the point of them going if the big boss has spoken? As everyone tied it up, Ranzu looked at Qin Yang and smiled sweetly. It has to be said that after staying here for so long, it seems that no one really understands him, but this person who just appeared and has only known her for a week seems to understand her better than anyone else. Ranzu felt really good about being understood. Qin Yang returned the smile. Thud. Liu Qing, who was keeping a close eye on the two of them, accidentally dropped something from his hand. Then I picked it up again. The group then hurriedly returned. They stopped thinking about magic power and profits. On the way back, everyone ran as fast as they could. They couldn't catch up with the large monsters, and if they encountered a small monster, Qin Yang would take care of it before they even noticed. They didn't use a dagger, they just used lightning magic to solve the problem. On the previous occasions, everyone was somewhat startled by Qin Yang. But you get used to it after a while. Aside from the fact that Ranzu had to collect monster corpses every time, everyone else was on the road. The return trip was quick. They set off at noon and were back in the city by almost evening. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Qin Yang and his group were spotted as soon as they appeared in the city. When everyone looked at Qin Yang, they were first shocked by his imposing physique. In this magical world, almost no one has the same physique as Qin Yang. Even guys would be envious of that figure. Immediately afterwards, everyone was amazed by Ranju's stunning looks. At this moment, Ranzu was almost as clean as when she left, remaining spotless. Almost everyone glanced at Qin Yang, then their eyes were fixed on Ranzu and couldn't look away. The crowd was clearly used to this kind of gaze, so they ignored it and continued walking into the city on their own. What they didn't notice was that as soon as they appeared outside the city, 2 people crushed something that looked like a talisman in their hands. Big Brother, Ranzu, and the others have appeared. Meanwhile, in a villa at the east gate of the city, Lin Feng, wearing a black shirt with a dragon pattern, was sitting in the main seat. Beside him were 3 other men and a woman. Lin Feng, are you even capable? You haven't managed to win Ranzu's heart in 3 years. One of the men said with a chuckle. However, before he could finish speaking, another man retorted. Zhu Cheng, you know Ranju's personality. It's not surprising that she couldn't win me over in 3 years. I would be surprised if she did, okay? Zhu Cheng chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, Ranju's personality is well known throughout Kyoto. When the Ranzu family ran into trouble, many men stood up to support Ranzu. However, Ranzu rejected them all. She'd rather come to the East China Sea alone than accept help from others and stay in Kyoto. With that kind of personality, how could she possibly win someone over in just 3 years? So what exactly is the purpose of calling us here this time? The only girl among them spoke up. You don't mean you want us to help you pursue Ranzu, do you? We don't have that kind of ability. Upon hearing this person speak, Lin Feng's expression gradually darkened. It's not that I need you to help me pursue Ranzu, it's just that a man has appeared in Ranju's life. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng told him everything he knew about Qin Yang. When they heard that Qin Yang's magic was low but his body refinement realm was high, everyone was surprised. There are people outside of Kyoto who go to practice body tempering. The term body refinement is relatively unfamiliar to people from the East Sea, but it is very familiar to those from Kyoto. Everyone who comes from a prestigious family knows some form of body refinement, and their minimum level is at least the initial stage of the Ming realm. Aside from Kyoto, they didn't even know what body refinement was, let alone anything else. That's why they were surprised. A person who came from who knows where, who doesn't know magic but only how to cultivate the body. Yes, their body refinement level is not low, it's probably already at the peak of the Ming realm. Lin Feng's face darkened as he recalled the scene the two had described that day. After all, even with his mid-stage Ming realm level, he couldn't possibly kick Huang Rui like that with all his might. So, what's the purpose of calling us here? Zhu Cheng asked. That person must be a substitute that Ranzu found, Lin Feng said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. So you called us here just to be your thugs? What are their identities? The Kyoto family is renowned even in Kyoto, a place known for its hidden talents. Now they've given up the competition in Kyoto and come to the East China Sea to participate in the Tier 2 competition? That would be such a disaster. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng spoke. That guy is a bit unusual. Aside from that, I also miss you guys. Then, Lin Feng explained his plan. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expressions showed surprise once again. However, before they could express their opinions, Lin Feng suddenly felt the air in front of him fluctuate. Sensing the information emanating from the fluctuations, Lin Feng's expression darkened. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Feng like this, everyone was a little confused. Ranzu and that man are back. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wang Cheng called out. Without further ado, everyone stood up. Then, following Lin Feng, they dashed off towards the north gate of the city. Qin Yang and his group were unaware of all this. They were not in a hurry to leave the city gate at this time. Instead, they began selling their spoils at some purchasing stalls near the city gate. There are 12 Tier 3 demon cores in total. The Hellhound has 3, each worth 8 million, and the other Tier 3 demon cores are worth 3 million each. As for the Tier 2 demon cores, the stall owner sorted through the items and then gave a total price. A total of 72 million. Are you satisfied with this price? Chapter 43, Dividing the Money. 72 million. After settling the prices, the boss became much more amiable. I never expected that these young kids would be so strong. Are there more than 12 Tier 3 demon cores in total? It may not seem like much, but you should know that the drop rate of demon cores is very low. If you're unlucky, you might not even get a single demon core after hunting 50 demonic beasts. But now there are 12 third-tier demon cores alone. Just how strong are these little kids? I doubt even a 4th tier team could hunt down that many monsters. Moreover, this team only has 4 people. To be able to hunt down so many monsters with one less person, one can imagine how strong they are. Seeing this, Ranzu wanted the boss to transfer the money directly, but Qin Yang beat her to it. Let's round it up to 75 million, shall we? We'll definitely be selling demon cores quite often in the future. How about rounding it up to a total of 3 million? Upon hearing this, the boss hesitated for a moment, but considering the children's abilities, he immediately made the decision. Okay. If he were to sell this batch of demon cores, the profit would definitely be more than 3 million. Using this money to do someone a favor seems like a good idea. Ranzu was taken aback when she saw the boss agree so readily, but she still handed him a card engraved with a golden dragon. When the boss saw the card, his eyes suddenly lit up. These cards are unique to Kyoto. What is this girl's background? In that case, it seems reasonable to have so many Tier 3 demon cores. Without much hesitation, the boss quickly transferred the money. The group then left. As soon as they arrived at the shop entrance, Ranzu spoke. Let's calculate the money. Normally, this would be the most exciting time, but at this moment, Skinny Monkey and Liu Qing were not interested at all. After all, the majority of what sold here are 3rd-tier demon cores. Their skills were insufficient to deal with third-tier demonic beasts. Qin Yang handled them all. So it looks like they have a lot of money, but they probably don't actually have much of it in their hands. The result was pretty much what they expected. Qin Yang received 57 million, while the other three each received 5 million. 5 million is actually quite a lot. They've only been in there for a week. Many teams have ventured into the wild, and considering the depletion of their magical energy and the need for rest, they can't actually hunt many monsters in a week. Sometimes there are only 1 or 2 second-tier demon cores, which cost only a few $100,000. If the price is split among 5 people, each person will only receive tens of thousands. Sometimes, when luck is bad, you don't get a single demon core, and considering the cost of magical tools, you actually lose money. Everyone knows that the main reason they were able to achieve such a great result this time is because of Qin Yang. If it weren't for Qin Yang being such a trump card, they wouldn't have dared to completely deplete their magical energy, as that could be fatal in the wild. After arriving at the designated location and dividing the money, Liu Qing and Skinny Monkey looked much better. After all, this was the first time they had earned so much money. He earned 5 million in just 1 week. Of course, they would probably be even happier if they didn't have to think about Qin Yang's 57 million from time to time. Where are you going next? The Skinny Monkey asked. Ranzu then turned her gaze to Qin Yang. Could you buy me a decent storage ring? I'm willing to spend any money. Qin Yang had no real concept of money in this world, since he felt like he didn't need anything. But he was very interested in this storage ring that could store things. Boss, don't buy like that. Skinny Monkey said helplessly. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked, puzzled. Since this is the first time you've earned so much money, you should just buy something decent. Buying such a good storage ring in the early stages is a waste. You might as well buy a storage ring worth around 3 million, and then use the remaining 50 million to buy magical tools. This way, your survival ability in the wild will be much higher. The Skinny Monkey shared his thoughts. Hearing this, Qin Yang hesitated. Actually, he didn't have any particular interest in protective gear or anything like that. Although he had never tried the magical attacks of the monsters, he had thoroughly understood their physical attacks. Actually, they're not much different from the animals in my previous life, except they're faster and stronger. However, it didn't matter much to Qin Yang. Even the fastest creatures like the horned rhinoceros couldn't go much faster. However, he hadn't forgotten that Ranzu wanted some kind of wind eye stone. Should I keep 30 million for myself, or buy some magical tools to hunt monsters or something? After glancing at Ranzu, Qin Yang quickly rejected the idea. If Ranzu knew that he bought the magical tools to help him, he probably wouldn't accept it. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yang said, forget it, I'll buy a bigger storage ring first, and we'll think about the rest later. Anyway, it's pretty easy to make money here. Is making money easy? Liu Qing couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to teach Qin Yang a lesson, to show him how those second-tier teams not only failed to earn a single penny after entering, but were also covered in injuries and had all their magical artifacts destroyed. These are all good things, but many people even die outside trying to earn this little money, leaving their elderly parents to weep for their young children. Is it not easy? Qin Yang asked back. Liu Qing was speechless for a moment, then felt somewhat annoyed. What did I talk about with this guy who made 57 million on his first trip? Since he became a magician, let alone 57 million, even excluding this time, the previous few times combined don't amount to 5 million. Then let's go to the nearest magic tool shop. They should have the storage ring you want, Ranzu said to Qin Yang with a smile. Then the group didn't separate, but went to the magic item shop together. During the journey, the Skinny Monkey tugged at Liu Qing's sleeve and said casually, Big brother, have you noticed that Ran, the school beauty, seems to smile a lot more since we came out here? Liu Qing glanced at Ranzu's back, thought about Ranzu's performance during this period, and nodded in agreement. It has to be said that Ranzu doesn't like to smile. Usually she always has a stern face. Since the second day of their trip into the wilderness, Ranzu has had a smile on her face from time to time. He had noticed it more than once. Sure enough, when you're with the right person, you'll be happy no matter what they do. Skinny Monkey exclaimed happily. Liu Qing did not express any opinion or speak this time. He clearly agreed with what the Skinny Monkey said. Perhaps only a genius like Qin Yang is worthy of Ranzu. Genius? Thinking about Qin Yang's performance during this period, Liu Qing even felt that the word genius could no longer describe Qin Yang. Qin Yang is simply a prodigy. With that in mind, the group soon arrived at the largest magic item store in the East China Sea. After entering the store, Ranzu began to introduce the storage ring to Qin Yang. Chapter 44, The Uninvited Guest. There are many kinds of rings. And just as Qin Yang had thought, the rings were priced according to the space they occupied. Qin Yang immediately chose the largest spatial ring he could afford. The total expenditure was 50 million. Qin Yang's funds, which originally amounted to 57 million, suddenly shrank to only 7 million. I'll get you a card with the rest of the money later, Ranzu said, seemingly not wanting to leave anyone indebted. No, just leave it with you. Do you expect me to issue you a card if you go to my place? Do you expect me to make money from you? Qin Yang said helplessly. All right. Although Ranzu disliked Qin Yang's statement somewhat, she could accept it. Qin Yang happily took the storage ring, and Ranzu said, "Drip your blood onto this ring, and you can open the storage ring at will." Ranzu explained something that everyone in the world already knew. Liu Qing and the skinny monkey standing to the side were already numb. They seemed to have gotten used to Qin Yang's ignorance. Under Ranzu's command, Qin Yang dripped blood onto the storage ring and soon felt as if he could open the ring with just a thought. Looking at the huge space inside the ring, Qin Yang suddenly felt that his 50 million was well spent. Just as Qin Yang was quietly experiencing the storage ring, an untimely voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Hey, is that the guy without clothes, the pretty boy you were talking about?" The sudden voice startled everyone present, who then turned to look at the speaker. Soon everyone saw a familiar face and 4 unfamiliar faces. The familiar person was naturally Lin Feng, while the one who had just spoken was one of the 4 strangers. At this moment, Qin Yang was shirtless, clearly referring to the phrase not wearing clothes. Nice figure, definitely has the potential to be a gigolo. I didn't expect Ranzu to like this type. I thought she wouldn't be interested in guys. The only woman in the group was giggling. Nice physique, but a second-tier lightning elementalist. Isn't the level a bit weak? One of the men said. Looks are all that matters. Why do we need strength? Look at Lin Xiao, even he doesn't like Ranzu, who's only at the 3rd level of the space element. The girl continued to laugh. Then the others in the group joined in the laughter, their unbridled manner clearly showing they didn't take this group seriously. Upon seeing the group's impressive formation, Liu Qing first assessed their strength, only to be greatly shocked by what he found. He couldn't sense any of the people in this group. Did that mean they were all at least at the 3rd rank? Who are these idiots? Did that little dog call them here? Do you know them? Just as Liu Qing was still shocked by the other party's strength, Qin Yang's voice suddenly came out. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, everyone's laughter almost stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang ignored their gazes and quietly looked at Ranzu, as if he wanted to get an answer. Ranzu nodded with a somewhat complicated expression, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that Qin Yang completely ignored them, Zhu Cheng laughed in anger. Are these country bumpkins from the East China Sea really this arrogant now? I know why you don't like this guy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng did not answer Zhu Cheng's question. Instead, he looked at Qin Yang with a complicated expression. 2nd-tier lightning type? The data clearly shows that Qin Yang just awakened a week ago. How come he's already at the 2nd tier? What extraordinary adventures did you encounter in the wild during those 7 days? Otherwise, how could his cultivation level have improved so quickly? Lin Feng couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Lin Feng did not answer, but Zhu Cheng did not take it to heart. Instead, he looked at Qin Yang with great interest. Kid, don't you know who I am? How dare you talk to us like that? As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Zhu Cheng's face. At this moment, the sense of superiority brought by his family was fully displayed in Zhu Cheng. Even a fool would know that the group Lin Feng brought were all extraordinary, including Qin Yang. Seeing Zhu Cheng like this, Qin Yang even lost the will to speak. How many 2nd-generation leaders have I taught a lesson in the 21st century? Those who flaunt their family's superiority right from the start, aren't they all beaten to a pulp by Qin Yang? Although the matter eventually escalated, it made it seem like everyone had connections. Finally, the matter reached his father, who asked about the reason and, after learning that it was the other party's fault, let the matter drop. If this were in the 21st century, Qin Yang would guarantee that Zhu Cheng would be indispensable to him today. But not now. Qin Yang knew that these people were not simple. He could finish his fight and leave, but Ranzu would be in trouble. Therefore, in the face of Zhu Cheng's provocation, Qin Yang simply stood there without responding. Seeing Qin Yang remain silent, Zhu Cheng assumed Qin Yang was afraid, and his smile grew even wider. He slowly walked up to Qin Yang, intending to say something, but the next second, Ranzu stood in front of Qin Yang. What exactly do you want to do? Ranzu ignored Zhu Cheng and looked at Lin Feng calmly. She couldn't understand what these people were trying to do. Pursuing oneself? She knew Lin Feng's intentions, of course, but she had already clearly refused him. In order to eliminate any future troubles, she even left Kyoto and came to the city where her father was born. Even so, Lin Feng still came after him, not only showering him with attention but also offering to help him. Ranzu disdained all of this, because she knew that what she didn't earn herself would never truly belong to her. Only by relying on herself could she have a voice in this world. But now that they've refused, why is Lin Feng bringing a group of people to block them again? Faced with Ranju's gaze, Lin Feng could no longer remain silent. He wanted to say something, but faced with Ranju's completely calm gaze, Lin Feng suddenly became dejected. Lin Feng didn't speak, but the girl next to him did. "We heard you found a gigolo, so a few of us came over to see what's going on. Could it be that even the most beautiful girl in school has learned to keep a mistress? Now that you've finished looking, can you leave?" Ranzu didn't deny the rumors about him being a gigolo, but instead calmly looked at the girl. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's heart nearly broke. But before he could react, the girl continued. "I've seen it, but I'd like to see what's so special about the man who can pique your interest so much, Ranzu." As she spoke, the girl walked towards Ranzu. Her smile never faded, but anyone could tell it was a mocking smile directed at Ranzu. That feeling seemed to be saying, pure and innocent. In the end, didn't she still rely on men? Chapter 45, Taking Action. Upon hearing this, Ranzu frowned, clearly unsure how to respond to what the other person had said. However, she understood the other party's intentions from their words. Let's test Qin Yang's abilities? She clearly didn't want the other party to do that, even though she didn't know if Qin Yang could win based on physical strength alone. In her view, this was her own trouble, and she didn't want to bother Qin Yang with it. However, the other party strolled leisurely to Ranju's side and said with a smile, "What? You still want to stop me? Do you really think a woman who specializes in magic can stop me? I won't show any mercy to a lady." As she spoke, a dangerous smile appeared on the woman's face. Seeing this, Ranju's skirt began to move even without wind. Although she didn't speak, the meaning was clear. If they took another step forward, even if it meant using magic against the rules, Ranzu would take action. However, the woman seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and was not frightened by Ranzu at all. Instead, her steps became even lighter. Ranzu frowned slightly upon seeing this, and was about to use magic when a pair of large hands pressed down on her shoulders. Ranzu turned her head and was met with Qin Yang's surprised face. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to avoid misusing magic? There's a way to solve this," Ranzu said calmly, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Qin Yang looked at Ranzu with some surprise upon hearing this. It seems that this dyed bamboo is not as simple as I imagined. From the conversation of the group, he could also glean some information, at the very least knowing that Ranzu came from Kyoto. Judging from the unbridled behavior of these people, it's clear that Ranzu's background has probably run into some problems. Although a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs, even so, Ranzu probably has enough power, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to rashly try to use magic to fight back. "Forget it, I'll do it." Having figured everything out, Qin Yang patted Ranzu's shoulder helplessly. However, Ranzu refused, standing there stubbornly, unwilling to take a single step back. Seeing this, Qin Yang felt somewhat helpless. Then, as if he were carrying a chick, he picked up Ranzu and carried her behind him. "All right, just you wait and see." Qin Yang spoke somewhat impatiently, and Ranzu's dress, which had been fluttering, fell back down. She looked dejected, lost in thought. Seeing that Ranzu had finally given up on making a move, Qin Yang turned around and looked down at the woman in front of him. "Oh, so you finally decided to step forward?" Not standing behind the woman anymore. Seeing Qin Yang finally step forward, the woman revealed a smug smile. "I didn't want to waste my time with you guys, but there are always people who come looking for trouble, so what can I do?" Qin Yang said helplessly. In his past life, he had experienced countless similar incidents. So many wealthy and powerful young men came to his place time and time again, looking for death. He adhered to the principle of not using force to bully people and never took the initiative to cause trouble for anyone. However, he couldn't stop others from taking the initiative to come to his place to seek a sense of superiority. In the end, Qin Yang dealt with them one by one. "Originally, I wanted to do the same this time, but seeing that Ranzu was about to use magic, I couldn't just stand there and wait for the woman to step in, could I? Looking for death." Upon hearing this, Ju Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "You little brat, do you always have some inexplicable confidence in your abilities?" The woman standing nearby smiled and replied, "Of course. Taking advantage of others' lack of body cultivation, they use it to bully low-level mags, which gives them a sense of superiority. So I don't know why you're still jumping around in front of me since you already know." Qin Yang answered them. "Why?" Ju Cheng sneered, but the next second, Zhu Cheng's fist suddenly arrived in front of Qin Yang's face. Seeing Zhu Cheng act without warning, Liu Qing's heart pounded. That's incredibly fast. Before Liu Qing could even react, Zhu Cheng's fist was already on Qin Yang's face. However, what Liu Qing considered an inability to react was, in Qin Yang's eyes, far too slow. Early Ming Dynasty? Almost the instant he made his move, Qin Yang instantly analyzed his opponent's skill level. When the fist was only an inch away, Qin Yang finally moved. Arm block. Then, his free right hand clenched into a fist and struck directly at Zhu Cheng's waist and abdomen. Qin Yang reacted so quickly that no one had time to react. If that punch had landed, without the help of a healing mage, Zhu Cheng would probably have been bedridden for a month. Just as Qin Yang was about to punch Zhu Cheng in the waist and abdomen, a delicate shout rang in Qin Yang's ears again. It was that woman who mocked Ranzu. Seeing Qin Yang make a move, the woman reacted immediately and kicked him. Seeing this, Qin Yang had no choice but to withdraw his right fist, which he was about to use to attack, and then block the woman's foot that was attacking. Bang! With a loud bang, the woman was sent flying backwards, while Qin Yang stood rooted to the spot like a steel plate, not moving an inch. As for Zhu Cheng, he also hastily retreated because of the loss he suffered in the blink of an eye. It seemed like Qin Yang was at a disadvantage in a 2-on-1 fight, but seeing the way the two were retreating, even someone who didn't understand body cultivation would know that in this short period of time, Qin Yang had probably gained the upper hand in a 1-on-2 fight. Judging from their expressions, they probably already knew. Both of them looked at Qin Yang with some surprise on their faces. Although I already knew that Qin Yang was skilled in body tempering, I didn't expect him to be able to handle two opponents so easily. Especially that woman. The kick she gave Qin Yang felt like kicking a steel plate. Her foot was still aching. Very strong. Let's go together. The woman spoke. Lin Feng and the two people beside him couldn't stand still any longer and rushed towards Qin Yang. Ranzu, who was being held behind Qin Yang, changed her expression upon seeing this scene and immediately wanted to make a move again. However, Qin Yang seemed to have anticipated this and directly turned around and grabbed her hands, which were about to release magic. Then he looked in Liu Qing's direction. When Qin Yang saw that only Liu Qing was there, and that skinny monkey was nowhere to be seen, he was a little surprised, but he quickly said, "Keep an eye on her." "Huh? Me?" Liu Qing's face turned somewhat bitter. However, following Qin Yang's instructions, she went to Ranju's side and whispered her advice. "Ran, you'd better not make a move. The big boss dares to fight 5 people at once because he's confident. If you use magic now, the law enforcement team might find out, and then they'll have an excuse." However, Ranzu didn't look at Liu Qing, but kept staring at what was behind Qin Yang, her expression suddenly changing. "Careful." It turned out that Lin Feng and his 4 companions had rushed towards Qin Yang almost simultaneously while he was turning his head. Chapter 47. Even magic couldn't defeat them. What's going on? What just happened? No one knew what had happened. They had already witnessed Qin Yang's ferocity and knew that if they relied solely on physical combat, they would likely be in trouble today. Therefore, they planned to have Lin Feng use spatial magic to restrain Qin Yang. They gave Qin Yang a good lesson. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang became even more ruthless after being restricted by spatial magic. One punch, and Su Xian was seriously injured. "You're asking for it." One of the lightning mags disregarded everything else and hurled a bolt of lightning at Qin Yang. Then, he gathered magic in his hands and charged towards Qin Yang. Seeing this, Qin Yang remained calm and dodged the newcomer's magical attack by sidestepping. Then, grabbing the man's lightning-filled wrist, he attacked his own chest. A tilde 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 tilde. A scream rang out. The lightning mage's chest was charred black, and then Qin Yang swung him forcefully, sending the lightning mage crashing down squarely onto Su Xian. Zhu Cheng and another healing mage originally wanted to step forward to help, but at this moment they both stopped. There's no way to stop it. When there were no restrictions, they tried to attack, but Qin Yang defeated them one by one. But what happens when gravity restricts space? Still 1 hit per person. Even when Gong Wenlei used his magic, he still couldn't escape being killed in one move. Just how strong is this person? No one dared to make any rash moves. Lin Feng was now in a difficult position. Gravity space, a second-order space magic, is very difficult to maintain, but now magic can no longer restrain Qin Yang. But what if we remove gravity from the space? How terrifying will Qin Yang be? He couldn't believe that his forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat at that moment. However, at that moment, Qin Yang looked at him with a cold smile. "What? Aren't you going to give it a try?" Lin Feng did not answer, his gaze fixed on Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang remained unhurried. "Aren't you coming? Sending your friend to their death while you stand behind and watch." As Qin Yang spoke, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Since you're not coming, then I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang ran straight towards Lin Feng. Since the opponent is using magic, it's clear they don't intend to give me a way out, so I don't need to hold back. Qin Yang rushed towards Lin Feng at top speed. Seeing Qin Yang heading straight for Lin Feng, Zhu Cheng and the other healer didn't dare to stop him at all. At this moment, Lin Feng also released the gravity space and then hurriedly began chanting a spell. Without the constraints of gravity, Qin Yang's speed rose to another level, becoming incredibly fast. Just as Qin Yang's punch was about to hit Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng vanished from his spot in an instant. Instant teleportation. In just a moment, Lin Feng disappeared. Qin Yang was taken aback. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng standing about 5 meters away, drenched in sweat. Spatial magic? Qin Yang sneered, then continued charging. Seeing this, Lin Feng continued singing. The two then began a chase game. Qin Yang chased after Lin Feng and beat him up, but Lin Feng didn't dare to fight him head-on and instead used teleportation to dodge. The fight between the few people had already attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Everyone watching was in awe. Holy crap, who's that naked guy? That's amazing. Yeah, they didn't use a single spell from beginning to end, right? Is it possible to be this strong without using magic? Holy crap, isn't that Lin Feng? Why is he being chased and beaten? Many people have already recognized that the person fleeing in a sorry state is Lin Feng. Everyone was even more astonished upon seeing this. After all, they knew Lin Feng's abilities. 3rd tier Spatial Mage. As a rare 3rd tier class, it has long been admired even by people outside the school. After all, spatial elements are different from other elements. For example, wind elements are known for their speed, while fire and lightning elements are known for their destructive power. However, the space system is more comprehensive. It not only possesses speed, defense, and crowd control, but its lethality is also second to none. Therefore, even if they are both at the 3rd rank, the space type can almost completely dominate all other beings of the same type. But what do they see now? As a 3rd tier space mage, Lin Feng was actually being chased and beaten by someone who didn't use any magic at all? What grudge could there be? Why are there 2 people lying on the ground? Soon everyone saw Su Xian lying on the ground and the lightning mage. Because the city prohibits the misuse of magic, very few people in the East Sea region practice body tempering, so they rarely see fighting in the city, let alone have ever seen it. This scene surprised everyone. The crowd was talking loudly, and Qin Yang and Lin Feng both heard it. However, Lin Feng's expression was extremely unpleasant. His grim expression wasn't due to the gossip of the crowd, it was because of Qin Yang. I never expected Qin Yang to be so powerful. He can have such terrifying speed even without using magic. He hadn't expected Qin Yang to be so formidable even in a gravity-defying environment. I'm afraid I've miscalculated today. Qin Yang, on the other hand, didn't think that much. At this moment, all he wanted to do was pin this annoying guy to the ground and beat him up. Only in this way can the endless troubles that follow be put to an end. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. If we don't act ruthlessly today, they will keep coming back to cause trouble in the future. As for how to defeat it, despite not being able to catch this person right now, Qin Yang's thinking was simple. He knew how much physical energy he was expending, but what about Lin Feng's magic? Is it possible to maintain the same level of physical endurance as one's own stamina? The answer is no. Qin Yang hasn't reacted yet, but Lin Feng is already starting to struggle. After using 3-tier magic to dodge in succession, Lin Feng's magical energy was starting to run out. However, just as Qin Yang was about to throw another punch at Lin Feng, a voice suddenly reached Qin Yang's ears. Who is taking action in the city without permission? The sudden sound startled everyone present. Turning around, they saw a man wearing silver armor and holding a staff staring coldly at them. When they saw who it was, Lin Feng, Zhu Cheng and his group felt as if they had seen a savior. Zhu Cheng pounced straight at him. Is this the law enforcement team? They need to take action immediately. Someone is taking illegal actions in the city. However, when the enforcement team member heard this, he did not look at the two of them. Instead, as if he had been expecting it, he turned his gaze to Qin Yang and Lin Feng, who were making their move. The two did not stop fighting because of his appearance. They were still playing a cat and mouse game, chasing each other. Aren't you two going to stop? Seeing the two of them like this, the law enforcement officers spoke up coldly. Lin Feng was in a terrible predicament. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop, but that he couldn't stop. Because now, if he slows down his spellcasting even for a second, Qin Yang's fist will come flying at him. How can he stop in this situation? Chapter 48 Sleeping is not allowed here. As for Qin Yang, then it's even less likely to stop. Enforcement team? He didn't use any magic, so what's it to him? Even if this matter blows up, not only will he be fine, but Lin Feng and the others will also be questioned by the law enforcement team for abusing magic. But before that, Qin Yang planned to give this seemingly annoying guy a good beating. I told you to stop. Seeing that Qin Yang still had no intention of stopping, the law enforcement officers became furious. In his view, Qin Yang was challenging his authority. Qin Yang, stop. Ranzu hurriedly tried to dissuade Qin Yang when she saw that he still showed no sign of stopping. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly stopped punching Lin Feng in the face. Then she stood obediently behind Ranzu. It was as if he wasn't the one who had just been chasing and beating people. Seeing that Qin Yang finally stopped, Lin Feng also hurriedly stopped and took a deep breath. He gave Qin Yang a very complicated look. They had called 5 people from Kyoto, thinking they could easily teach Qin Yang a lesson. After all, they had spatial magic, and even if it was illegal, as long as they could teach Qin Yang a lesson, or better yet, completely disable him, it would be a very profitable deal for them. But he didn't expect Qin Yang to be such a good fighter. He had used all his trump cards except for his magical artifacts, but he was still no match for Qin Yang. If it weren't for the enforcement team's arrival, my fate would probably not have been much better than Suzyan's. What are you looking at? Everyone, disperse. Seeing that the group had finally stopped, the law enforcement officers began clearing out the onlookers. The onlookers, of course, wouldn't confront the law enforcement officers head-on. With just one sentence from one of the officers, the crowd dispersed immediately. Only Lin Feng and his group, and Qin Yang and his group remained in the arena. Seeing that neither side had resorted to violence again, the law enforcement officers immediately issued a stern warning. Who gave you permission to fight here? Is there a rule here that you can't fight? Qin Yang asked in surprise. This question stumped the law enforcement officers. After a moment's hesitation, the law enforcement officers looked helpless. No. However, the next second, the law enforcement officers' expressions turned serious again. Although it doesn't say fighting is forbidden, you know that magic is prohibited within the city. I'm useless. Qin Yang looked at the law enforcement officers with a blank expression. What they got in return was another silence from the law enforcement officers. Did Qin Yang use magic? He wasn't stupid, of course. He could see that although Qin Yang had been suppressing Lin Feng in the fight, he hadn't used a single spell from beginning to end. Come back with me to cooperate with the investigation. After a moment of silence, the law enforcement officer spoke in a serious tone. Seeing this, Qin Yang turned to look at Ranzu, and Ranzu nodded back at him. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately smiled and said, "Okay." He then followed behind the law enforcement officers. "You come here too," the law enforcement officer said coldly as he approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed the law enforcement officers without saying a word, and then gave Zhu Cheng and the others a meaningful look. They were signaling to take care of Suzyan and the others. Zhu Cheng and his companion, of course, would not abandon Suzyan, and immediately nodded. But all of this will have to wait until they leave. As for Ranzu, the skinny monkey was nowhere to be found, and Liu Qing looked at Ranzu, unsure of what to do. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Qin Yang gave Suzyan and her companion another kick as he passed by. Bang! The force wasn't great, but Qin Yang kicked the lightning mage who was pressing down on Suzyan back about 2 meters. You! Seeing that Qin Yang was still going to make a move at this point, the law enforcement officers became furious. Just as he turned around, he heard Qin Yang say, "Sleeping is not allowed here." Puff! The lightning mage, who had just been kicked awake by Qin Yang, fainted again upon hearing these words. Seeing this, Zhu Cheng, Lin Feng, and the others dared not speak out in anger. Zhu Cheng glanced at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded in return. As for the law enforcement officer, he was furious to see Qin Yang being so arrogant. However, he also knew that Qin Yang was not breaking any rules, since there was no regulation that said fighting was prohibited in the city. Thinking of this, the law enforcement officers could only suppress their anger and say in a deep voice, "Come with me." Then, the group of people just watched in silence as Qin Yang and Lin Feng left with the law enforcement team. Fortunately, Qin Yang didn't try to finish off the attackers this time and obediently followed behind the law enforcement officers. After the others left, Zhu Cheng and another healer each carried one of them and led Suzyan and the others away. After everyone had left, Liu Qing approached Ranzu's side. Skinny Monkey went to find Mu Chang and the others. Why don't we take care of this? Qin Yang hasn't done anything wrong. Although Lin Feng has a powerful background, I'm afraid there won't be any problems if Mu Chang and I are together. However, Ranzu did not answer these words, but instead fell silent. Well, say something. Liu Qing was getting increasingly anxious seeing Ran Zhu remain silent. However, Ran Zhu turned and left the next second. Hey, Ran Mai, say something. Liu Qing was really anxious. Helpless, he had no choice but to go back to the skinny monkey to see if he could smooth things over. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Meanwhile, at the enforcement hall, Qin Yang looked around the environment of the enforcement hall. He had to admit that it was similar to the interrogation rooms he had seen on television in the 21st century. Qin Yang, as a suspect, was put in shackles. Qin Yang originally did not want to be bound like this. After all, being in another world and letting the other party manipulate him was a very dangerous thing to do. But when Qin Yang realized that the other party had used a magic suppressing lock to restrain him, he stopped struggling. The magic suppressing lock will prevent mags below the 6th rank from using any magic once they are imprisoned. However, Qin Yang only exerted a little force and felt as if the magic suppressing lock was about to break. Startled, Qin Yang quickly pretended that nothing had happened and quietly looked around. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the interrogation room was finally opened. The man who brought them back earlier entered, followed by 2 unfamiliar law enforcement officers. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, the 3 men quickly took their seats. The man who had brought them back earlier then looked at Qin Yang and asked, "Qin Yang." "It's me." Qin Yang answered matter-of-factly. "Speak, why did you resort to violence today? Why did you hurt people?" "I don't think there's anything against using force to hurt people, right? It just says you can't abuse magic, doesn't it?" Qin Yang looked at the man in front of him with a smile, appearing fearless. However, the man seemed to have anticipated Qin Yang's response, and looked at Qin Yang with a smile. "It's true that it doesn't say you can't hurt people, but are you sure you haven't misused magic? As far as I know, Gongwen just happened to have marks on his body from being injured by lightning magic, and you just happened to have awakened lightning magic, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. "Are you sure you want to talk to me like this?" Chapter 49 Framing. What are the injuries on Gongwen's body? Although Qin Yang couldn't remember the name of the lightning mage, he knew who the other person was talking about. The injuries on Gongwen's body were caused by his own magic. "I didn't use any magic at all throughout the entire process. This kind of thing could be easily found out by asking someone or conducting a simple investigation, but I never expected that the other party would immediately pin the blame on me." Qin Yang experienced this kind of thing many times in the 21st century. However, due to their different family backgrounds, the lie quickly fell apart once the other party learned about their background. "I never expected that my first time entering the enforcement hall in this world would be like experiencing it again." He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to defend himself. Because he knew that since the other party had already shifted the blame, it meant that they must have reached some kind of agreement with Lin Feng and wanted to deal with him. How can one defend oneself in this situation? That's just a waste of breath. Therefore, Qin Yang no longer showed any politeness and looked at the man in front of him with icy eyes. Seeing Qin Yang's attitude, the man who brought him back became furious and slammed his fist on the table. Smack! "This is interrogation time. We are gathering information. Are you threatening us?" Not only was he angry, but the 2 men beside him were also looking at Qin Yang with anger. "I never expected that this lightning mage, who is only listed as a 2nd-tier mage, would be so arrogant, causing trouble even after arriving at the enforcement hall. Understand? Something you could ask anyone on the street. You're just slapping the label of abusing magic on me out of the blue. Is this how you understand the situation?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 law enforcement officers looked at the officer in the center with some curiosity. They didn't actually know much about the situation. They had only heard Yang Qi give a rough outline. A young man had abused magic and injured a man named Lin Feng. Initially, I was somewhat angry at Qin Yang, but after hearing what he said, it seemed there was another hidden story. Facing the gazes of her colleagues, Yang Qi declared righteously, "But what I found out is that when the 2 sides met today, they didn't say anything. You took the initiative to use lightning magic, and then Lin Feng and the others were forced to start using magic to fight back. In the end, you used lightning magic to severely injure Gongwen. After you realized I was coming, you started to deliberately hide your magic." Yang Qi spoke with such conviction. But Qin Yang laughed when he heard this. It turns out that people can actually laugh when they're speechless to the extreme. "You're still laughing? Do you know that the city forbids the misuse of magic? Magic is for dealing with monsters, not for using on your own people. If I hadn't arrived today, would those people still be dead at your hands?" Yang Qi became increasingly angry as she spoke, as if Qin Yang had committed some heinous crime. However, Qin Yang's smile remained unchanged as he quietly watched Yang Qi perform. because he knew that saying anything now would have no effect on him. After all, the other party had already prepared such a good script for him, and was now planning to find a crime to charge him with and punish him. Shouldn't it be time to properly tidy up yourself up? As if confirming Qin Yang's thoughts, after listing various possibilities, Yang Qi, seeing Qin Yang still silent, slammed her fist on the table in uncontrollable anger. Do you even know how many talented mags you're causing to die in these meaningless battles because of your selfish desires? Oh. Qin Yang responded indifferently. Seeing Qin Yang's attitude, Yang Qi slammed her hand on the table. Smack. What's your attitude? After saying that, without waiting for Qin Yang's reply, he turned to his two companions beside him and said, You all go out first. I have something to discuss with this person. Despite saying that, Yang Qi's murderous intent was not concealed in the slightest. The two law enforcement officers standing nearby naturally understood what Yang Qi was about to do. But they didn't try to dissuade Yang Qi at all, because it wasn't just Yang Qi who wanted to, they wanted to too. They initially thought it was just a minor skirmish, but after hearing Yang Qi's words, they realized that this seemingly small child was actually quite ruthless. After hearing Yang Qi's words, the two left the room. After watching the two leave and closing the door, Yang Qi revealed a sinister smile. He stared at Qin Yang with a cold, sinister gaze, as if Qin Yang had become fish on a chopping board. Seeing Yang Qi's appearance, Qin Yang felt no panic whatsoever. Instead, he asked with amusement, You must be tired after installing this for so long. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yang Qi said, but the smile on her face did not hide her true thoughts at all. So those guys I beat up today were really something? I didn't expect even the law enforcement team would be willing to act as their dogs. Qin Yang remarked, as if he were talking about something trivial. However, upon hearing this, Yang Qi replied, It certainly has a powerful background, but... As she spoke, a playful smile appeared on Yang Qi's face. What do you mean by be a dog? I don't understand what you're saying. Do you know what the rest of the enforcement team would think if they heard what you said? Oh, so you're threatening me now? Qin Yang said with a chuckle. So what if I am? Do you really think you can get out of here alive? Yang Qi said with a sinister smile. It seems they've reached some kind of consensus. Qin Yang remarked. Yes, but what can you do? Even if you do get out alive, who will believe the words of an unknown nobody like you? Yang Qi's smile widened. Surprisingly, Qin Yang did not refute this time either. Yes, as long as you work together from the inside and outside, you can make me confess. If I don't confess, you can beat me up and force me to confess. One of you is the young master of the Lin family in Kyoto, and the other is a member of the law enforcement team. You are obviously more trustworthy than me, a criminal, right? Yang Qi smiled upon hearing this. Why say so much useless stuff? You hit the wrong person and touched the wrong woman, so you knew this would be your fate. Huh? What will happen to him? As he spoke, Qin Yang suddenly broke free of his chains and stood up. Upon suddenly seeing Qin Yang stand up, Yang Qi was stunned for a moment, then her face showed a look of horror. This is a magic suppressing lock. Even a 6th tier mage can't break free, let alone a peak level Ming realm mage. Why can you? The magic suppressing lock doesn't just have the effect of suppressing magic, it's also made of a very sturdy material. If it can be easily broken without magic, then wouldn't this magic suppressing lock become a joke? He knew this guy in front of him had strong body refining abilities, but surely not to this extent? Even the demon suppressing lock couldn't restrain him? Chapter 50 Old Tang. A mage? You don't actually think I defeated them with magic just because you threw a few buckets of dirty water on them, do you? Qin Yang stretched his muscles and bones. Yang Qi suddenly realized what was happening. It seems that Qin Yang really didn't use a single spell to beat Lin Feng and the others so badly. I had just been condemning Qin Yang, and I actually thought he was the kind of person who abused magic. Thinking about it now, it seems that the person named Qin Yang in front of me has always relied on magic for survival, rather than magic, but on his terrifying body tempering. But what can we do about it? Even if he is a 4th tier earth mage, so what if he is strong in physical combat? You think you're invincible just because you've broken free of the magic suppressing shackles. I wouldn't say I'm invincible, but I can certainly handle a nobody like you. Qin Yang chuckled. You're asking for death. Seeing that Qin Yang was looking down on him, Yang Qi was immediately enraged. He then placed his hands in front of him, and a golden light pattern immediately appeared in his hands. He. Qin Yang looked at Yang Qi with a smile, showing no intention of making a move. However, it was at this very moment that, bang! The door to the room was kicked open. Yang Qi, already furious, turned her head and saw a man in his 50s looking at her with a serious expression. Old Tang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Qi trembled all over in fright, and the magic he had gathered in his hands instantly dissipated. Behind Old Tang were the 2 law enforcement officers who had come with him earlier, and another familiar figure. Dyed bamboo. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised when he saw Ranzu. I never expected Ranzu to have such a background. If this guy, Tang Lao, could terrify Yang Qi, he must hold a high position in the law enforcement team. Given this background, why didn't Ranzu fight back against Huang Rui's provocations? Did she just wait to be beaten up? Qin Yang couldn't quite understand Ranzu's thought process. At this moment, Ranzu remained silent and quietly followed Old Tang in. After Tang Lao entered, he didn't even glance at Qin Yang. Instead, he looked at Yang Qi with a somewhat amused expression. Looks like my enforcement team is full of hidden talents. Are they planning to abuse their power? Upon hearing what Old Tang said, Yang Qi felt a chill run down his spine and immediately replied, Old Tang, it's not that I'm abusing my power, it's that Qin Yang broke free of the magic suppressing shackles and tried to attack me. Break free from the magic suppressing shackles? Upon hearing Yang Qi's words, Old Tang noticed the broken magic suppressing lock under Qin Yang's feet, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing that Yang Qi could still turn white into black under such circumstances, Qin Yang almost burst out laughing. Faced with Tang Lao's questioning gaze, Qin Yang took out his phone, opened the screen recording he had just made, and handed it to Tang Lao. Looking at this strange-looking thing, Old Tang was a little confused for a moment. Yang Qi didn't know what it was either. Only Ranzu knew a little bit, but not much. She used this to communicate with Qin Yang's mother. Under everyone's gaze, Old Tang finally looked at the video. Yes, but what can you do? Even if you do get out of here alive, who will believe the words of an unknown nobody like you? Why say so much useless stuff? You hit the wrong person and touched the wrong woman, so you knew this would be your fate. Qin Yang turned on the speakerphone, and the video audio reached everyone's ears very well. The 2 law enforcement officers looked at Yang Qi with surprise. They initially thought Qin Yang was truly an utterly wicked person, but after seeing the video, they realized that things weren't as simple as they had imagined. As for Mr. Tang, how could you not know what happened after seeing the content of this video? After all, he knew about Lin Feng's family background. Yang Qi, how do you explain this? Old Tang looked at Yang Qi with a face full of anger. Old Tang, I. Yang Qi panicked. He had just noticed that Qin Yang had taken out this thing, but he didn't know what it was. He didn't expect that this thing would have a projection function. They actually recorded everything he had just done and said. How can I defend myself at this point? All right, take off those clothes. Seeing Yang Qi's appearance, Old Tang didn't want to waste any more words with him. Yang Qi panicked upon seeing this. Old Tang. He really didn't want to take off this uniform. Getting into the enforcement team required countless years of hard work. After all, the benefits of the enforcement team were quite generous. With the resources of the enforcement team, breaking through to the 5th rank within 2 years wouldn't be a problem. But if he left the enforcement team, he would have nothing. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that, even though they are both at the 4th rank, the status of a rogue mage and an enforcement team member is completely different. How could he possibly accept such a huge gap? Men, strip him of that skin. Upon hearing this, the 2 law enforcement officers behind him stepped forward without saying a word and stripped Yang Qi of his personal law enforcement uniform. Soon, Yang Qi was left only with his casual clothes. Then, the 2 law enforcement officers turned their attention to Old Tang, signaling him to announce the next steps. Normally, in this situation, they should have just kicked him out of the enforcement team, but since Old Tang hadn't given the order, they didn't dare to act rashly. Let's go out. Yang Qi, stay here for now. Hearing Tang Lao's words, everyone was a little confused, but they didn't say anything more and left the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, only Qin Yang, Old Tang, Ranzu, and Yang Qi remained. Yang Qi stood there, not daring to speak, while Old Tang looked at Ranzu with a helpless expression. Why don't you just come to me if you have something to say? Why do you have to go to that girl? Hearing this, Ranzu pouted. I'm afraid you won't agree. Hearing this, Old Tang felt a toothache. When have you ever come to me, girl? And if you did come to me, how could I possibly refuse? I can't speak for other places, but in the East China Sea, as long as you have something to do, come to me and I can solve it. Besides, this isn't your fault. Upon hearing this, Ranzu pursed her lips but did not continue to answer, clearly unsure how to respond. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised to see the 2 talking. He had considered that Ranzu might have a powerful background, but he thought it might be some kind of declining family in Kyoto. He never expected that she would have such great influence in the East China Sea. Qin Yang was also curious about who the girl Tang Lara mentioned was. Qin Yang tried hard to recall, and it seemed that Ran Zhu had mentioned having a close friend when she was hunting monsters outside the city. Could it be that the person causing this old man a headache is Ran Zhu's best friend? But what's the deal with that best friend? Even if someone is from Kyoto, surely a junior shouldn't be causing this old man so much trouble? After all, Lin Feng and his group seem to have come from Kyoto. What exactly is going on? Qin Yang was a little confused.